yet.
I did make a small change from when I streamed it yesterday, so I just to make sure it's all working before we get into the race. I should be going live now.
And we are broadcasting here, PLB.
Very good, very good. Oh yeah, it's just popped up on my screen. Okay, so welcome everyone to the 4th endurance race here at THR. You may not be familiar with my voice or the voice of my fellow colleague here. I'll let you introduce yourself in just a second, Kodiak. But just introducing myself, I am PirateLaserBeam. I'm joining THR at short notice here to cover the 6 hours of Le Mans endurance race here, the 4th endurance race that THR have organised. And I come from a community called Syndicate Motorsport, which I founded a few years ago, and I saw the call for commentators required and decided to rally some troops in the form of Kodiak and myself and come and assist. So, Kodiak, do you want to say hello and welcome yourself to the stream?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It is a great pleasure to be alongside your good self, Mr. PirateLaserBeam, as well, but also to be part of this very, very popular community here at THR. As mentioned, my name is King-Kodiak. I am primarily a F1 esports commentator, although I have dabbled in other areas where Mr. PirateLaserBeam found me, lurking in the Syndicate channels, some years ago now.
Yes, indeed.
Back in the Project Car 2 era.
Oh, yes.
Originally pestering you as a driver, and then being coaxed across to your commentary box fairly recently, which has been a lot of fun, and I'm very much looking forward to 6 hours of classic Le Mans in very classic machinery.
Yes, very much looking forward to this indeed. I say it's fair to say that we've known each other for quite some time, and we've both done commentary over at Syndicate Motorsport, although you obviously have a far longer list of things that you've commentated on in the past, but we never actually got in the commentary box together so far.
Until now,
so people are in for a real treat or an absolute car crash, but I'm sure it's going to be the former.
And you've got 6 hours to tolerate me, sir. So we hope you lovely people watching along with us enjoy our company as well as the racing itself. We have got a lot of cars in session. There are currently 44 of them in the session. Now we are in a practice session which will then proceeds kind of a 5-minute lull, you could say, before we get the 6-hour racing underway. It is a standing start, so trying to recreate the traditional Le Mans start. So if people want to run across from the other side of their room to their rig, that is their choice. We can't say yay or nay as to whether they've done that or not. So what a great range of cars we have got from the P7000 and P2000 categories. Quite a big representation in both fields, I'm glad to say.
Yes, a little bit of information about that. The classes are assessed somewhat fictitious. Pittman was explaining to me that they basically brought together a group of kind of separate classes into the P7000 and P2000 classes. I think there's a mixture of different subclasses which have been, I guess, bounced of performance, tested and then brought together to create these two classes. It certainly works together as a grid from what I've been seeing so far, and they certainly look, sound and drive fantastically with a number of skilled drivers behind the wheels. And I think you would need to be a skilled driver to get the most out of these cars, as we will see going into the session. Particularly around how you get these cars to go around corners quickly, which I'm sure Kodiak you'll be able to attest to. Sliding these is the best way with lack of aero. But yes, it very much leaves you driving on the edge for a prolonged period of time, and hopefully that results in some great racing and not too much in the way of exploding. And I've actually just switched to some cars there which have disappeared into the floor.
That's because the session has transited into its next session. So yes, what happens there is the cameras get a little bit confused, and you just see people carrying on in the direction the server last knew of, because we have transited into the it's referred to as practice, but no one does anything. So this is the pre-race period, basically 2.5 minutes before we get this race properly underway. And from what I can see, I think we topped out at 46 cars that joined for this race. I'm very, very much looking forward to what is going on. I'm just going to keep an eye.
So the session's actually ended. So do we need to join over to?
There is. I've just seen that actually. There is an issue with the entry list and race duration. So. Oh, they had the race duration set to 24 hours.
Oh,
yeah.
That's not what I signed up for.
No, I was about to say exactly the same.
I'd need way more snacks.
Yeah. I'd need way more sleep. So, okay, technical trouble has befallen us.
So do we need to rejoin this one then?
I'm keeping an eye on chat to see what it says. So I think for the time being, Mr. PLB, if we just bring up the holding screen for now, and what we would do is when we get confirmation that that we are in the right place and etc., we are ready to go, we are just going to bring a holding screen up for the time being. We will be back with the race good and proper. Stick with us for those wanting to enjoy. Also, German commentary for those of the German-speaking variety. Should you wish, also available on the THR channel. But for the time being, Mr. PLB, if you were to bring up the holding screen, we will be back as soon as we can.
And this is where we realise that I am just going to have to go ahead and grab a quick link to something, because I normally stream on Streamlabs OBS, and I'm on OBS now, and I have not got the Be Right Back screen enabled. So let's just cut to the commercial music as we just bring this up. 1 second.
Excellent.
Probably worth mentioning at this point actually that there was a little bit of an issue yesterday during the load test session where I think Real Penalty yeeted everyone off the server unexpectedly. Hopefully we don't run into any such issues today, but we'll see how things progress.
We shall indeed. Oh, did they have time acceleration on? Was that why? Oh, please don't tell me they've done that. They said it at 24 hours at times 4.
Oh.
Well, no, there's no confirmation that's what they did. But someone's mentioned that in driver chat, so I was wondered if that's what they did.
Ah, okay, right. Yes, that would be an issue. It's always nice to know actually that there's technical hitches beset even the largest and most accomplished of communities.
So true.
It makes you feel better when it happens in your own.
Yeah. Even the greats make mistakes. That is the thing. Is no one is immune to just one small thing that'll be one setting that's wrong. And it would have been worse if they spotted it after the race had begun.
Yes, that would be quite a misfortune. So it's just rejoining now. Are we still on the same server?
I am not of the knowing. Server 4 is
THR4. I'm just loading back in. One to YouTube chat. It's now.
It's still going to be server 4, is it? Okay.
Was it 5 we were on before? It was, wasn't it?
Looks like server. Looks like you've joined 3. Why do they have many servers?
What's?
Oh no, that's the practice server is the one coming up on the timing as 3.
Okay, I'm just going to join back into. Well, it's quite confusing because in Content Manager it's called THR5, but in the live timing at the end of the URL it says 4. So...
4, yes. Yeah, THR5 is the race server. You rejoined the practice server.
Yeah, it's not letting me into 5 at the moment. So
5, I think, is still down.
Okay. I
mean, everyone's here. The qualifying is done. The race is here for 6 hours. It won't take too long to restart a server. I shouldn't. No, server 5 is still down. So we shall wait until the race server comes back.
Thank you, those in chat, for letting us know what's going on. We're just waiting for the server to come back up here at the moment, but I'm actually just going to hang on. Is it ready? Yes, it is. I think it's ready to join now. No, race still cancelled. I'm just going to go ahead and just join back into the practice server while we wait, so I got something to look at.
Yeah, true enough. We do have some incredible liveries as well for these cars. So I'm very much looking forward. We have a wide range of cars: Chevrons, Ferraris, Fords, Jaguars, Lolas, Maseratis, and Nissans, and Porsches to grace the track in various quantities.
I was actually quite surprised by that, the fact that there's a Nissan in the lineup, because I mean this isn't my normal era of racing, but I would have expected quite happily to see Ferraris and Porsches and Fords and so on. But the Nissan was a little bit of a, oh, hang on,
bit of a curveball there. Yeah, I confess I'm not a particular expert in vintage historic racing, so the Nissan is somewhat of an unknown quantity of that. But one thing that kind of forces an even field, which in my opinion is a good thing, is the fact that AC Service set a maximum of how many is allowed per class. And I know I've had it numerous times in multi-class racing where there's a dominant representation of one particular car or brand or what have you, because they are seen to be the superior. Whereas setting a maximum of 4 or 6 or whatever it is, yeah, more forces a balanced field, which is much more preferable for me.
Yes, exactly. I think a balanced field is always good from both the driver's point of view, but also anyone who's following along with the racing. It's never quite the same when you have a purely dominant force on the track, which leads to almost a foregone conclusion. Although that being said, I think one of the tricks with the Le Mans is not about simply being the fastest, it's about surviving the race, and we've seen that time and time again, you know, even with more recent modern racing, where just thinking back to when I've been to Le Mans myself, and you have, you know, Audis and things which can lap much more quickly than other cars, but then if they experience some kind of technical issue, they may not finish the race, which then completely changes the outcome. And I think Le Mans is one of those races which certainly tests the mettle of the engineers as much as it does the drivers in making a car that can do that at that speed with that much kind of demand on the car for so long. It's a real test of their of the engineering.
Yes, absolutely. So I mean that's part of the appeal, isn't it, for endurance racing, is the emphasis on endurance. Yeah, it's great making a car last 40 minutes and then it disintegrates, but the real true test of man and machine are the 3, 6, 12, 24-hour endurance races that it draws a very different crowd. It requires a very different skill set, very different discipline from all concerned, from engineering, from driving to commentary and media coverage. It's a very, very different beast.
Indeed, indeed. Do we have any update on whether the server is back up now, Kodiak?
Not as yet, unfortunately. Whatever issues have befallen, it's not just what doesn't look like it was just the race duration. I think another issue has arisen. So what that is, I'm afraid I don't know. One thing I'm not particularly up to speed with is running servers and hardware and things like that, but I'm just going on what is being said in chat and in the driver's chat. Not a lot, I'm afraid, is coming up at this point.
Okay, right. Well, in YouTube chat, I'm hearing that they're fixing the starting grid and so on, so that's good to hear. And we are watching the practice server right now, as we just wanted to get something up on screen while we talk. But thank you for Shid Pasta with a bit of information there about the Nissan. So the R380 was the first sports car built in Japan, earliest model dating from 1965 by Prince, who also made the Skyline.
Okay. It's always good to get these kind of perspectives from those that know more about these sort of things. Now, a couple of things that I do want to highlight. It's kind of not a defense as such, but a justification from our side. Me and PirateLaserBeam have been somewhat parachuted in a little bit last minute. Is kind of this week we were invited along to be part of the English commentary. So a few drivers we know, as we've enjoyed their company over in Syndicate, but there will be a number of drivers. Let's just say we won't get their names quite right first time.
Yes, I think I first sent you a slightly urgent DM on the 17th at 11 p.m. at night saying, "Are you free for some commentary on this weekend?" So we've hastily got ourselves together. So we have a little bit of catching up to do. We have a learning curve to ascend, and for those in chat, if you could assist us where you possibly could, that would be much appreciated. But so far, the facts about the cars are very interesting to hear. We shall try not to butcher the names of the teams and the drivers and keep ourselves abreast of all the action that's going on, and do our best to cover the event. But yeah, very much looking forward to this, and I'm sure by the end of this race we will know a hell of a lot more than we went into this race with.
One point that has been raised in drivers chat: France is still cold.
Glad to hear it. I would be very unsettled if that was no longer the case.
Apparently southern US is very cold too. Okay. Good to know. It's not much fun in the south of the UK. I'm based in Wiltshire, which is kind of the southwest part of the UK. We have a very multinational grid taking part. We have quite a few people taking part from Germany and France. We have some Portuguese and some Dutch drivers as well. Some from America, which again it's going to be fun for the ping wise. But I did notice on the grid actually we have some Egyptian drivers as well.
Wow. It's one of the things. One of the things I love about sport in general, but motorsport particularly, is the fact that you bring together such a broad audience of both people watching but also participating, and that happens in the virtual world much more easily than it does in the real world. But still, there as well. I'm just keeping it on the theme of Le Mans. I remember going down to Le Mans one year, and as you approach the main entrance to Le Mans, there was a huge car park full of, all kinds of supercars that you could imagine seeing. And there was a pair of Aston Martin DB9s sat in the car park with Australian plates. And a big A4 piece of paper printed out inside the cockpit, slapped on the front console that said "Drive on the on the right," because they'd obviously flown these cars in or shipped them in somehow, and then decided to drive them around in France. But driving on the wrong side of the road and the planet in this case. Yes,
I have driven in France once, very briefly. It was literally like off the ferry and then off the out of the Channel Tunnel and straight to the shopping areas that are there for tourists. I mean, we're literally talking like a mile or a couple of miles at most. It was a 10-minute driving trip that me and my ex-wife did many years ago. But it's really quite strange.
It is.
But it's one of these things you actually adapt to surprisingly quickly.
I think actually it's when you get off the Channel Tunnel, there is a one of the first things that happens as you come down the ramps is that there is a roundabout, and I'm pretty sure they've put that in there on purpose because, of course, every Brit would then start to try and think, "Oh, I'm going to go around the roundabout this way." But of course,
the race server is live.
Oh,
now.
Fantastic!
It is number 5 again.
Let me switch over. Be right back, guys. 1 second. Hope this is the last of the interruptions.
All should be well. Thank you very much to those that are born with us through this early delay. So apologies for that. Although I think we were originally told the race start would actually be in about 10 minutes. Remember to wear your racing socks to keep your feet warm. I like that.
Whenever I'm racing, I usually have the opposite problem.
Oh, as in 20 feet.
I just end up absolutely baking. So, yes.
I race in VR, so I know that one very, very well.
Oh, yes. Well, you will be very abreast of that situation then. In my old setup, I was racing in a well-insulated garden office, and you'd start the session, feeling like warm, and of course, as the session goes on, and you've got your computer kicking out all that heat in an enclosed space like that, you get so hot.
I can imagine.
And you could open the window, but then you'd be broadcasting to your neighbours all the kind of stuff that you talk about in the middle of a race.
I made that mistake once. I did make that mistake once in my early commentary career. I left the window open, and a few of my neighbours commented, "Yeah, we can hear you." As those watching along will discover, I am not subtle when it comes to commentary, which, in my opinion, you can't be. To get the real energy across, you can't do that quietly.
Are you
in my opinion,
an error on your screen saying real penalty error?
Real penalty error rejoin. Yes, I am getting that as well.
Tremendous.
So I will. Well, let me do that first. Let me see if that actually resolves that particular issue. That is obviously something somewhat specific to us commentators. If that doesn't solve it, I'm just going to turn that particular message off, because that will be somewhat irritating.
Let's hope that doesn't involve another restart, although...
I'm keeping an eye on the server messages. I've just spotted one that said real penalty reinitializing, or is initializing.
Okay.
No, I think drivers are getting that error as well, actually. Because I'm watching, it's actually being reported by the drivers.
Yeah. Oh, yes, okay, looks like half the grid just disappeared and rejoined.
Yes. Again, probably a session change there, because I just spotted the same thing. My whole tower just went blank.
Yep, connection issue. Tremendous.
Oh yeah. We're restarting the server again.
Okay.
So, well, if it's just a plain restart, that shouldn't take very long, and it's already up again. So, I wonder if it was something to do with the real penalty thing, because the drivers will be relying on that as well, not just us.
I am quite glad at this point that I am simply here to do guest commentary, because I know from experience of organising my own events at Syndicate that when things like this go wrong at the last minute and you suddenly get inundated with DMs saying, "Oh, it's not working," how stressful this moment in time can be for those trying to organise and fix everything. So best of luck to them all, and I'll just chill here with Kodiak and chat until we're told it's all working.
Basically, yes. Get used to this bit, ladies and gentlemen. For those that, I've done endurance commentary in the past, and there will come a point where we will end up talking about what we have for breakfast earlier. So, but I think with this many cars, I don't think it's going to be too quick before we hit that particular barrier. Wow, I've had a lot of people join.
Have you seen what's written on the back of the Maserati, driven by Cami Mazzi in P1 currently?
On my screen, P1's actually a TV car, but I have found the car you have mentioned. That's brilliant. We break for nobody.
I was watching this particular car in practice, and two things I love about this is, one, the glass on the back of the car comes down and then does a really tight angle coming back down again, so it's got some really cool lines on this car. But equally, this car is an absolute weapon in a straight line, but then doesn't seem to understand corners. So it looked like a little bit of a handful to navigate through the corners, but it could gap another car by about 1.5 seconds on the straight. There was a couple of chaps having a really good battle, and it was one of those battles where the straight would put a 1.5 second gap between the two of them, and then by the time you got through all the corners, they were back to coming through THR Rouge nose to tail again, and it was really fun to watch. So hopefully we get another situation like that.
I'm getting the real penalty error, by the way. I don't know if you are.
It looks
like
yes.
Real penalty does not want to start, according to Pittman, unfortunately. Some drivers appear to... And, yep, it's gone again.
I'm just going to stay on a server here until I'm told everything's absolutely happy and hunky-dory, because at the moment I'm seeing cars and we can just chat. So, Forrest McCormack, filler topic here. Thank you for the suggestion. If a snail loses its shell, are they homeless?
They become a slug, surely.
Well, I mean... Yes. It's got... My brain instantly started thinking we could have quite an in-depth discussion around this, but it might be stepping away from the main focus of the thrust of the conversation that we should be putting forward here to YouTube while we wait for the event. But yes, I mean, yes.
What we could do, we could talk about. It's a little bit difficult when we can't see the cars. I think a rejoin is people are rejoining again. So,
I've just noticed they've painted jaws onto the front of the radiator on the Maserati, which is a nice touch.
I've seen a few club racing cars do something similar.
All right, so are we rejoining now?
Well, some people have. It's been suggested that perhaps one community at a time to spread the so the server isn't just completely inundated with join requests.
We've had a request from Coolidge to do a showcase of the skins in the meantime. So
exactly what I was going to suggest, actually.
Okay, so shall we just work our way through here? So we've got the Cami Mazzi 727 here, which is the one that we've been enjoying so far, which is a
Maserati Tipo 151.
Yes, with a spare tyre in the back, which is a nice touch. So let's take a little look down their line. That's an invisible TV van there. You're not going to see much in the way of livery action there. This is the number 34.
The MS development car. So that is being drawn. Well, what we could do is you display the car, because I can just see the server's restarted again anyway. So there's nothing for us to rejoin. You display car. I will have a look at who is due to be in it. Ironically, one of the drivers of that is referred to as Kamikaze 31, considering what the name of the 727 car is. So that's a Lola T70. Lovely. I do like this one. The real kind of. I think this is the blue is the French racing color.
Has engineering by Chevrolet on the back.
Well, I guess that would have been true in period. I'm not too sure about the ECP branding on the back. I'm not entirely convinced by that. But I like the fact that they've got the driver names. Kamikaze and Street Bike. That is indeed correct to our spotter's guide.
Very nice. Next up, we've got the 92, which is a nice green livery here.
Very almost British racing green. This is another one of our Lolas. SG Stern 1. There are a few, apparently. Now, two German drivers will be taking part in this one. Valentin Nuchtel and Meister Jäger. Again, apologies in advance for the name pronunciation.
You did a lot better than I would have done there, so I'm glad you were saying that. All right, next up we've got the 127. Now this is one of my favourites, actually. I've seen a lot of this talked about in the Discord in the run-up to the race here. This is one of the Fords, but looks absolutely beautiful. Yes, the Ford GT X1. Now we've got the GT40 Mark 1, which this isn't. This is an X1, which I think this might have been the prototype before the GT40. I can't quite remember the history, but this is the Roadster, so it is the soft top version of Adam Celarek from the Czech Republic and Ruben Saunders from the USA will be taking this car. Yeah, that is a fantastic looking vehicle. Oh yes. All right, so next up we have number 26.
Drivers are being called into the drivers briefing room, so for those that are not taking part, by all means stay with us. If you are a driver taking part in this event, please head back to the drivers briefing. Valentin and Pittman have called a meeting there, so we will carry on for the time being.
Yeah, thank you, Kodiak, for the announcement. Number 26 car we're looking at the moment is Gwendu Rising Stars.
Okay, number 26, Gwendu Rising Stars, another one of the Lolas. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce. It's two French drivers, Lexord. Lexord. That doesn't work in English. I don't know how you do that in French. And Gwen, an easy name for second driver.
Very good, very good. So next up, we've got a red-looking thing, which is the Red Lobster Pan Am. Beautiful.
Red-looking thing.
This is the name that I really struggled with. So, Reitridge Kreeft, I think, is the name of the team.
Well, the 108 car.
108.
On my spotter's guide, that is the. Oh, you mean the team name? Yes.
Team name, yes.
I would assume that W is more of a V sound. Svetterij Kreeft. Yeah, I'm not getting anywhere near that. I'm afraid. Another one of our Lolas. Then we have Merlin, Ben Nash, and Machina from Netherlands, Great Britain, and Belgium, respectively.
Wonderful. Next up, we've got the number 40. This is
Big
the Blue
fan
Arrow
of
team.
that. Yeah, big fan of that. Akiri Blue Arrows, another one of the Lolas. Nat Stevenson and Florian Massa will be taking that on.
Oh, let's see if I can switch cars using this key. There we go. So number 36, another GT Roadster.
It is indeed. Cursim Vector is the name of this team. Again, another handsome-looking beast. The car's not bad either. Andreas Rogel and Max Shinchita.
I'm so glad you've got this end of the stick, and I'm just looking at the car.
Well, it's teamwork and load balancing. Well, we'll call it that.
Number 78 looks like another Lola to me.
Number 78, a very kind of lemon and lime-esque colour scheme going on here. Yeah, plebeian. Some of these team names are brilliant. Plebeian Racing. Yes, it is indeed another Lola T70. Tyler Van Beek from the USA and Daniel Tabana from Great Britain.
The one awaiting YouTube chat has just said that we are the Sweaty Lobster, but in Dutch. There we go. So next up, we've got a familiar team, the Moisty SimRacing crew.
Yes. Big fan of that car, and I make no apology for it. That is indeed another one of the GTX ones, another one of the Ford Moisty SimRacing. We are very familiar with their German driver, Ultimate Kaiser. They also have Zevius from, I think that is a Serbian flag. I'm not 100% sure, actually. I'm not familiar with every flag. I think that's Serbia. And GT Nismo from Great Britain.
Yeah. And then next up, we've got a very handsome-looking car, number 10.
The Logos team. That's one of the few Maserati typos out there. Jacob Anderson from the US and Dominic Piper from Germany.
And I'm pretty sure we've seen Logos hanging out in the stage channel here as well. So that puts a car to the name there for us, which is nice to see.
Great stuff.
Number 22 next. Another Lola.
22. Virtula Asphalt, number 1. Again, another one of our Lolas. From Portugal, we have Antonio Monteiro. We have from Germany, David Borszewski. And from the Netherlands, Joop Bajima.
Very nice. And then next up is... hang on, let's skip to car by the looks of it.
You should have 496 if you're following the pit lane along, which you have been so far.
Yeah, it skipped the car that I was about to talk about. We've got number 23 at the moment, and the next one will be the one that I was expecting to be next, which is 496. We'll come back to that one. So 23 at the moment.
You've got 23, which is the second one of the Virtual Asphalt, or Virtula Asphalt number 2. Again, similarly, well, same liveried as its number 22 sister car. That's APA, or AP_EHHH from Germany. As close as I'm getting to that is APA. Thomas Wienhold, also from Germany, and Raptor 97 from Italy.
A little bit of German in the YouTube chat. So, wir wünschen allen Fahrern viel Spaß beim Rennen. I hope I didn't just murder.
The only word I know of that is Rennen, which is race. So I'm sorry, I only speak literally a few phrases in German.
I think it's we wish all drivers have Spaß. I think it's fun. So lots of fun driving, I assume.
Excellent.
With my Duolingo coming in clutch there.
Well done. Well done.
So, Syndicate Bottling now in the 496. This is one of the entrants from my own community, Syndicate Motorsport, and we've got...
I love the fact that your camera tried to skip the car.
I know, and I was like, oh, next up is... Oh, okay, no, apparently not. No self-promotion here. But yes, I'll hand over to Kodiak for you for the rest of the detail on this one.
That's still making me giggle. I'm sorry. Yes, the Syndicate Bottling car, grey and green Lola T70. David Nascadi from Hungary with Shane Power and Forrest McCormack, both from Ireland.
Next up is the number 59.
You have 59. I think your sequencing is different to mine, so you'll have to tell me the car number there. So 59 is Overdrive Racing. Again, another one of our Lolas. Both Swiss drivers in this one, Rolf Biber and Richard Rossier.
Wonderful stuff. Next up, we've got another Ford 31.
Ford number 31 is the III, or Treble-Eyed Racing. So they've gone for a slightly different livery design. They have the white line going straight across the bonnet as opposed to down the spine. Another one are GTX1 Roadsters. We have Fabian Fabak and Lucas Müller, both from Germany.
Number 17 next.
1717s. We sound like bingo callers at
That's
this
one
point.
of the Jag, isn't it?
It is indeed one of the, as one famous Clarkson would say, the Jag. I can't do that low voice that he can. I can't do it, I'm afraid. Akira Orange, yes. First of all, Jaguars, the XA13. Both Dutch drivers, Baza and Hitman, is how they are referred to as.
Very nice, very nice. And a nice little livery there as well. Next up, it's the number 313.
313 is the FHSR AC Racing Team, the Lola T70. From Sweden, we have Norinda, and from Great Britain, we have Widows. I'm just going to also double check that we haven't changed server, because I can see that server 4 is empty. It looks like we are rejoining server 3 by the look of it, so we may have to bring this showcase to a bit of an end. I'll hold that thought a minute. Let me just have a quick in chat.
Okay.
Because it looks like people the issue seems to be this race paradigm that I think is a necessity, but having difficulty either initializing or keeping people in server. That seems to be the issue at the moment.
David Mole saying we switched servers to server 4.
Yes, I think we will need to do the same. So sadly, as a shame, I was really enjoying going through all the cars.
That was, yeah, it was a good shout from chat there as to what to fill the time with. So let's quickly switch over. Oh wait, hang on, they have the same issue there. So we're staying here, everyone.
well, yes, I think, I was just thinking because people are joining and leaving again. So I will keep an eye on the server side of things. If that suddenly gets full, we will need to change. But right now, that is not filling. So we will keep on going. Next number, please.
28.
28. Anyone shouting? 20. Is anyone shouting bingo yet? No. That's the VAC G18, the first of our GT40s. Ironically, the Mark 1 was the most unreliable GT40 that was, but yeah, they had to start somewhere. I am a huge fan of the GT40, the Mark 3 particularly. 2 American drivers for this one with Achi and Gregory Myers.
Wonderful stuff. All right, next up, we've got the number 16, another Lola.
Another Lola number 16 is that SimRacing Team number 1. Yes, indeed, another Lola. Quite a fan of that color scheme, the blue with the gray accenting along the bottom and the tail. We have Drew Denida from America. We have Oliver Tapia, also from the States, and Nuno Rocha from Portugal.
Now, next up, I'm assuming the car I'm thinking is coming next is the car that's coming next, but it's a real treat for the likes of Kodiak, who's spotted this one already. We've got the number 8.
Yes. The silk cut livery Jaguar. Somewhat iconic, but 30 years out of step with this particular race. That is such a great car. The XA13 is a great car anyway. But in that particular livery, 2 French drivers are taking on the Filiere Stars. Not quite sure how that translates into. Romain Pichon and Alex Lehoux are taking, Lehoux. I don't think you quite pronounce the H that extensively. Those are the 2 drivers taking on this wonderful, iconic livery, at least, Jaguar XA13.
I believe this is the XJ13, the same one that I saw recently in the Coventry Motor Museum. So if anyone happens to be in the area, they have a great display of this car and additional information about it. So I highly recommend. All right, next up we've got number 6 car.
Number 6, Intercontinental Racing. Our first Ferrari, the 330 P4 Spider. Now, again, a multinational lineup here from Finland.
Oh, I think I've lost.
Nariello.
I lost you there for a moment. Kodak, could you just repeat that, please? We lost
I'm just seeing
coverage.
in chat there's coordinated rejoining of server. So I'm again keeping an eye on the server numbers here. See what is what. But everyone has left server 4.
Okay. It's like
Are
the
they rejoining
nomadic
server 5?
endurance
No,
race.
server 5, which is the one we're actually looking at, is currently offline. Anyway, shall we head on to the next one?
Yes, we shall. Sorry, that's gone the wrong way.
Oh, I have lost my streamer.
Can you hear me?
In there.
Sorry, I'm back, Kodiak. I was here in the station listening to you, but you couldn't hear me because I was in the audience.
That did confuse me somewhat. Okay, so
Well,
I'm keeping an eye. I'm keeping an eye on server 5. I think it's still offline, which is why we are still going through the numbers. We're not certain what is causing this issue, but they're going to try and phase in the joining of the session slowly rather than everyone at once, because the thought is that's what's causing the server to fall over.
Right. Okay. Just
so. Next number, sir.
It's number 7, which I believe is very similar to the number 6 that you just spoke through.
Yep, it's the sister car. Well, sister livery. 2 different team names. The Debilos series car. I suspect this is somewhat of a Ferrari red kind of. Probably is a default livery rather than a designed one. 2 French drivers, Champinator and Pichou, will be taking on the number 7.
And this is the Ferrari in the P7000 class, which we have been informed has somewhat of a challenge ahead of it in terms of having horrendous fuel economy, a small fuel tank, and a earning desire to visit the pits more regularly than it perhaps should do. So we'll see how that copes with the race session ahead. Number 11.
Number 11, Subcontinental Racing. Ford GT40, that team, they made me chuckle earlier. I love this sort of dark, I guess a very dark blue with the orange band down its spine. Alex Afonso from Portugal and Jan Stam. Again, great name that. Jan Stam. Unless it's Stan. It might be Stan. I can't quite read what the... Oh, no, it's Stam. I was right first time. Jan Stam. That's a great name. From the Netherlands.
Thank you very much. I think we're getting some great facts in chat here from Shidfasta, who seems to know his stuff. The car 6 and 7 are both from the 1967 BOA C500. The first WSC race ran at Brands Hatch, and it was won by the Chaparral 2F. Car number 4, Mr. Kodiak, please.
Chaparral is a name I've come across in my historic racing research in the past. Number 4, did you say?
4, yep.
1UP SimRacing. Again, that made me smile when I saw it. Lovely, almost British Racing green GT40. Richard Suckley and George Lanfear, both from the UK.
Number 77.
77, one of our P2000 class cars, Northeast Endurance. That's one of our chevrons.
Yes, not seen yet.
We haven't. A solo driver, apparently. Adam Keefe from the United States. I wonder if he's being joined by somebody else. Just we haven't been told of it. But if he's taking this on solo, wow, that is a real test.
That is quite a substantial amount of racing they've signed up to. So good luck to them. So number 23, P28, but it's car 97. Sorry about that. 97. That wouldn't be the first time we've fought for that. It is. So Herr Pittman, who's one of the organisers of this, not just this series, but also the community as a whole. Yes, indeed, Pittman has a triple Germany lineup in this Nissan. Our first Nissan we've talked about this afternoon. Feels like it's gone on that long already. So this is one of our Nissan R380s, the Thundering Trio, they refer to themselves as. Pittman, Marga 17, and Duberai will be taking on this Nissan. I've just been informed by Ben in chat that Adam is doing the race solo. He has a pea bucket on standby. Brave. Huge respect for that. Huge respect, because I could not manage that. Being in the box for 6 hours is hard enough, but we don't have it anywhere near as hard as the drivers do. There's another guy in the Silk Cut Jag is driving solo as well. He's freezing currently. Wish him luck. Okay, next car is number 51, please, Kodiak.
51 is the Ramada Vintage Racing Nissan R380. A lovely white number with the red stripe down its spine, or wed if you prefer. Two Portuguese entrants here, Pedro Ramada and Carlos Basto, will be taking on the 51 car.
Number 50.
Number 50.
Isle of Man, by any chance?
Pardon?
Is that the Isle of Man flag on the roof? I'm seeing the three-legged thing.
Oh, it could be. I can't quite see the roof from the spotter's guide. Well, they're Italian drivers, so I suspect that may not be the case. The Assetto Corsa entered Chevron, our first Chevron of the night. I think, no, it's not. So we had the 77, didn't we? Never mind. So the next Chevron, the B8, Luigi Bingo and Vittorio Rubino, both from Italy, will be taking on the number 50.
Wonderful stuff. Next up is the number 27 car.
27 is the Lakehouse Motorsport Nissan. From Germany, it is Torsten Bieler, and from America, Jack Schnaufer will be handling this somewhat interestingly coloured car.
It's the triple Sicily legs. Thank you for that clarification. Next up is the number 3 car.
Number 3 is the Belga, as in Belgium and racing abbreviated, Racing Nissan. From Belgium, it is DESJ, so I'm just going to say that's Des. And from Germany, that is Taffy, which happens to be a slang term for someone from Ireland. So Taffy and Des will be taking on the number 3. I love the fact they have the French flag on the front, but in Belgium they speak French, I think. So possibly, but either way, next number.
Next up's a familiar entry. So it's number 188.
188 is, where are you on the guide? There you are, Syndicate Eclair, and was wondering where they would appear. Yes, well, certainly familiar to us, two of our very favoured Syndicate drivers. Again in the Chevron, it is Akashik from Germany. Oh, Herr Moll, he will not tell me. He will tell me off if I didn't refer to him as such. And Thierry Red from France.
And these guys, I think, won their class for race number 2 yesterday as part of the load balancing kind of test which was going on. So hopefully they have some good results today as well. Not that I'm biased in the least. Okay, number 39. Pretty exciting looking livery here. Number
39. So I looked away from it. Again, I'm keeping an eye on the driver's chat just to see if there's any major announcements been made. And not yet, from what I can see. 39, the Hi Racing, or He if you prefer. They're somewhat unusually coloured Porsche 906, the first Porsche we've mentioned. From America, we have Riley Gallardo. From Great Britain, we have James Pendry. From Brazil, again, another leg of our multinational entrants, Matheus Nolli, I think it is. Oh, no, sorry, I can't read it again. I think it's Nolli. I couldn't tell if that was Nolly or Nalili. I couldn't tell how many L's and I's there were in his name. Apologies for that, Matheus. Matheus Nolly will be the third driver in the number 39.
Thank you, Kodiak. Right, so next up we have the number 944.
944, the highest number on the... I love this one. There's almost John Player's special Lotus S colours in the CAF Team Porsche 906. That's a flag I didn't look up. I'm not sure where Crow is actually from. I'll have to look that up. I'm not certain where that is. From Serbia, I believe it is. Felix 789. And from Canada, we have Bionic Bromando. Love that.
Bionic Bromando. Love that.
Love that.
Just quickly popping back to the number 39. This reminds me of the BMW art car that was driving at Le Mans in the GTE class a few years ago. That has a very similar vibe to it. But next up is one of my personal favourites, number 41.
41, yes, I remember we were talking about this off air. The Revival Series Saglis team entered Nissan. From Canada, we have the name that we couldn't figure out how to say properly. It was probably something along the lines of Kent Lefrege. I don't know that you pronounce the D and the G in the middle, but or Kent Lafridge, as we may well be calling you. We have warned you in advance. Again, apologies for. And from France, Loco Pixo. That's a fantastic name.
What was the name, sorry?
Loco Pixo.
Loco Pixo.
Lokopixo. That is a brilliant name. I like that.
Fantastic, fantastic. Lafredge in chat is saying, let's baguette.
Okay.
Which I thought was going to be a clarification on the pronunciation of the name, but now I'm just more confused. Exact pronunciation, congrats. Okay,
Lafredge,
so
okay.
91 next.
91 is SG Stern 4, or IV, so SG Stern 4. Another one of our Nissas. Do like that. Got a menacing look for the Japanese brand. Max Florence and Alexander Beltley. I'm again not 100% sure on this one. Again, apologies there. Both from Germany.
Fantastic. All right, number 32, please.
32 is That SimRacing Team 2. We've seen them with a P7000 entry. This will be their P2000 entry. That's a Porsche 906. Again, a multinational lineup here, and that's another. I recognize the flag, and I can't remember where it is. I'm afraid from Joe, Luca from the Netherlands, and Matt from what I believe is Serbia.
Very good. Next up, number 63. Quite a simple livery here. Unless this is just missing.
Well, it's plain grey to me as well on the Spotter's Guide. That's a Porsche 904. JVM Racing, all Spanish lineup here. First driver, we won't get this one wrong. He's simply called Al. Artisa Cuesta, or Chesta, something like that. I'm not entirely certain. Artisa Cuesta and Beniharo Daughter will be the third driver of the number 63 Porsche.
Very nice. Next up, we've got the number 43. Quite a nice looking livery here. Very clean.
43. Oh, yes, I do like this one. SG Stern 3, or SG Stern 3, depending on the nationality of those entered. 2 Germans and 1 Austrian. So, yes, I would be German-spoken. So, Julian Rassel from Germany, In Groover from Austria, and Dennis Hillman from Germany.
Very nice. Next up is the number 66.
66, Assetto Corsa Friends. Like it. That's a fantastic livery. I do like that. Very, very well done on the 66 car. Jorg Yu. Okay, I'm not sure what U is abbreviated for, but Jorg Yu, Sonolier, and Megasaurus 55. So the first 2 from Germany, and Megasaurus from Great Britain.
And shout out to the Belted Galloway Visitor Centre, Newton Street, which is on the back of their car, whatever that means. But I'm assuming it's somewhere that's being given a bit of advertising. Next up, we've got number 42, another SG Stern.
42 is indeed SG Stern Spy. SG Stern 2. Another that's one of the chevrons. Again, a double German lineup here. Christoph Müss and Adrian Sprung will take on the chevron.
Number 95, please.
95 is the French Roulettes in a very interestingly coloured Porsche, the purple and green, very artistic livery there. As the name would belie, we have 2 French drivers, Lecomte and Third, not Fred. It's if you type Fred quickly, you would end up with Third 1.
Fantastic stuff. Right, next up, we've got the number 20.
Number 20.
Very metallic looking car.
Yes, again, a very mean looking Nissan. The kind of dark blue accented black colour scheme of Kiluk and Kosto is the team name. And as you might guess, that's the driver names as well. From the Czech Republic, it is Kulik, and from Canada, it is Kosto.
Very nice. Well, the Belted Galloway is a restaurant, and it's owned by one of the drivers of that car, so I assume that's why it's making pride of place on the car. Okay, number 98, please.
98 is GPL Racer. It's the team name. Porsche 906 is the car. We have got Stefan Ross from Germany. We have Nico Bonfant from France and Uli Hoffmann from Germany.
Very, very good work on the pronunciations. Number 25.
I'm also keeping an eye on the server, and unfortunately, we're not getting more than 20 people in at any one time. We still haven't got too much closer to that. Apologies for that, but we will carry on nonetheless. 25 World Sim races. Another Porsche 906. And we have 2 Egyptian drivers. I had this flag up earlier because I wasn't sure what it was. So 2 drivers from Egypt. I do like the look of this particular car in that red. King, Abbas, and Haitam Abdelkader. So apologies if that's not quite right. This is close enough to get in the number 25.
I particularly like on this car how they've run the stripe into the grille. The 25 is sitting on its kind of red plate, and then the stripe reappears before
underneath the air intake. Yes.
Progressing over the rest of the car. Right, next up we've got the 299. Familiar livery here.
299 is the Fake Martini. Yeah, this is the one that caught my eye earlier. The Fake Martini Racing. That's not me calling it up. That's their team name entrance. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, you'll see what's made me chuckle in a minute. So that's a Porsche 904. So the second variety of Porsche we have entered in this race. They're both Dutch drivers. One's called Lotus, the other's called Elise. That is brilliant. I like that. I like that.
Very nice. Okay, so Walmart Penske, number 29.
Yes, that name made me chuckle earlier as well. It is indeed the Walmart Penske team, and that's another Nissan. Again, I do like the look of that particular car. Afon Jaeger from America and Niklas Albrecht from Germany.
Hello, SG Stern in chat. I assume these are many of your cars that we've been enjoying the look of recently. But next up, we've got the number 80. Oh, is that 186? Yes, 186. It's very
Yes. I don't have a 186, I'm afraid.
It might just be 86 then.
86. I don't have one of those either. I did spot. Actually, there was. I did spot that earlier in our early kind of test sessions. There was an 86 or something along that kind of line that didn't seem to match anything. What's the team name coming up as?
TO Sardinia Racing. But while you're doing that, I'm just going to take a little look back at the Walmart Penske because I've just been informed in chat. If you can read this, you're too close. I like that. And there was...
Yeah, TO Sardinia Racing. I can see it as sort of orange and yellow. That is, 186 is the car number, but I don't have that on the spotter's card, I'm afraid. So I can't comment on that.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Like, is it a 186 or is it an 86? It's unclear.
No. Well, it does look like it was supposed to be 86, but then someone's run a strip of gaffer tape down to make it one. Exactly. That's how you do it in club racing. If your car is liveried with a particular car, but you need to amend it, you can't re-livery the car. So they just use gaffer tape to change the number. But no matter what combination I use of 86 or 186, I have no information on either number, I'm afraid. And I don't see a bright orange. That's a Chevron, I think. No, I don't have a car that matches that color in the spotter's guide either. So I can give you absolutely nothing about the TO Sardinia Racing number 186, I'm afraid.
Well, in the meantime, then we'll just go back to the Walmart Penske because I'm informed that there's little down arrows on the side of the car, which are there in case you flip the car and you need to conveniently reorientate yourself. Unless you're planning to take a run at those sandbanks at full chat, you should be okay. But I have been surprised in SimRacing before, so I shall reserve judgment till after the event has occurred. Okay, well we've done the entirety of the grid now. Any updates on the servers?
Unfortunately not. There are, I think, one or two from the Spotter's Guide that aren't present, or weren't, shall we say, present when that list was built. Bearing in mind, ladies and gentlemen, what we've just done is run through every car that joined the race session earlier before we had to leave it. So there may well actually be more that need to be in it. Because there was, for instance, 127 wasn't in. I'm pretty sure it wasn't in there, but it was a car we saw in practice because it had Adam Celarak, who was doing some very interesting maneuvers in that car from the Czech Republic, and Ruben Saunders. At least I don't think, have we mentioned him yet? Or have I gone completely mad and we did mention him and I've forgotten? There were that many cars.
Which name, sorry?
The Side Heart Motorsports car 127.
127.
We might have mentioned him actually.
Yes, that was the yes.
There it
we
is.
talked about this. Yeah,
we did. No, I'm losing my mind entirely.
It feels like a lifetime ago.
It does. It does. That does happen, unfortunately. We may well have actually gone through the entire list then.
Yeah, I think we have.
Yeah.
Well, what we can do now is take
a
look for some Easter eggs. So, anyone in chat, any cars with livery Easter eggs that we can go and investigate? I've been kind of spinning around the cars a little bit, but haven't seen anything as we were going through. I think someone mentioned something about the number 8 actually.
So what's just caught my eye is the way the sprite has been. We were talking about the cardboard crowd, weren't we?
Oh yes, yes.
I'm looking at the 727 car, which was basically the first car we talked about, and there is definitely a cardboard crowd person right next to him.
Oh yeah, if you look at
next to the car.
If you look at the 127, sorry, there's a obviously these sprites are just two 2D things slapped at 90-degree angles to each other, but there's a guy in the background with 4 arms who just looks like he wants to be put out of his misery at this stage. And this chap over here is just very pleased to be on camera at the moment, which I'm happy we've made someone's day. Forrest McCormack says it says gullible on the rear wing. Thanks, Pixel, for that. I'm sure it does.
Which car was that?
I think he's just saying that about any car, hoping I would go and immediately look. But,
I see.
I'm wise to his ways by this stage.
Unfortunately, you're not the first one to try that.
Andrew Shaw is also in chat, so we're all in trouble now. Take a quick look here. So this is the lobster car, which I was being informed in chat had some. I mean, actually, there was Japanese on one of the cars. Let's go back. I think it was one of the white cars. So apparently, the Japanese means something on one of these cars. But I'm not sure exactly which one it was. Can I?
I couldn't tell you.
Wondering if someone in chat who put it there would be able to inform us, but I'm not entirely sure which car it was now. Oh yes, it's this one, the number 3, I think.
That's the Belga car.
Yes, that's the one. Thorsten R, we are hoping to start as of 50 minutes ago, but the servers are having a very, very bad time, and we are unclear at this stage just exactly when we'll be kicking things off. I am starting to clock watch a little bit because, every hour we start late is an hour we finish later.
Yes, and we have work days tomorrow, so
we do.
Yes, I'm kind of thinking much the same thing. A1 Jaeger. The server will get back to you in two or 3 business days.
Okay, so Coolidge says, look at the number 20 car. There is an Easter egg in the cockpit. 20.
In the cockpit?
In the cockpit for the second driver. Let's take a look inside this.
That's the Coolidge and Costo car. Stay still. Okay.
In the cabin for the second driver. I'm not seeing... Oh, it's a maple leaf on the Speedo, maybe. Because I'm assuming this is a team of Canadians and Americans, is it?
Which number was this again?
Number 20.
20 was Coolidge and Costo. So, Costo is Canadian. So, I'm not... It may be one of these things that isn't visible to us, unfortunately, but I can't see anything in particular.
There's a maple leaf on the RPM.
I can't see it. Oh, yes, I can. Yes, I would not have spotted that if you hadn't have pointed that out. I'll be honest right now. I would not have seen that.
Number 50. Where is number 50? Oh, here we go.
The Assetto Corsa.
So this is the
Golf-esque.
The Golf-esque, yes, Chevron. Yeah, Coolidge. It's the maple leaf. I spotted it, Coolidge. Thank you for clarifying.
It's a well done car. I'll certainly give you that. Oh, you have a cardboard person next to you.
I wonder where these, are these like developers from the game or something that put themselves in as Easter eggs.
It could be, or people they know. They probably were like office employees. Unfortunately, every time I move the camera around, I keep moving my elements of my.
I know. I'm doing the same with the map as well. I'm moving that all the time, and it's really, really bugging me.
Not seeing anything in the copy. You may have to give us a bit of a clue on that one.
For which one?
This is where we, for the 50 car.
Number 50.
This is where we get told it's underneath the car. Or something.
Yes, let's have a quick look underneath the car.
I can't. Well, I don't know how you would look under it.
No. Well, they'll have to flip it. I'm sorry. If you want us to look under the car, you're going to have to flip the car.
Yeah. we wouldn't recommend you try, but if you do have that much of a bad day, we'll try and catch you.
Number 91 apparently has something in the cockpit. Let's have a look over there. Oh, these numbers are so small. Can you help me out here? Oh, there we go. Number 91. So this is in the cockpit. We're looking at what?
Oh, that's the RG Stand 4 car.
Yes.
Can't say.
I'm looking, but I'm not seeing.
No, that's the same as I.
It's speedometer I'm supposed to be looking at. That's hang on, wait, they've they've replaced the numbers with emojis.
I'm
Oh,
gonna have to have a look at that. Hang on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 10, 20, and then various hazard a guess kind of moments from there on.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, well I'm afraid I've smashed my first pint of water already in the time that we've just been going through the liveries. My bladder is now calling for me to visit the the toilet again, so I'll leave you in Kodiak capable hands while we hope the server is duct taped back together again.
Well, yes, unfortunately, you do that, sir. And yes, thank you for those that have been with us. I'm just going to have a look at what's being said here, just to see if there's an update available. Da-da-da-da-da. It doesn't look like we've had the event, unless the event has been called off in the driver's briefing. Of course, we're not in that. Let me just message Pittman to ask. Which would be a great shame because we've had a lot of fun going through all the cars. And this is a very freak incident. This is the fourth in the series. So they've had 3 races up to this point. And it would be a great shame if this were to be the case. But yeah, technical problems happen. They happen to the best of them. So this really shouldn't be seen as a negative reflection on THR or any some such. It is a great shame if that is the case. But issues occur, and it's not always in the control of the organizers. I can see there is no one actually in session at the moment. I'm looking at both servers. One's offline. There's only one in the other one. This seems to me like it's been called off.
Bonsoir.
Hello again, PLB. I'm seeking confirmation as to whether the race has been called off or not. I'm not seeing any text to that degree, but this may have been announced in the driver's briefing. Obviously, we're not in. I've messaged Pittman, but I haven't had an answer yet. I'm just going to hop in to see if anything is being mentioned in the briefing right now. I shall be right back.
No problem at all. Well, it'll be disappointing, guys, if, ladies and gentlemen, if we do call off the race at this stage. But I think given we've lost almost an hour now, and I'm sure there'll be people like myself who will be thinking about late bedtimes and early starts for work in the morning. We'll see where it goes. Not been called off, I'm hearing in chat, so we'll see if that's going to be sorted up. Yeah, Lafrage, to your point there, I think it's very much a stressful time as a server manager or event organizer when something like this is happening. I've had similar problems myself before organising events over at Syndicate Motorsports, and I can only sympathise for those who are sorting the issue out. I know how incredibly stressful it can be, especially when you've got loads of different people that you're trying to communicate with and keep abreast of the situation. Their DMs will probably be blowing up as well, and it's very difficult to address everyone's concerns and keep everyone up to. But as I'm hearing, and just for everyone's clarification, I am not hearing that the race has been cancelled, and we will wait for further information before we update you guys on what's going on. But thank you all for being here in the chat with us, and hopefully we can keep you guys and girls entertained until we get things underway here.
There is literally nothing being said
Right.
in the driver's briefing, unfortunately. I think it is Valentin and Pittman going over the server logs. Both servers are actually offline now. We are an hour past the due schedule date, and I get a feeling. Okay, so Pittman said, because I have asked, has the race been called up? He says, no, not yet. So he is still trying to solve the issue that is delaying tonight's festivities. But I just get a feeling that if it's not resolved soon, it will be too late for a lot of our drivers to realistically be able to take part.
Yeah, hearing in YouTube chat right now that everything is still scheduled to proceed as previously planned, although starting later, obviously. But we will sit tight and wait for further instructions until such time. So we've been through the liveries. Can anyone think of anything else that we would like to discuss or look into in the meantime?
Merlin in chat says, I already ate all my snacks.
That's why you've got to have reserve snacks in case you get through the initial set. There's always time for second breakfast.
Yes, Hobbit.
Does that make you Gandalf then?
I'm old enough. Old enough. Getting dark. It was light when we started. I mean, it was always going to be dark by the time we finished, but we haven't even started yet. This very much reminds me, actually, of one of my more challenging F1 commentaries that never had any racing in it. There was an Xbox race. It was for what was called, well, it still is now called the Challenger Series. It was a qualification race for the Challenger Series. And Xbox Live crashed every time we tried to launch a server. So this very much reminds me of the amount of filling in that me and my co-commentator had to do. But the thing is, we've just gone through a whole mass list of liveries and had a lot of fun talking about the drivers. We didn't really have that. We had a stock of things to talk about, and we burned through those. And just to the point, thankfully, we'd run out of stuff to talk about was when the race was called off. So we've already exceeded that, trying to get this one underway.
Well, we've had a recommendation in chat from Clutch to run through a lap of the track and overtaking spots, etc. So it would be easier if someone was driving around the circuit. Is any server running right now which we could track?
No. Not unless you jump into a completely random one, but it won't be very representative.
Yes.
Okay, someone's showing the rage here in chat. So sometimes reading chat, it's almost like reading your spam mail. It can be quite funny. I'm keeping my chocolate for between stints, but it's getting more difficult, says Costo. Benjamin Nass says, what's your number? I can fax you some Cadbury's. When was the last time anyone mentioned a fax?
I think Herr Moll mentioned a fax recently, and I said, I'm sure that you weren't alive at the time where faxes were actually being used for anything.
Oh,
so free cam should be F7. If I give that a shot.
F7?
F7. No, not
doesn't.
getting...
But I wonder if that's disabled because we have auto start.
Oh, that's true. Actually, let me just turn that off.
That would. I wonder if that was a thing because we're forced into the pit lane.
Could be. Viles, hello.
Interesting. Apparently, one of the issue is around the real penalty system. That is what has been identified as the issue. apparently one of the RP devs is looking over the log files.
Right.
You don't get that in any other community, do you? Other than pretty much AC modding, where on a Sunday afternoon, the dev of a mod is available to look over logs for an endurance race.
Well, I suppose their real penalty logo is proudly presented at the top left of the stream. That shows a close affiliation between THR and real penalty, which I'm sure is coming in clutch right now.
I wonder if the dev is part of the community or something like that. So that would make sense. One of the people from THR has made this. That would, their affiliation with vintage endurance racing. That would make sense.
Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do, guys, is because we have no activity on the server, I'm going to quickly disable my current session of AC. I'm going to load into an AI-filled version, and we're just going to watch them bang around the track, and we'll talk about the track and overtaking points, and maybe the AI will give us a little bit of a flavour of some of the points where you might see a little bit of drama unfolding. So
in these cars?
In these cars with these liveries. So just give me two seconds.
Great shout.
And which will get that going.
It's essentially where your action points are going to be is the Mulsanne corner, which is the end of the Hernardier Straight, according to my track map at least. I know a lot of people call it Mulsanne Straight, a lot of people call it Hernardier. Whatever it is, that is one of your main spots. One of your main points of action is that turn at the end of a honking great big long straight. Then you'll have action into Indianapolis because it is really tight, and going too wide there, as was proved in practice, basically just causes you to go over the edge of a wall.
Yeah, which is a surefire way to ruin your race.
We saw some very interestingly rearranged cars in practice. We saw one of the Fords, I can't remember who it was, with both of their wheels almost locked completely 90 degrees to where it should have been.
Oh, really?
It's just, that was the one that was causing all the smoke, remember?
Oh, yes, yeah.
We had another one turn into what you call the machine gun, which was, I don't know how on earth they did that. They basically snapped the front right wheel off, but all the sparks was just going in a dead straight line, straight out the left side of the car. Amazingly, still doing it when the car keeps stationary.
Okay, guys, so here we've got the AI flooring it around the track at the moment. What we've seen so far is the start of the race being quite a tricky part for all the drivers involved here, because it's not a standing start or a rolling start. You're basically coming out of your grid box at 45 degrees and everyone's trying to turn right at the same time. And with 51 cars on the track, that becomes a very precarious affair, I'm sure. That's quickly followed by the quick right-hander up towards Dunlop, which is, of course, the famous corner, and the bridge over the track, which then is immediately followed by the S's, which in this particular variation of the track is a very narrow, enclosed space, which involves some very, let's say, brave manoeuvring to get the most speed out of the car through that part of the track. But of course, the walls are not going to be very forgiving, and that will very quickly result in a large amount of drama, particularly if one of the earlier cars in the pack makes a mistake there and there's suddenly a pile-up, because there's not a lot of manoeuvring room there. And if you do manoeuvre, it's going to end up very quickly with a short trip to the wall and a very long drive back to the pit lane. Then you hit Tetra Rouge, and then you're onto the Mulsanne Straight, which is what we're looking at right now. And of course, this is where a drag race basically unfolds between the variety of cars that we have on the grid. And just for the avoidance of any doubts here, anyone who isn't clear, this is just AI racing while we wait for the devs to sort out the server. But on the way down the Mulsanne Straight, you quickly come across an area called the Kink, which is what we've just seen, and that's an area where you don't want to really be too wide, but you can pull it off. 3 wide is an absolute death sentence. And then you come into what is probably one of the most difficult parts of the track in this particular configuration, particularly in this era of cars, which is the Mulsanne corner at the end of the straight, where you have to get your braking point just right, otherwise you're going straight off the end of the track or into a sandbank. Pulling that off correctly, you end up on the run down towards Indianapolis after a little bit of jiggery pokery. But of course, Indianapolis is another part of the track where you again need to be demonstrating a level of precision driving and confidence that is difficult to maintain for 6 hours. And if we go on board here, you can see just what this looks like from the first person point of view. AI catching a bit of grass there on the way in there, which is probably a very wise thing to avoid. Getting the speed down before turning left and avoiding that sandbank. That's a very quick way to pick up a bit of suspension damage there before the run down to Arnage, which is a track corner, or a corner I know very well, having spent a lot of time there in real Le Mans racing. Sharp right 90-degree corner, which is quite tricky to pull off, and making sure you don't go back on the throttle a bit too optimistically. But then following that, you start running down to, I guess what in the modern layout would be the Porsche curves, but I think in the current configuration it is quite a bit different. But the next piece of interesting track here is Maison Blanche, which of course the AI, I've been told in chat, will be a little bit slower than it should be. But oh, server's back up apparently, I'm being told. Can people confirm that before we switch back over?
I will. Not according to the timing screens, at least. I will come out of the old session, which means I don't get to stare at our lovely liveries. It has been suggested to try and run without the... no, the server is not back up, by the way.
Okay, server's not back up.
No, one driver did suggest running without the real penalty. Running apparently can't... well, it's been said by Valentin that we can't change driver without it, which strikes me a bit strange, but...
Yeah, interesting. Can I get a confirmation in chat whether the volumes are okay with all the cars driving past? Can you still hear Kodiak and I okay? And this is just AI driving, guys. This isn't the real race yet. We are just waiting for the service to be fixed. And we thought it'd give you something to look at.
I mean, unfortunately, if it doesn't start soon, we will... I suspect if they do get this running, they may shorten the race, which would seem fair, because otherwise we're going to be running to a doomsday at this rate.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate. Now, something else actually, going back to the track configuration at the moment, of course, at this era of racing, the straight that we're looking at right now is just very, very long and very, very straight, as the name would suggest. But of course, in latter years, I think following the Group C incidents, was it Group C with the CLKs doing flips down this straight?
It was indeed.
They decided to put in a couple of the chicanes to slow things down. I think also around that time the lap times were coming down so significantly that they wanted to ensure that they were doing something to slow the cars down a little bit in general, because it quickly became very clear that teams pushing things a little bit too far would make things quite unsafe. So,
that's motorsport in general, isn't it? I mean, how many different categories of racing have seen changes come in for exactly that same reason?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much every category of motorsport has had rule changes because the speeds have gotten too high. That is the nature of the beast, isn't it?
CLKs were 99, thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Yeah. I'm reading driver chat, that's why I got quiet.
That's okay, no problem at all. But yes, I'd be interested to see actually how the entirety of the grid navigates the first couple of laps of this, when everyone's a bit more bunched up. After that, it'll start to get a bit more spread out, and you'll settle into the normal routine of multi-class endurance racing, where traffic becomes your primary concern, navigating through the slower classes. But in the initial couple of laps, I think we'll see a very large proportion of drivers tackling these tricky corners in a group, which will make things spicy in some situations. So hopefully we don't see a big issue which causes any further delays to the race. But my god, the AI doing a great job of surviving through Indianapolis there, despite looking like it was about to fly off to Brazil. CLRs, thank you, Muesli. That's the one. Vile saying, how were the 90s, Andrew? Showing his age there.
Well, 70 is up.
It is, okay. Shall we...
I can confirm that.
Can you just hop on and see if you're getting the real penalty issue?
Yeah, true. So are you live the whole time?
We have been filling time.
We have been live, yes.
Yeah, so I had no time to check that because I tried to solve the issue. Yeah.
Yeah, of
So
course.
we had a huge problem, two huge problems. First problem was and we checked this in the morning, double checked this in the morning, and it worked. So we had set up the starting lineup based on the qualifying the drivers drove during the week, and when the drivers entered the server at half past 4, then we had the P2000 cars in front of the P7000 cars, which would have caused a mayhem at the start.
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, so we started to stop that, decided to stop that and try to solve it with another event we set up in our server manager that turned out good. Then we started that event and the drivers joined, and then they got the message that real penalty is not running well. So, and we need real penalty for the driver swap that it works. So I think this is, we have tested it several times now. I have changed one thing now, and I was in talk with the real penalty developer, so he gave me a tip there. We try it once more, so I also restarted our whole server machine, so maybe that fixed something. Now the drivers try to join. We are back on THR 5, so the race will be on THR 5.
Are you
We hope
wanting us to stay out for now, or shall we join in our TV spots?
I think just wait a little second and then go in. I will give you a sign then, but for now it's looking good, I think. But I can't control because I'm here with you, not in the other stage, so I have to switch to check if everything was okay, and then I will come back. All I can do is
Yep, and I've just quickly put a PirateLaserBeam screen up there. I just didn't want people getting confused with watching AI racing, that was the actual race that we're covering. So I've just quickly reversed out of that, and we've got a PirateLaserBeam screen up until we hear a little bit more information. I'm going to quickly just go on mute for a little bit, grab another drink, and we'll be back shortly until we hear more from the race organisers as to when we might be getting this underway. Okay, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are back on the server now, and apparently everything is up and running and ready to go. So hopefully in a few moments' time we will be concluding what looks to be the last 8.5 minutes of practice time, and then the race will start.
Yowzers, AC is loud in my head. I just jumped on board with the 77, which is currently in P2 on the timing screen, giving it plenty of sideways. And yeah, that thing's deafening when riding on board.
Yeah, I'm amazed actually. I've got AC turned down, like volume-wise, in the volume mixer, and it's still very loud. So
yeah. Well, what a noise, though.
Let's go on board though and just take an opportunity to do the onboard lap that we were looking at hoping doing previously. That previously was a little bit of AI driving. This is now back to the real drivers, and we're on board here with the Livery Blue Arrow team in the P7000, just coming through THR and onto the Mulsanne straights here.
I'm going to have to turn AC down as well. That is so loud.
Quite a lot of volume coming out of these cars. So really, the Mulsanne straight here, particularly in these cars, is a drag race. You know, even within the P7000 class, there will be cars which are slightly faster than others. As you can see here, I think the
who are you riding on board with?
Livery Blue Arrows,
yes.
number.
So am I. You
40.
to get a great sense of weaving your way through some of the slower cars as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But look how narrow the actual tarmac is compared to what it is now. All of the kind of dust, and off-track grass is all tarmac now.
It's nice to see that they have the safety trees in full effect here, so that you won't get too far off track should you leave the grey stuff.
Sure enough, you won't be in a drivable state should you leave the track either at some 80 kilometers an hour or something. Oh no, 300 kilometers an hour in some instances.
Yeah, it's a good way of testing your fibre against that of the trees, and let me tell you now, the trees will win that one.
By and large, yes, they do tend to be the victor.
Indeed.
Oh, I've lost the timing link. That's no good.
So a little bit of wheel-to-wheel action almost here between the Livery Blue Arrow team as they head down towards Indianapolis. Again, a very tricky corner, very easy to make a mistake here, which will certainly end your race very early on should a driver make too much of an exuberant entrance into this corner, followed by a very short trip into a barrier, or even worse, off the sandbank and to Brazil.
I do believe we have got 47 cars. The timing tower will actually include the TV broadcasters. So I'm looking at the timing screen. There's 51 entries.
Just saw the number 50 car take a little trip off the sandbank and then into the wall.
Oh, that'll be a Assetto Corsa then.
Oh, yes.
Crash with environment. Yes, I dare say that you didn't win that.
Sorry, Kodak, I cut you off there.
That's fine. I'm looking at the timing screen that says 51 entries. My tower says 50, probably because it doesn't give me any more than that. Oh, I think that's as many as I can fit on my screen. Yes, so it can't give me any more than that. I think we have got 47 cars, 47 or 48 cars ready to do battle here in the 1967 version of Le Mans.
Which is going to be one hell of a show, all things going well. There's Bottling Motorsport just leaving the pit lane by the looks of it, being overtaken into T1 by the Livery Blue Arrow team, which is currently running in P1 with a 3:27.154.
Looks a pretty smart lap from the number 40 car, so we'll see if that is represented. Well, 3:26.494 has just been set by the car that I thought was missing in action, the Side-Heart Motors number 127. So 3:27 looks like it's. Look how many cars. We've got 3 cars in the same second over a 3.5 minute lap. That's amazing.
Hey folks, are you ready to start the race?
We are ready.
We certainly are.
Good. Okay. We will start now in a few seconds.
Thank you very much.
1-2 minutes, and then it will go off.
Okay.
See you.
Thank you. Right, well, there you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting the race very soon. And I've just parked myself on the exit of THR here, but of course no cars now coming through. Perfect timing by PirateLaserBeam here. Oh, there we go, there's one.
I'd say, have you got a really great spectators point there?
I've just
I can't see where you are.
Just popped a little bit of free cam just on the exit before you come onto the Marathon straight here, so should be able to see it on the stream if you can.
You're sat on a hay bale then?
The hay bales are just behind me actually, so I'm just on the I'm on the deadly sandbank.
Yeah, have you got your camera out? Yeah, photographers are a crazy bunch as well. They like to do
Oh
things
yes,
like that.
especially at the Isle of Man TT. If you've ever seen some of the folks there. All right, okay, let's get ourselves positioned.
Right, 5 minutes before the race is due to begin. So the race timer is now underway. So everybody is lined up in This should be in qualifying order now.
Not entirely sure it is because I'm going to what looks like P1, and that's not.
That's right in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. They may have kind of abandoned that. I mean, in fairness, 20 cars qualified. There are 49 of them out there.
Can you please tell me who should be at the front of this pack? That'll
yes.
do. Number 92 car will do.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Oh, I can see number 11 keeps rolling out of the pit stall and then teleporting back again. And number 11 is, I don't know who number 11 is off the top of my head. Qualifying, yes, the qualifying order was here earlier. But I think that's going to be fairly academic, quite frankly. The car that actually qualified in pole position, it's your favourite, the Camry Marzi, the 727 car, was the one that got the quickest qualifying time. That's listed in P9 on my tower, but it is the one that is closest to the front. So
yes.
The tower will correct itself, basically, because the tower is probably not used to this style of starts, basically.
Correct, yes. Alright, so we had a request to see the Syndicate cars from Viles in chat. I have, 3 minutes before we get underway here, so I'll quickly take a look. Let's go to P5 view. So our first... Actually, that's the Moisey SimRacing team there, just saying a quick hello to Kaiser and so on. Here's the number 1 car for us, the 496 Syndicate Bottling, driven by David Ixardi and Forrest McCormack. And they're driving in the 496 grey and green livery. We've also got our P2000 entry, which is the Syndicate Eclair, driven by David Moll and Red. And they are down here in the P2000 class. Let's go back to this car. I just want to make sure I'm all set up here for the start of the race.
An hour and 40 minutes after when we should have done, but technical problems resolved, we hope, all being well. That's always a worry when I've just spotted car number 25 has disconnected from the session. They've reappeared. Never mind. They have loaded in successfully. That worried me for a moment there. A last-minute disconnection is never what you want to see. Well, what you don't want to see is a mass disconnection where everybody leaves.
Did you say mouse or mouse?
Well, you don't want to see a mouse. I wouldn't favour the Furby Road in this circumstance anyway. I don't think he'd win that particular fight.
So what you're saying here is in the epic showdown between trees, racing cars and mice, the mice are basically going to lose that 9 times out of 10.
I wouldn't bet on them. Wouldn't put money on that. Get used to this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be like this for the next 6 hours. We've been here we've been live for nearly 2 hours already. So expect a fair amount of joviality and English flavoured stupidity. 1 minute 20 then.
We've hit that stage of the commentary already, and it's only the beginning of the race.
We haven't even begun yet. Endurance racing. Actually, when I was first looking to get into more endurance racing commentary, I looked up like real life Le Mans commentary, just to kind of get some tips, and realised that very quickly they they kind of so within a few laps of the start, they will revert to having some fun. You know, like how many times could they fit the phrase "pink pig Porsche" in the same sentence? For instance? I remember what year that was. 19, I think. May not have been as long ago as that. Well,
that's quite a famous livery, isn't it? 30 seconds to go, everyone. I think Kodiak, I will just basically just try and do a bit of coverage of what's going on at the beginning part of the race, and then when things settle down a bit, we can get into more of a regular routine that works for you.
Yep, absolutely so.
And keep your eyes peeled for any action which we can hop around to. Alright, the lights are now present on the screen, everyone. We'll be getting underway here in just a matter of moments here as we start the 6 hours of Le Mans here. Lights are up, engines are revving. And away we go. Number 34 car getting a little bit of a tail-happy start there, but gets into an early lead, taking the inside line as the 92 squirrels its way out of the pit box, trying to find a way into traction as they come up towards Dunlop and over the top of the hill for the first inaugural lap of the race. It looks like the number 34 started to break away very early.
Big trouble at the back. Very, very big trouble. A good dozen cars in trouble there, but you keep an eye on the front.
Right, so first trip through the S's. I was worried this might be a little bit of a trip to Danger Town, but 92 managing to hold on to the rear end of the car there, quite loose by the looks of it, as they're struggling to get some heat into the tyres potentially as they come through Tête Rouge. For the first run down the Mulsanne straight, you can see the number 34 car really starting to break away now. I think the timing board is very much out of kilter at the moment, but the 34 is starting to break away with a pretty substantial gap. The Cami Mazzi Maserati 727 car is now leading the pack with a Ford Roadster, by the looks of it, right up the tailpipe. Almost nose to bumper by the looks of it as they head down towards the Mulsanne kink. I think we're going to see a little bit of an opportunity here for the 127 car to pop out from the right hand side behind Cami Mazzi and make an opportunity to overtake, although I would advise caution to those who are thinking about making that overtake work in the kink. Looks like the 727 has gone for the inside line there, taking a slightly defensive line. Or actually no, the straight line speed of the Maserati is coming in to its own at the moment as they clearly overtake the number 34, as does the 127 taking the slipstream, and so far everyone at the front of the pack here has managed to navigate through the Mulsanne kink without too much of a scrape or a bump. Number 34 looking to outbrake the 127 Ford into the Mulsanne corner as the Cami Mazzi Maserati almost gets the braking point wrong there and takes a little trip off onto the grass, but so far everyone has managed to make it through. Oh, I spoke too soon. We just had the first of our cars, the number 10, looking like the Logos team, taking a little bit of trip onto the sandbag there. Hopefully they haven't picked up suspension damage in the course of that incident. But the timing board is now back into normal operation, Kodiak.
It is indeed, yeah. Towards the back there was a lot of the pole starting number 34 got a bit uncomfortable in the braking zone of Arnage and Indianapolis, and off the road goes 127.
Oh no.
They did that several times in practice. On the opening lap they've flown off the road and right their way down, now outside the top 10. Oh, disastrous first effort from there. Of course you never want to be making a racing mistake anyway, but doing it on the opening lap of a 6-hour race, oh wow, was car number 16, that's SimRacing 1, caught either a rock or the apex really hard and entered Arnage on 2 wheels there. But
oh, wow.
Yes, now the timings board is now properly sorted out. The race being led towards the end of the first lap by our number 34 car, the MS Development. I forgot what car that is. I was going to try and identify what it was. That's Alona. So yes, here we go. Finally underway then. We had, I think, 2 non-starters. No, 1 non-starter. That orange car we were trying to identify, the 186, didn't get going. So I suspect that was, they may not have originally been part of the squad. Now the number 10 car had fallen down to 15th place.
Yes, looks like they picked up a bit of damage potentially with that little trip into the sandbanks.
Now, these teams know what their pit strategies are. They would have decided if they get damage early, they're going to have to limp for a while unless they're going to lose catastrophic amounts of time. I believe the minimum pit stop is 3 minutes. So whether they pit for damage, pit for tire change, whatever it is, they have got to be in there for 3 minutes. So when they start to lose that much time each lap, that's when they'll have to come in. I'm seeing lots of sideways action.
Yeah, the number 10 looks to be suffering from a bit of damage, potentially because they're very slow through the S's, and a bit of potential suspension damage by the looks of it, because they're struggling to keep the car going in the right direction all the time. But the still cut Jag just popped past there in P18 at the moment. But let's take a quick look at the Moisty Sim Racing guys, who are now wheel to wheel with car 188, I believe that is. Yeah, 108, sorry. It's the name I cannot pronounce. I'm just staring at it going, how do I say this word?
Oh, is that 7th you're looking at?
Yes, exactly, yes, but they've been overtaken.
Wasn't this the what was this in a different language? I've forgotten what.
Sweaty Lobsters, yes.
Sweaty Lobster.
The Sweaty Lobster. We'll call them the Sweaty Lobster team. But yes,
Sweaty Lobster.
They are going toe-to-toe with the Moisty Sim Racing Ford at the moment, as the Ford always takes a little trip off into the powder there, but manages to keep it just on the track in the nick of time. We'll see who outbrakes who into the braking zone of Mulsanne Corner.
Up top, Maserati and Lola arguing for the top spot of the race at the moment. If you watch on board with the third place car, the 26 Gwendale Rising Stars, the 26, you'll see the jostling going on between the top two. Well, there was, but again, that 34 car, the Lola, just keeping the Maserati at bay for now. I get notified of a crash that's happened, but sadly I don't see what position it was in. So I have to kind of try and figure out where people have had an incident. That'll something I'll probably get used to by the time the race finishes. But lots of side-by-sides still going on. The field now starting to kind of get into their established positions.
Yep, bit of action here between that Sim Racing team and Overdrive Racing. Only about 3/10 in it as they navigate through Indianapolis and down towards Arnage. Still quite grouped up here, looking to try and avoid any contact, as the number 78 team almost made a bit of contact there. Decided to take the evasive action route. Bit of kick of a tail there from the Ford as they came through Arnage. Let's take a quick look back at number 34 car, because what I'm keen to see here actually, sorry, let's just quickly look at these guys down here, because I just noticed that the number 92 car here is just navigating through Maison Blanche with a Ford hot on its heels. But what I'm keen to see is what's happening at the front now. We've got the number 34 car leading down the pit straight on the way to Dunlop. And what you'll see in the rearview mirror is Cami Mazzi in the 727 Maserati, which has the unique advantage, I think, of the straight line speed that it's going to need to try and close in on the 34. I'm just keen to see what happens to this 1.1 second gap by the end of the straight. I suspect we're going to see a Maserati in front of the 34, all going well. But at the moment, we've got the number 3 position going on the inside, just overtaking the Maserati. And this is where the Maserati is going to come into its own now. We're just going to go back on the exterior camera for these guys and just watch what their car can deliver in a straight line here. Am I correct in seeing, Kodiak, that we have number 34 coming up on the rear of the first of our lapped cars?
You are indeed, yeah. That is the 43 car that's already been into the pits, unfortunately. That's the SD Stern 3 car. Has had to see the pit lane already, sadly. So that is why they are already facing being a lap down within 10 minutes of Le Mans. Is never a good way to start the day, but long way to go. So we'll see if they are able to reclaim some lost time.
Look at the overtaking speed here of the Cami Mazzi Maserati. It's just come back from a 1.4 second deficit to overtake through just before the Mulsanne King, and now we'll put in a gap of approximately 1 second, I would have thought, by the time it hits Mulsanne Corner. Incredible straight line speed there. But the braking, I don't think, is going to be as good, as the 34 makes that second back with very little effort into the braking zone.
The 92 car just squeezing its way into 4th position past the number 36. So the SG Stern 1, number 92. We're getting 4th. So that is that's another one of our Lolas. Lola being certainly a very popular representation. Whilst there are limits as to how many of each car we could have, the Lola certainly being the most popular of the P7 class, although it is, or was briefly, a Maserati that was leading the way. That lead has changed hands once again.
Did you see the 77 just slide through Indianapolis there?
Yes. That's a bit of a... Well, we were told it was a bit of a beast. And, getting the thing to behave itself under braking seems to be the biggest challenge, but it's so narrow.
Very much so, very much so. Let's take a quick look back at some of the other teams at the moment, so we're not just hogging in the front. We've got that SimRacing team in P11 currently with Virtual Asphalt just behind, going wheel to wheel with the Overdrive Racing team coming through Arnage.
Oh, trouble. Car number 3, position 41. That's the Belga Racing team. Oh, nearly rolling back on. Well, did roll back onto the racing line following its incident. I can see car 11 is off into the dust as well. And that is the 42nd place Subcontinental Racing Ford. So that's just gotten going again. There's still incidents going on all over the place. Well, there will be all race long, I dare say. I just happened to spot that one.
Thank you, Kodiak. Just seeing here the Syndicate Eclair team in the P2000 class has just gone through Indianapolis, wheel to wheel with the 944 car, and they are joined by one of my favourites, the Revival Series team in that very dashing livery as they navigate through Arnage, and these guys are currently running what looks like 5th or 6th, I think, in the P2000 class, but they're very much in the action at the moment.
Excellent stuff. Fastest lap changed hands, I saw, but again at this early stage that is going to bounce around all over the place, as of course the cars are very, very heavy. At this point, I'm having a look at the moment at the 32nd overall place car, the CAF 944, and this is rather what you were looking at earlier. They were alongside the Revival Series cyclist number 41 for several corners. At the yellow and blue, that's kind of Swedish colours. Car has made its way up into 31st ahead of the CAF number 944.
I'm currently just watching the Moisture SimRacing team leading a pack of P7000s down the Mulsanne Straight. We've got about 5 teams in close proximity at the moment as they drag race towards the Mulsanne Kink. And it looks like they're going to go 2 wide through there, but we'll see if that turns into a 3 wide in a few moments, which will be a very spicy bit of racing if that's the Sweaty Lobster getting involved there.
That's going to make me chuckle all night. Sweaty Lobster, because we aren't going to pronounce what that actually says. Let's be quite honest about that. We aren't going to get that right. Yeah, going 3 wide with the road this narrow would be somewhat dead. Yeah, I'm not surprised. The driver currently in the 108 car didn't fancy trying to make that 3 wide. Oh, and that's too deep for the 127.
Oh, they're not having a great race, are they? They're very much scuffed up already, and they've been off the sandbanks once already.
And then right behind them, you've got the Akiri Blue Arrow, who we were riding on board with during the an early practice session with the Syndicate Bottle car in P10, the 496 car.
Still wheel to wheel between these two.
Yeah, now I've got a Hungarian flag on my driver tracker, which won't help in many other cases, but if that's giving me a clue on who's in the car, that tells me that it's David Nesketti that's in the 496 car at the moment, which is nice to know, but that won't always help in other cars that have numerous drivers of the same nationality.
Correct, and what we're seeing at the moment is the Syndicate Bottling 496 car joining the back of the pack as they've taken advantage of the battling going on up ahead of them, and that's allowed them to close in now into very much drafting distance, which will make the next step a little bit easier, but they first have to navigate through what looks to be 4 cars in close proximity, just coming up towards another run down the pit straight. Wonder if they'll get an opportunity down the straight to draft a bit more.
I can confirm it is indeed David Sketty that is in that car now that the driver tracker element is working, which I am very, very glad about. Oh, wow. As the Syndicate, I was still riding on board with the 496 car. He got all wrong. All arms and elbows coming into that small chicane, just coming down the start finish straight, but still managed to keep his boot in and power through it. As again, the Sweaty Lobster and Moisty cars still battling. Oh, was I think the Moisty car just bowed out of that one a little bit. Yeah, that beautiful paintwork severely scuffed up.
There's something unpleasant about the mental image of a Sweaty Lobster and a Moisty Ford having a fight down down the S's, but that's what we are observing right now.
There's not many instances where that sentence holds correct context. Let's be honest.
So popping on board now inside the 496, not being biased at the Syndicate team, but just by the fact that they are at the back of this train leading on to the Mulsanne Straight. I want to see whether they have the straight line speed here with the tow to make a little bit of gains here. But what I'm seeing is actually the Ford still stepping away, despite the fact that they are in draft, and they aren't closing very quickly, and if they did, they have the number 40 car ahead of them, which is very much blocking the route through.
Well, we'll see what they do here. As again, that Ford just creeps ahead, just as you say. The Syndicate car, yeah, mine running on board with just over 300 kilometers an hour. It's, no matter what unit of measurement you use, that's stonkingly quick. As they're screaming along the Hanadio once more towards Mulsanne Corner. And even these things need to let off a little bit as that little right-hander before the main braking zone. Or they just scrub off speed because they are turning, either or. And people trying to sort themselves out. There's been an incident at that very corner, it would seem, between several cars. I just noticed there's probably the people arguing with the hay bales. They're amazingly strong hay bales.
So am I correct in thinking that we are actually seeing a couple of, yes, the number 26 position, I think, from the P2000 class is now in the mix up ahead of us. That's going to be causing a little bit of a mobile chicane for some of the drivers coming up now to overtake.
The P26 car is the Glendale Rising Stars.
I believe that's their car. Oh, 127 getting a little bit skew whiff on the run down to Indianapolis there, but managed to hold on to it.
The Glendale car's in second, so they are there, and they should be there. Go on.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a really terrible rejoin as well, but thankfully everyone's managed to get past in one piece. Like, not entirely sure which car that was, but they did go straight over the sandbank and then did a really nasty rejoin, which caused a little bit of a problem for some of the drivers, but no actual contact by the looks of it.
That's good.
So the 127 car and the 34 are back at it, coming through Maison Blanche, wheel to wheel.
Another position of swap and just sees the 34 that was up until was into the lead, but now finds itself in fifth place or battling the 127 car, the Sidehouse Motorsports. Sidehouse Motorsports car for fifth place. The 127 car muscling its way through, or trying to, is Ford versus Lola here. So what has happened to the 34 to drop it? Unfortunately, one thing we don't have access to is kind of live replays and what have you. So I'm unable to investigate why a car has fallen down the field. But considering that car was leading the way in the opening few minutes of the lap, now finds itself down to fifth position, which is still a very strong position in a grid of what is 45 running cars. I think we may have lost a couple already. Bigger one. There's just a few that are already a lap down in this race. Some people already having difficulties, already seeing the pit lane, which is an unfortunate event. But that being said, the lead may well have changed hands to the Cami Marzi 727 car, but it's still not by very much. Only 1.67s over the Glendale car that finds itself screaming its way down the Hanadio once more.
The number 50 car, just to answer your request there, Sardinian YouTuber, is currently running a bit of free air between P27 and P29, but making good progress by the looks of it. No particular action around there at the moment. But let's go back to Moisty SimRacing, which seems to be back in a trio with the P4, the Bottling Motorsport, or Syndicate Bottling, if I can say the correct team name, the Akiri Blue Arrow and the Moisty SimRacing board as they make their way down to the Mulsanne Kink.
Yeah, these three have been locked together for a few laps now. They were hustling the sweaty lobster, which I can't say any sentence with sweaty lobster in it with a straight face, I'm afraid. So they've lost the back of the red 108 car at the moment. I've just spotted there was a change for third there. They're still having an argument as they come through the Mulsanne corner, but the 36 car hustled onto the grass a little bit, costing him a bit of momentum. 92 gets up into that podium spot. Briefly, as now the right foot of the Italian driver in the 36 car, which is Andres Rogel, I think, in the 36. It is indeed.
Just coming up to Indianapolis now as the 92 looks to have the inside line. But the 36 is just managing to steer clear of any contact there.
They look horribly uncomfortable under brakes coming through there. They really do.
They don't look too happy at all. I suppose what they have on these, they won't be... they'd be drums or discs at this. They wouldn't be discs at this stage, would they?
No, they'd be drums.
Yeah,
drums. And truly. That's why it takes them a week to slow down. Well, the drums are probably modern technology. They're probably bin lids at this point.
I suppose that's why Ford came up with that solution to replace the entire brake assembly rather than anything else, because it would allow them to keep the brakes active-wise.
Very much so.
Just going back to the Moisty SimRacing car here, we've got the Akiri Blue Arrows and Syndicate Bottling right in close proximity, coming through Maison Blanche, with the number 3 car up ahead now just starting to experience its first few overtakes from the faster class, getting a good job of getting out the way.
I was about to say there's an imposter in there somewhere. It isn't really the Belga. A really rough start to the race. A few cars having been through the pits, and I think that is one of them. Yeah, they were in the pits a couple of laps ago, so not a good start for them. But yeah, the Syndicate car staring at still playing ringside seats in the battle ahead of them for 8th place. It's not slowing them down too much, although they are a couple of seconds off the ultimate lead pace, which in other racing disciplines would be a huge gap. In endurance racing, a couple of seconds a lap is not necessarily too bad around Le Mans. It's a gap that you can either make back. Different drivers tackle the circuits in different ways or have different abilities, etc., etc. So that's not anything too much to read into at this point. I'm keeping an eye on the leaders as well, Kamimazzi and Gwendal. That gap has shrunk a little bit. Gwendal was a bit quicker on the lap last time around by, well, literally a bit, half a second. Just over a 3.5 minute lap may not sound a lot, but when the gap is only a couple of seconds in distance, again, half a second is quite a significant percentage of that gap. But now the Kamimazzi, that Maserati, I think you said it earlier, Pirate, is an absolute missile in a straight line. It's in the twistier bits where the Maserati loses out a bit, which this version of Le Mans is not so bad, but in other races I would imagine that's quite a handicap. I think, didn't you say that the brakes on the Maserati are an afterthought?
I believe so, yeah. Sorry, the stream's having a little bit of an issue here because of potentially the bad weather we're experiencing right now, so hopefully that sorts itself out in a few seconds.
If not, I can try and switch over to being streamer.
That might be an idea if it carries on being problematic. Can you replicate the layouts that I have on screen at the moment?
I can. I will try. What I'll do is I'll just set that up just in case I need to take that over. I've got a layout here. I will do my best to replicate what you've got.
Thank you.
You'll have to let me know. If I see you suddenly vanish, then I know all is not well.
Yeah, it's a little bit fluctuaty at the moment, but there was an amber warning for weather here, which may be causing issues with the internet right now.
It's not much fun around here either, lad, but I'm not in the middle of the sticks, so
yeah.
Right, you take the reins for now. Let me set up here.
Okay, it's stabilised again for the time being. Let's hope that stays okay. Right, so let's just crack on. And in the meantime, if you could just prepare, just in case you need to step in again, that would be great. But down here in the P7000 class, we've got P18, 19, and 20 in relatively close proximity, just coming through our nage as the Jaguar in the number 17 car there looks to try and make a bit of ground on the back of what seems to be the back end of the P7000s at the moment. God, that Jaguar just literally sounds like an aeroplane more than a car.
It has quite a it's quite a distinct noise. I am nearly ready here, sir, if you need me to take the streaming duty.
Okay, we'll just, yeah, if it does it again, we might need to switch over, but if you could just do your best to replicate the layouts, that would be great, and let me know if you need any advice on which thing is which.
Yeah, we'll do. I'm just setting up my OBS first.
But going back to the Acuri Blue Arrow team and Syndicate Bottling, they are still battling down the Mulsanne Straight. They've been in close formation now for some number of laps and are battling as busily as they have ever been. It's only 1/10 of a second in it as they start to overtake some of the slower P2000 class cars in formation. But Bottling is starting to work its way up the grid. It's about in the upper third, I'd say. But the Acuri Blue Arrow team is doing a great job of defending at the moment, and they are also fighting with the Moisty SimRacing Ford, which is still a battle which is unfolding here as they come up to Mulsanne Corner. Again, a measure of braveness for the drivers as to how late on the brakes they are willing to get. As the number 40 car seems to outbrake, but overcooks it slightly, allowing the Moisty SimRacing guys to get back into the lead. So with half an hour of racing completed, they have very much kept the pressure on, but I think the pit stops will start to come into play in the latter stages of this race, and that will start to shake things up a little bit. No doubts making Kodiak's and my job very difficult.
Well, I just noticed that you have your layout completely opposite to me.
Yeah, this is the layout that Pitman sent over, so I've just tried to replicate that as best I could.
I will do my best with it, sir. Because I usually have my tower on the left.
Yeah, that's where I normally put it as well, but seemingly not so here. Right, let's go down to that SimRacing team, which has got III Racing 31, only half a second behind as they come through on nage. Few little select pockets of action developing here. Cami Mazzi though on the number 1 spot there, 5 seconds clear of Gwendu Rising Stars, so pretty substantial gap being opened there. But the number 16 here coming under some significant pressure from the number 31 car behind as they come up to Maison Blanche. They've specifically been warned about overtaking here, but the number 31 has gone past and did so without causing too much drama.
Unfortunately, I can't get my add-ons to sit in the exact position that you had them. It's somewhat frustrating.
So still wheel to wheel here in P15 and 16 as that SimRacing team and III Racing 31 in the 31 car, sorry, are going at the S's together. We'll see on the marathon straight who's got the straight line speed and whether the toe is enough to allow the number 16 Lola to catch up with the Ford. But that's a 0.6 second gap at the start of the straight, which we'll see where that ends up at towards the end. Otherwise, still looking up towards the top of the leaderboard, you can see the Akuri Blue Arrow team in the number 40 car fighting with the 54 Moisey SimRacing team. And equally, we've got the Virtual Asphalt team in the number 22 fighting with the number 10 Logos, which I think, or Logos, which I think was suffering from what looked like suspension damage earlier in the race, but seems to be holding its own again now.
Okay, I think I am as close to yours. The only thing I don't have is the THR sponsors.
That's in the
you
logo
have
pack.
you have the. Oh, okay.
And you add that directly into OBS. It's just a layer, I think. So. Shame I can't send it to you directly, but.
I will be back with you shortly.
Apologies there, everyone, I clicked on the wrong button. There is a short delay before the racing will come back. So, in the first half an hour, we've seen quite a big shake-up of the grid. The number 34 car, which initially started the race in first place, is now finding itself down in 5th place, following Curson Vector. The 127 car, currently running in P6, was starting strong in the beginning of the race, but had a few little trips off the sandbanks and has now dropped down to P6. And hopefully will be finding its way further back up the grid. Kamimazzi in first place, though, is stealing the show right now with a early lead here with a 5-second gap, followed by Guandu Rising Stars, and then Stern 192 car is currently running in 3rd place. Let's take a little bit look down at the P2000 class. So we've been hogging things up here with the P7000. So here we have the 944 livery that Kodak was mentioning how good it looked earlier on, being chased down the Mulsanne straight here by the Ramada Vintage racing team, which looks to be in a Nissan, and seemingly looking to try and make the overtake work, with the slipstream having come in to full effect there. And these guys are now starting to try and catch up with the Revival series in the 41 car. Thank you, Shaw, for your kind words.
Nearly there.
Running all the way. So, taking a look here at the number 17 car, we've got 2 Jags, the 17 and the number 8, now going hammer and tong through the S's as they 2 Jags have found themselves in close proximity, which is going to be an absolute treat for the ears, no doubt, as they come up towards Tetra Rouge and onto Mulsanne Straight. They are right behind another car, but that seems to be out of sequence because the number 17 is 7.3 seconds behind its closest rival, but you can see that they are overtaking another P2000 car, which I think is the number 20, or P20. And the 2 Jags are now opening up the taps and heading down the Mulsanne Straight, sounding like a couple of Spitfires. Well, actually, no, they have a bit more of a rumbly growl, don't they? I'm not sure what it sounds like, but it's certainly a very nice sound indeed.
Okay, I'm set up ready to take over. Should you need to now?
Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Worst case, we'll switch over to yours. I assume everyone in chat, the stream is coming through loud and clear and everything's okay for the time being, and we'll hope that there's no more weather-induced incidents. Looks like despite sorry,
the joy of the British weather.
Oh yes, yes. It wouldn't be any event in the UK, wherever you're dialing in from, without weather causing some bit of havoc. But what's interesting there is that the P8 and 17 got onto the Marsan Straight pretty much, less than half a car's width apart, and the 17 has finished the straight well ahead. So I don't know if that's a difference in setup that they have applied there, but the 17 certainly seems to have a bit more grunt in their straight line.
I think we have lost potentially 2 cars from this race that I can see that have disconnected. The number 91, the SG Stern 4 car, I think has left us. That is a great shame. So early on, only 5 laps done. That's the number 91 no longer in session. So that's Max Florence and Alexander Bettel in the black Nissan. That's a shame. I really like that, the look of that car. Also, I think one we have just lost is the number 11 car, the Subcontinental. That's, again, another one I was looking forward to seeing, the Ford GT40. Alex Afonso and Yam Stam. Favourite name drivers as well.
Yam Stam.
No longer... Yam Stam.
Great
No
name.
longer in session, alas.
I know.
Oh, the 727 has just hit something, apparently. That's one of our front-running cars.
Oh, that's the Cami Massey.
Yes, I've just seen... Oh, that's a race leader, indeed.
Yes,
they're still going, so they probably... The thing is, I get a notification when someone has hit something, but it doesn't tell me how hard it hit it. So it could be just a graze with the... I can't really say barrier, well, either a fence or a hay bale, and it doesn't really give me any more indication than that. So never mind. It's still running on. Fastest lap of the race is now with our up to 4th place car, our former race leader, the number 34. The MS Development Lola is now starting to find its pace again. Fastest lap, I think, a couple of laps ago. Our driver's now settling into their rhythms.
Yep, the number 17 Jag XJ13 is once again going wheel to wheel with the number 8 Jag as they come over Dunlop and into the S's. I think these two seem to have caught each other up in the latter stages of the race, but number 17 almost grazing the wall through the S's there. But these two, I think what we saw previously was that they start the straight and pretty close formation, and they seem to open a gap by the end. So it'll be interesting to see if that happens again. We're looking at 0.6 of a gap at the start, and we'll see where that ends up.
Battle for second continues. Gwendal and SG Stern 1. They are still only half a second apart, and then right behind them, battle for 4th is our current fastest lap holder, the MS Development 34, being chased by the QSim Vector 36. So I think we'll find who's in which car. So the MS Development number 34 is currently in the hands of Kamikaze 31, and the 36 car currently being driven by Andreas Rogel. So those are the two that are... Oh, a lot of traffic coming into Indianapolis for those two.
Yes.
Every time we look at these P7 cars, they are so squiggly on the brakes.
Especially when you're trying to avoid a slower car in front. There's not much opportunity there to manoeuvre. But the 34 and the 36 have managed to work their way through, followed by... Oh, that's the Syndicate Eclair just popping through an arch there. Always nice to see.
Well, let's have a look at... I'm just going to have a look at who's doing what position-wise in the P2 class. So leading the P2 class is the 26th overall position car of Northeast Endurance, the yellow chevron. They lead their class by quite a way. Oh, lovely bit of sliding going on through the early turns for the 77 car. Who commands that at present? That is...
Where are you looking? Sorry,
Adam
47.
Keith. 26th position. Yes, the number 47 car.
Oh, yes, that's
leads
on the
way
chevrons.
Yes, the yellow chevron. Leads the P2 class at present. Second is the 41. The Thundering Trio. Again, screaming its way down the Hanadia at the moment. That's our lead Nissan.
And that's the point where I jump in, okay?
Pittman.
I took the chance because I have to drive the next stint, and now I have a little moment to enter the stream. So Thundering Trio, that's my team, and my teammate did a pretty good job until now. So I, after all the stress we had in the last couple minutes, an hour, I hope that I get into the racing mood when I take over the car and don't do any shit to lose that position he already gained. Yeah, it's pretty difficult as an admin to drive, especially in such situations like today when it goes wrong, and everyone waits, and you want to help and want to get it rolling, and you can't find the solution, and it's pretty difficult. And then on top of that, I also want to drive and to get into that mood again. I think it would not be so easy. So therefore, I took the chance to get into the stream now, and I hope that I have a small break after that to calm down a little bit
and actually enjoy the racing as it continues. So where are you hoping to stay inside the top 3? Are you gunning for the win? Where are you hoping for the Thundering Trio number 97 car to finish?
Yeah, the race is still long. We are 3 drivers on that car, so each are individual. Marga is the fastest of us. I think when he drives out some seconds for us, that will be good. I'm not sure if we can stay on that position until the end of the race, but a lot will happen in this race, as we have seen already. Let's see where it ends then. Yesterday, the practice races went not that good. The practice races last week went pretty good. So let's see. It depends on how far I get into the racing mood or not.
So is it going to be equal stints, 2 hours apiece?
Yeah. We strategy-wise, might have been better to one stint per with 2 drivers and a double stint with the 3rd driver. But we said it's okay, or it's a good thing that everyone has 2 hours to drive. So we divided it equally.
So tell us a little bit about your pick of car. What's drawn your team to this particular choice, and where are the strengths and weaknesses of your chosen vehicle for the evening?
The original plan was that we all test all cars and then that we talk with each other and decide, but that did not work out because we were so much so busy with setting all this up. So there's a lot we have to do with the admins in the background, so what no one else sees. We try to do it as professional as possible while not being a professional community. But as you saw before the race started, it did not turn out well. But now that they are all running, it looks very good. So it was worth doing it. And in the end, the car choice, so Marga drove all the cars, and he said the Nissan seemed to be the car where he thinks we can all drive. Not easily, but it is good to handle a car which is good to handle, and that was the decision then. So he said let's pick that car, and then we picked it. Yeah.
Very nice. Now we had a bit of information from one of the drivers initially, telling us a bit about the P7000 class and which cars had which pit stop requirements based on fuel and consumption and fuel tank size. From the P2000 class, what are the main kind of characteristics there? Is there any one particular car better at having a shorter number of stops, or are they all pretty even?
I think they are pretty even. There are differences, but I hope that Valentin enters the chat later, or the stream later. He can tell more about the different cars. What I can tell is that our stint will be divided by a short stop. So we have one short stop, and then we do the long stop. So after, I think, 1.5 hours, we will have a short stop to fuel in another 30 liters, and then we will do the long stop after 2 hours. And one of the biggest advantages of the smaller cars is, not for all of them, but for many, that you can go flat out in many corners. For example, the Dunlop corner, the first corner, or the Maison Blanche at the end of the track. So that makes it easier to drive them. But what is different or difficult is when the fast cars approach, that you have to move to a side and give them room to overtake. So I will do the night stint, and I think that can become difficult.
I was going to say that these multi-class racing always has that challenge. If you're in the slower class, you still got to remain predictable, but equally you don't want to get in anybody's way. So darkness descending. You've got, as you said, you've got the unfortunate part of the dark driving hours. How much more difficult is it driving in the dark than in the day?
It's more difficult because you don't see your reference points that good. So the brake points and the points where you try to steer into the corner, that's a little difficult. I changed my post-processing filter yet short before the race because the signs on track, so the markers, the 300, 200, 100 meter markers, were too bright, so I could not see them very good, and so I changed my filter now. I think it would be better now in race. I think that was a good decision to do. Yeah, and overall, it's all dark, so when you are out there, I hope it turns out good. I drove in the night, I practiced in the night, so it will work. But sometimes on the long straight, I try to have my view onto my mini map in the car, so that I see if a car is approaching from the back, because you can't see the lights that far from inside a car. So when a car is behind you, sometimes it pops up, and you are a little bit surprised if you don't scan your mini map in car all the time to see if there's a car approaching.
Yeah. Very good, very good.
So,
how about track temperature? Does it cool down overnight and that cause a difference in the handling characteristics, or is it generally predictable enough that you can make that shift okay?
Yeah, that does not change. It's set up like a steady temperature.
Okay.
In future races, we might think about using live weather from the positions. We do it in some of our series we did in the past, so that works already, but not for such a big event here.
Excellent stuff. Well, we will leave you to prepare for your stint. Thank you very much, Pitman, for coming to join us in the box. Hopefully we'll have a chance to chat to you later. And thank you again for wrestling with the server to make it work once again. So rather than postponing the event, it's we look forward to a good night's racing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And thank you for staying with us. And I heard that you commentated all the time when the server wasn't up. So I'm looking forward to watch that when this all is done.
We did an
so thank you very
run
much.
through of the liveries, so yes.
Yeah, that was
great.
So you have something to you could turn that into like an introduction video for the series in a way.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Nice.
Right, thank you, Pitman.
Okay.
Dankeschön.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Bis später.
See you later, indeed.
Okay, we've got another hand up in the audience here, King-Kodiak, if you want to go for another interview.
Why not? Why not? We'll have a look at the battle for second as well. Second overall. Gwendal, MS Development, and SG Stern.
Yes.
Really, really close together.
I'm keeping an eye on those two at the moment.
We have Crow. Let's see if Crow still wants to have a chat with us.
Hello, Crow.
Hello.
Sorry for keeping you waiting there. We had Pitman in just giving us a little bit of an interview. How are you getting on?
I'm doing all right. Let's see. We're almost an hour into the race. I've probably been in and out for about 2 hours now, so doing good.
Who are you driving for? So, which team are you part of?
944. I was the Belarusian that you didn't know the flag.
That was my apologies. Yes, that was the flag I didn't look up. So thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Yes, of course. I just mainly while you were going over the skins, I wanted to answer a couple of the smaller questions.
Yes.
For starters, from the Sweaty Lobster team, it's according to Merlin is Svetterij Kreft.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're struggling as well.
Yeah, we're probably still going to stick with the Sweaty Lobster. It's Svetterij Kreft.
Yes.
Yeah, but thank you for that.
And also, yes, Adam is very much doing a solo 6-hour race.
Oh,
he is planning to.
Huge respect for that.
Well, we once ran a Group A 4-hour endurance race at Bathurst, and one of our drivers did that solo, which is an even, I guess, a more tiring track potentially than the one. There's nowhere to rest on that one.
What?
But they almost won, which is the best thing about it. So
Good
yeah, I keep my mind open since then, because you never know what's going to happen. It can always go in that person's favour.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, stays warmed up. The Go ahead.
When are you taking the car over?
I wanted to do the night drive, but it worked better for Bionic's schedule to take the middle stint, so I'm going to be finishing off for the team.
Bionic Bromance, that's a brilliant name.
Yeah.
They're leader. Was I right with Felix's flag? Is it
Serbian? Serbian? Yes.
I was right.
Yes,
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. I got yours. Well, I didn't have a guess on what yours was because I completely forgot to look up. So, yeah, where were you hoping to finish, or are you just hoping to finish the race?
Yeah, mostly just hoping to finish. Really, what's best case scenario, everyone between Adam in the Chevron and our car would just take a long jump off a short
Here.
berm, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, you're running fourth in class at the moment. So
what the? One of the cars just went off on Mosan. What the?
Yeah,
hell?
that looks like number 6 or 7 by the looks of it. On the Ferrari's just disappeared off. I've also, while we've been chatting, the 127 Ford came off in Indianapolis once again and went over the sandbank. So I'd be very surprised if their suspension is still operating in full working order. Still running in P6 though.
Shit.
Is that Sideheart again? Is it Sideheart again that's gone for a wander?
Yes, it was. But I think the 6 or 7 car, they quit after the incident, so we might have lost another car there. I'll let Kodiak confirm that later, however.
I'm still only showing 2 disconnections, one of which was actually a disqualification, I realised.
Oh.
Due to lag issues, unfortunately.
Yeah, Subcontinental. Yeah.
That's the one, yeah, car number 11. Unfortunately, the decision was taken that they were too dangerous. So their car was disqualified. So unfortunate.
So tell us about your
number
944
3.
then. What's your preference with this car? Did it draw you to this car for a particular reason, or?
Well, to start, I'm just a Porsche fanboy.
Fair enough.
I wanted to take the 904. The 904 is a much better looking car in my opinion, but this is just not the track for it. They're kind of opposites. The 906 is horrible to drive in low speed, heavy braking, but here, where it's all fast, all flat out, it's very nice. And the 904 is the opposite. Flat out, it's a dog everywhere you try and take it. But in the slow stuff, it's wonderful.
I take it your car's just earned itself a stop go. That was what you were just mentioning a minute ago. When,
yes.
that was on. I think you entered the pit lane to avoid an incident, but of course because the pit lane's not separated. Well, I'm just looking at chat now. That's unfortunate because there's no divide between the pit lane and the actual racetrack. The game deems that you've entered the pit lane at speed. That's really unfortunate.
It currently looks like the 944 car that you're about to get into is being hunted down by a couple of Jag XJ13s at the moment, which hopefully will get past without any incident. But you seem to be just one position ahead of our P2000 entry, the Syndicate Eclair team, which is 11 seconds behind your car.
Yeah, I'm guessing the other ones must have already pitted because we were way lower than that.
Yeah, I think there's the pitting order is shaking things up a little bit.
Yes, yeah.
I've just seen those Jaguars wriggle their way past your car.
Yeah.
Your car looks really, really settled, really grounded. Those Jaguars are dancing all over the place.
Yes, the 906 has the downforce on the front, and Felix is by far the best driver on the team. There's a reason he's starting. So.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
No,
carry on.
I was just going to say, for whenever my stint is later on, wish me luck. I'm going to be racing in a full Swiss military uniform, and I may or may not be coming out of the race with toes frozen numb. It is fucking freezing in here.
You heard it here first, folks.
Where are you racing right now that it's so cold?
You're right.
I am in the southern U.S., but this room has basically no insulation and isn't not connected to the HVAC system in any way. So it is.
So you're in a freezer.
More or less, it is currently Of course, I fucking.
You can't see the temperature gauge, but it's uncomfortable. I think it's fair to say.
Turn your PC around so that the exhaust vent is blowing towards you, and that might stave off the frostbite for a while.
I'm in VR. I've got the thing on my head. I'm next to the PC, but it doesn't help my feet at all. It's 4 degrees outside, which basically means it's about 8 in here.
Lovely. Well, we do indeed wish you the best for your driving stint. As I say, the 944 car running very, very well in 4th in class at the moment. 5 seconds now behind, or less than 5 seconds behind the podium spot, the number 41 Revival Series Sagless car. So we wish you the best, and we'll see you on the other side.
Day. And thank you very much for the entertainment while everything was being worked out.
Stationary.
Yes.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, that is what we're here for. It has been good fun so far, in fairness.
Fantastic. Well, good luck to both you and your team and your toes, and we'll hope that you all come out unscathed by the end of this.
Yeah, see you guys around.
See you later.
Indeed.
Cheers. Okay, so a little bit's been happening, Kodiak, during the interviews. We've seen a few cars taking a little bit of a tumble off the track, but seemingly, according to you, everyone's still driving, so that's good. But we have seen a few battles up front between MS Development in 34, Gundo Racing Stars, and Stern 92, but they have now separated out a little bit more. Quite a bit of traffic coming down the main straight now, though.
I think there's been a big incident somewhere, because I suddenly had lots and lots of crash warnings suddenly appear. I'm trying to figure out who or what or where, which is unfortunately not the easy bit.
Where are we with pit stops?
Well, there's been some pit stops, generally towards the tail end of the field. The top 20 yet to have seen the pit lane. The French relay team I keep appearing on my crash warnings here, so I'm going to try and figure out where they are, which is not the easiest thing in the world to do, unfortunately. They're one of the P2 cars. Where are they? There they are.
While you're looking for that, the number 50 and 20 car are... sorry, what are you seeing?
Look at position 45. This will be reminiscent of what we saw in practice.
Oh, okay. No, that's not good news for the French relay.
That's why I kept seeing them appearing as crashing into the environment, because those front wheels are not pointing in a very happy direction.
No, and they're currently causing a bit of a smokescreen through the S's, which is no doubt causing all kinds of grief for the other drivers, because they're not going to have a clue where to overtake this car as they come onto the straight now.
And that's not far past.
Oh, and it's the Jags. It's the Jags coming out. Let's go on board with the Jag and see what they're seeing from this. It's basically just a smoke screen. I don't think they know where the car is. Yeah, there we go. They've managed to get through unscathed, but as the sun's coming down, that's going to get ever more precarious.
Oh, we want to talk about Easter eggs. I've just spotted one right on board with the 18, the Livery Stars number 8 car. I've just spotted what's on the dash.
Sorry, what position? Oh, right, that's the Jag. That's the Jag.
That's the Silk Cut Jaguar.
Yes, okay, let's go on board. Beer at the end, bro. Very nice.
I can't read the other one. That's behind the steering wheel on my...
Target 23 laps, or...
Yeah, well spotted. Target 23 laps.
Yeah.
Well, that gives us a bit of a clue then as to when to expect the Silk Cut Jaguar in, at least.
Exactly. So let's have a quick look down. Oh yeah, so look, the Syndicate Eclair and the Intercontinental are heading past the smoke screen currently.
I did spot earlier on that the two syndicate cars, this was quite a few laps ago, and no harm, no foul, it would seem. But there was, both the syndicate cars actually hit each other.
Oh, really?
I don't think very hard, but one certainly bounced off the other.
Playing nice as always, then.
Very much so.
I'm glad they're okay, though.
As far as I can see, it is still only one retirement from each class. So the ST Stern 4, the number 91, we lost after 5 laps, and the Subcontinental Racing number 11 was disqualified for.
Looks like the Sweaty Lobster's just coming in. Sorry.
Ah.
They were going wheel to wheel with the number 40, but they have popped in for their first pit stop by the looks of it.
They have. Now, there's 3 cars in the pit lane at the moment, but I can't identify. Well, one of them, the dark blue and orange Ford, is the disqualified number 11. That will stay there forever and a day. And the 108 car now hits its marks. Sweaty Lobster then conducting their first pit stop. 17 laps completed.
Overdrive Racing coming in as well.
So this somewhat answers your earlier question. These are Lolas that are now coming in. Fairly short stop then for the 108. I can't imagine that they did change driver, however.
I think that would have been a splash and dash if they didn't sit there for the whole 3 minutes or whatever the minimum time is.
Oh yes, of course. So yeah, that 3 minute. I saw someone refer to a 3 minute pit stop. That must be the tire change, because, like you said, that was no way a 3 minute time
pit stop.
Time stop. But also, yeah, that's the word. But also the real penalty system would have penalised them for that.
Yep.
So yeah, that must be a driver change. It is Merlin that is currently, I believe. Yes, it is. It's Merlin that is currently in command of the Sweaty Lobster.
Oh, the number 17 Jag has just spun into the wall in the S's. That may have resulted in some damage to their rear right quarter, but the number 8 Jag is taking the opportunity to capitalise on the situation. Forrest McCormack in chat says that the number 10 is just rejoined. Looks like they just went off through Tête Rouge, I think, over the sandbank. But yeah, Forrest McCormack saying that the contact between the syndicate entries did not result in damage and was the result of some lag.
I see.
These Jags are still going hammer and tong, despite the fact they've been going for over an hour now. They sound tremendous.
The 944 car, to whom we've just spoken to by Crow, has just taken its stop-go 10-second penalty as the Silk Cut number 8 screams its way past its fellow Jaguar brethren. Kerry Orange car put down into 16th position.
Number 17's coming back though, so the damage it picked up can't have been that bad if it did pick up any damage at all. Look at the sound of these two as they come past. It's like a... It's
a very distinct scream, isn't it?
It is. I'm trying to think what car that sounds similar. I mean, it's not anywhere near the 787B, but it's still a beautiful sound.
It's not actually that far off the SJR9 that livery is based on.
Yes, you're right, actually, yeah. But they're still going, and what's interesting, though, is if you look at P3 down to 5, they're all pretty close together still. There's only about a couple of seconds in it at the front here, whereas Kamimazi is still way out in front with its plus 5-6 second gap. But the P3 here, Guangzhou Rising Stars, are starting to navigate traffic more regularly as they come through the S's, getting quite slidey in the 26 car here.
Yes, indeed. They found the number 66, one of the backmarker P2 cars. That was a livery I particularly liked. That's the Assetto Corsa Friends car. The Nissan there. The 36 does seem very, very quickly. It's losing momentum against Guangdao and Stern SG1. The MS Development number 34 has left these two somewhat behind by 7.3 seconds. As Intercontinental Racing number 6 and Sirius Cyclist 41 have just bounced off one another, but they're in two different classes, so I suspect that is the P7 trying to lap the P2. Well, I'd be surprised if it was the other way around. Something would have gone horribly wrong if that was the case.
Very much so, very much so. Well, the sun's starting to get low in the sky. We're at 8:30 in-game race time, and the nighttime stint will be soon approaching. So we'll see if that results in a bit more of the driver's hopping kicking off just before the night stint gets underway. I'm quite amazed though at the consistency of the racing so far though, although the 17 and the number 8 Jags are now separated, so looks like the P10 Logos car is, or Logos car is in between the two of them now.
Yeah, that stop-go penalty cost the 944 car quite a bit. They were 4th in class when we were speaking to Crow. They are now down to 6th in class. There's a P7 car, the number 6, that is flashing its headlights. You're quite some distance away. Oh, and wandering off the road on the start-finish straight. That's not going to help. P28 I'm looking at the moment, the Intercontinental Racing number 6. There's a mouthful for you. So they've had some difficulties. This is one of the cars I saw bouncing off of somebody else earlier on. They are a lap down from the rest of their class. But the 944 car only a couple of seconds behind. Next in class. That's another one of our P7 cars coming in. I'm assuming it's one of the P7 cars coming in. I don't immediately know who. Unfortunately, I can't identify on the timing screen who is coming into the pits, only who has been into it. But I can confirm that number 95, the French Relay, did make it back to the pits with their very wonky wheels.
Very good. Well, I was saying in the previous stream yesterday that this is one of those tracks that really punishes a mistake early on. If you take your wheels out in the S's, you have a very long trip back to the pit lane, just like you would at the Nordschleife or somewhere similar. It's not the kind of track where you can be forgiven for such a mistake so easily.
Car number 51, the Ramada Vintage Racing car, has taken a stop-go penalty. Didn't quite see that one flash up. Unfortunately, there were a few penalties incurred whilst we were speaking to people. That may well have been one of them. I'm having a look at SG Stern number 1, currently in 4th, working his way through the traffic whilst trying to keep the Kyosin Vector 36 car behind them.
That's the 92 car for reference in green, followed by Kyosin Vector, as Kodak just pointed out. It's getting past one of the Nissans actually in that very, very fetching white and red livery. Look at this tail end of that 92.
Yeah, the rear tyre's not quite ready to give up that much traction. But this is what I mean. If you're riding on board with any one of the P7 cars as they're coming past the P2s, in any kind of multi-class racing, the slower class has to be predictable. So, and this is exactly why the closing speed of the faster car is usually very quite, very, very high, very quite. That's great English for you. Quite high. So they will plan their move quite early. As the 36 car is now closing up to the back of the number 92, slipstream enabled past there and through into 4th goes the 36 car. Who is in command of that? I wonder. It is Andreas Rogel still in command of the 36 car, although he looks like the SG Stern car thought about counter-attack. Certainly perfectly viable. There he goes, going to the inside line.
Down into Mulsanne, isn't it?
It is.
Let's see who outbrakes who.
Who's gonna be bravest on the brakes here? Oh, that's close. Still going to be side by side. Traffic ahead of them.
Yeah, that's wheel to wheel still. They're going to be right down to Indianapolis at this rate.
Very, very similar in performance out on the exit of the corner. It is Ford GTX1 versus Lola T70 here.
I think the drag race goes to the Ford there in that situation, but the 92 is coming back strong.
That it is. Looks to the inside line. Now, we've seen these cars get very, very uncomfortable coming through braking zones. The Intercontinental number 6 is having difficulty again. Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Very, very slow. The 28th position car on its way back to the pit lane, it looks like. Yeah, so that car is very unhappy.
Sorry, are you looking at 28 car?
Position 28, yeah. But still, the battle for 4th continues between SG Stern and Kyosin Vector.
Oh, just arriving at the pits though, so they are back where they need to be. But yeah, so Guandu Rising Stars have got PG Stone, 3 seconds behind now, but it's Curse and Vector which is hunting down the number 92 car right now still, as they come up to Maison Blanche.
Still very, very close. It's amazing they can stay that close, that fast, that many times. Both cars flirting with the grass.
Oh, no, that's contact.
No, big trouble.
Yeah,
Huge incident there. Oh, just as the Sideheart Motorsport car gets, well, just going through the motions, really. Is that the end of the race for the 36 guy? I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, they're back to the pits.
Teleport back.
Yeah.
Oh, huge incident.
Well,
Flirting with the grass just put them out of step, and could not recover quick enough. So that's Andreas Rogel then. Has he retired the car? Well, we will see.
Good news though for Akiri Blue, Arrow and Syndicate Bottling, who will now make their way up to a position above where they were as they overtake Curse and Vector. So Akiri Blue Arrow up to P6 right now, Syndicate Bottling at P7, and shame to see another car out of the race, but that is the way it goes, flirting with danger in such a way.
That's the nature of the beast though. I mean, that little chicane there is very narrow at the speeds they are approaching. Of course, they don't have downforce or nothing to the extent of what we would expect today. So they are literally sliding through it.
Yes.
So if they get it wrong on the way in, they've had it.
Just going back to the P15, the number 17 and 8 Jaguars, they seem to have very little in the way of headlights, and that's just a graphical issue, but they seem to have T-lights in where their headlights should be.
Oh, goodness me.
Don't know what they're looking at from their point of view, but they're only getting headlights from the number 10 Logos car behind.
Trouble for that SimRacing 2 car number 32. I need to find where they are as they appear
P21.
to... Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's car 16. So which car?
No, the sister car to that.
Oh, P39.
Oh, good spot, sir.
Coming down the pit straight.
Oh, that's
car 32.
Yeah, that is the car. But I thought they were in trouble. They must have hit something because they came up on the. They may well have hit the wall on the way into their pit stop or something like that.
Okay. Yep. So going back to the P6 position here, Curie Blue Arrows, they have Syndicate Bottling about 2 seconds behind them now, but definitely a feature in the rearview mirror. Headlights blazing as they overtake the number 22 car there, I think from the P2000 class. The hunt is very much on. Oh, look at that! A Ferrari's just rejoined to the track from the
wild Ferrari.
Netherrealms.
Alternate layout of the circuit, maybe.
Yeah, scenic route, one might say.
Somewhat, yeah. Who that was, I don't know, I'm afraid. Oh, Kyosim Vector in trouble again. Position 26. They've gone horribly wrong, and they've taken a very scenic route, and just rejoining from what was someone's house that's there.
Just popping in for tea.
Yeah. Can I borrow your driveway for a minute? Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to be having a little bit of an issue at this stage. I don't know if it's after an incident where you just get that little bit more flustered, which makes the next few corners ever more difficult to navigate, but they may also be suffering from damage as well.
New fastest lap of the race has just been achieved by car number 34, the MS Development 34 Lola, trying to regain some last time, 24.8. 810 they just put on the board. So they were quicker than the race leader by 1.5 seconds, just over.
Yep, that 5.7 second gap is now 3.4, although they are just hitting the straight, which is where the Cami Maserati comes into its own.
So in command of the Cami Mazzi car is Flasher at the moment, and in the MS Development car is Kamikaze. Oh, how apt. So the Kamikaze driver chasing the Cami Mazzi car. They're in the same camera shot now, at least. So Kamikaze we said, car number 34. The French squad chasing a very distinct looking Maserati. Well, certainly distinct in the sense there are only a couple of Maseratis in this race. I think literally there are only 2 of them. Let me double check that actually. There may be more than that.
I think you're correct actually. It's the Kamimazzi 727 and then you have the Logos number 10. I think they were the 2.
Yeah, it is only 2. Yeah, you're right. More crash from the environment. This time it is the car number 31. It is the THRacing entrant. Where are they?
That is a big bit of damage there, but they're right next to the pit lane.
They are. They're actually on fire. Or is it? Well, their tyres are on fire by now.
They're certainly covering the pit straight with a lot of smoke, which is causing... Oh, they are on fire. Look at that. Oh, God. Oh,
wow. Okay. Physics have taken
they're through
a
the
day
floor.
off.
They're through the floor.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they looked like they were actually going for the paddock, let alone the pit lane.
Watch out, Australia. They're coming your way.
I dare say... Where is he going? Okay. Oh, he has actually found some terra firma, would you believe?
Oh, wow. Oh, God. Okay, yes, he's having some serious... well, they are having some serious problems as they phase through the environment here.
I'm of the suspicion that we may not see that car doing anything else in this race. So who was that? That was Fabian Fabeck that had command of that, and there it is. It's teleporting back to its pit stall. We don't know whether they are able to rejoin the race. I think that is the end of race 1 of them. Yes, that is a retirement. They have left the session, along with, sadly, the Logos number 10. The Maserati, the second Maserati, is also out. So we have lost 2 cars in the space of 2 laps.
This might be a consequence of what Pittman was talking about when it comes to the evening hours settling in for the race, the nighttime descending, your brake markers becoming a little bit harder to see, especially if you have your post-processing filters set in such a way that you can't see the brake markers because they blow out white. But that might be what we're seeing here. A little bit of fatigue setting in, a little bit of the nighttime transition causing some grief. But certainly changing things up on the grid. Good news for those who are looking to make up positions, but sad from the race point of view to lose a couple of extra drivers.
Plenty of cars out there to give us plenty of action as the darkness very much descending now. Let's have a look, a quick overview of our positions then. Leading the way, as has been for quite some time, the 727 car, the Kamimazzi entrant. In command of that car, I'm pretty sure they haven't been in yet. They have not. The top 9 cars yet to see the pit lane. So still its starting driver in there. And therefore that is Flasher mentioned. So 77 Flasher is the German driver of that particular squad, handing over to either FMG from Great Britain or Happy Kojot from... Oh, that's a flag I didn't look up. And I'm not sure which one that is, I'm afraid. So someone can update me on that one. That would be fantastic. But yeah, darkness very, very much descending. All your visual references completely change. You very much more rely on muscle memory than visual reference. In second, back up into second position, and has been chasing down that leading Maserati. Now our sole Maserati is the MS Development number 34 car at Kamikaze 31, still in command of driver from France. He'll be handing over to Street Bike later on. Just the 2 drivers that will be commanding the leading Lola. And in third, 12.2 seconds behind now, as the number 10 car has rejoined somehow. I thought they'd retired. But I think the number 10 car rejoining the session, which would be good to see. But the Guangdao Racing Stars, number 26, Lexor or Gwen, who has that at present? It is Luxor. Again, another French-dominated squad. Another 2-driver team. So we'll be handing over to Gwen at the point that car comes into the pits. Top 3 of our P2 category is 24th overall. The number 77 Northeast Endurance Squad. That distinctly yellow chevron. That's our solo-driven car. Adam Keefe in command of the P2 leading chevron. In second is the Thundering Trio, who spoke to Pittman earlier on, event organizer of this, not just this series, but also of this community here at THR. It's he will be taking over that car once it has pitted. Let me
just
see
seen the Syndicate Bottling team in P5 overtake a Kiwi Blue Arrow to take 5th place, and Kiwi Blue Arrow just losing a little bit of the rear end in Indianapolis there, losing quite a bit of time in response to that overtake. And that leaves Syndicate Bottling 30 seconds behind Stern 1 in the 92. But they're certainly moving up, taking advantage of the transition to nighttime by the looks of it.
Very, very true. The Thundering Trio car, beg your pardon, currently in the hands. Oh, I did look this up earlier, and it has escaped me. P2 Thundering Trio is in command of Margar 17. It is going to be Pittman taking over that car as number 34. They've either disconnected or they're going through their driver change. Right, okay. They suddenly appeared in the disconnected lists, but that happens when the driver change is happening. So the 34 is in. That is our MS development car. Who did they hand over to? That will be... oh, yes, that was Kamikaze handing over to Street Bike. So that driver change now taking place. First of our top 5 to come in. The Treble I Racing number 31 is showing as disconnected at present, the Ford GT1. That has been for a few moments now, so trouble has befallen them. Be a bit of a shame. And third, so I read to come on to who's third in the P2 class, is the Revival Series SAG class number 41. That is the Kent Lafresh or Loco Pixo. Again, both names are making me chuckle a little bit there. Probably more than it realistically should. It is Loco Pixo, the French driver, handing over to the Canadian when they do their start.
Yeah, just on the external camera here with the Revival Series, which is running P3 in the 2000 class as they hammer down the straight. Oh,
trouble for position 37, car number 6. This would be our... remember we saw a Ferrari rejoining from nowhere?
Yeah.
That'll be who it was. So they're finding... Well, they're probably stalled, but they're now getting back underway. And a car that really does not want to steer straight. Very, very much does not want to steer straight. Very unhappy looking car. It is Juho Koski that currently has command of the Ferrari 330. One of the few Ferraris entered with this event. We were told the Ferrari was most certainly not the favourite car, very much listing over to its right. So that will be a car that will be in the pit lane for some considerable period of time. And we have a potential another retirement here. The number 3, the Belga car, one of our Nissans, is in the disconnected category at the minute. We did see them in trouble earlier on. They've been in the... They tend to only stay in the disconnected category briefly if they are driver changing.
Right, okay.
And they've been in there a little while. 34's coming back. They've just been given a long pit warning. I think it's kind of the cue for, right, you're good to go, get on with it. They're down into 15th now overall.
Yeah, just coming through Dunlop into the S's. Viles has just told me a little fact in YouTube. Well, it might be a fact, it might be wrong. Is today a special occasion for you, sir?
For me?
Yes. I'm going to go with no then.
Not that I'm aware of. No, why?
I'll put the birthday cake away then.
Oh yes, you are about 3 months early for that.
Thanks, Viles. I thought it was yanking my chain.
You'd be right. Yes, he was.
So at the moment, the One Up SimRacing team have got a number 8 Jaguar closing in on them as they come through the S's.
French Roulette's in trouble again. They've been out and they've had issues, and they are back in the pits again.
Oh dear, that's not going too well for them. 3.5 laps down by the looks of it.
Yeah, this was the car we saw again with very misdirected wheels.
Ah, okay, yes, that would explain it then.
Various pit stops going on at the moment is sending the timing screen into an absolute fit.
Oh yes, it's rather confusing at this stage as to what's going on. Yeah, everyone's in the pits.
Potential driver change or disconnection for Hikiri Blue Arrows, car number 40. They were top 6, weren't they? Yes, so I think it's more than likely a driver change going on for them. We did see, didn't we, stuck to someone's dashboard, the target lap 23, so that would then coincide with what we're looking at here. Most cars have been through the pits at least once. The top 5 have not yet, but I suspect they will do next time around.
So interestingly, the Syndicate Eclair team are up to P4 in the P2000 class.
They are indeed. Who currently has the 188 car? That will be as Red. Red has it. He'll be handing over to Herr Moll, the German representative, for the Chevron. And now we have no chance of identifying any livery whatsoever.
I know, it's rather tricky at this point in time to see what's going on, especially with the dim headlights that some of these cars are rocking. Some are quite bright, and others look like the Jags. You just can't see anything in particular.
Like candlelight.
Yes.
Well, the sister Syndicate car is now into a podium spot.
Oh yes, it's up to P3, which is nice, but I think that's going to be a consequence of pit stops, isn't it?
Somewhat, yes. That will be diminished. Still, David Nascari in command of that, so it's either Shane Power or Forrest McCormack that will be taking over the Syndicate number 496.
It's going on to the onboard camera here from P17, the one-up SimRacing car, number 4, as it's trying to keep pace with the number 8 Jag, but the Jag is starting to become a small dot on the horizon, as they seem to have a little bit of straight line grunt. But aside from that, everyone else is getting rather separated out at the moment.
That'll happen with pit stops going on, as I've just seen the Gwendal car coming out of the pit lane. So down into 13th place for them for now. Still plenty of cars ahead of them. Still to pit. A couple more cars going through the motions. Then I'm seeing the Intercontinental Racing number 6, the Treble I Racing 31 is still showing as disconnected, so they may well have parked it for the day. The 313 and the 31 cars. No, sorry. The timing board's going absolutely mad. The 313 car is showing us in the pits. That's the THRacing racing team, the Yalola. That I suspect is going through a driver change as well. So that hands the lead for the time being. Or would have done if the Stern car wasn't in the pit. So
still watching here with the number 4 Ford as it's trying to keep up with the number 8 Jag. Nice to have a little group of cars with headlights combined to brighten things up a little bit. But that Jag is, I don't know if it's the same from the driver's point of view, but I just can't see a damn thing, externally at least.
Top 4 cars of the race all in the pit lane. The Moisty Sim car just coming in now. Top 5 indeed, because the 22, the Virtual Asphalt car, also coming in. And is the Lobster in? He's indicating that he's coming in, and yes, he is. So top 6 all in.
Thank you,
Kyosim. Kyosim, what have you done? You've hit something apparently. Don't know where the 36 car is. It's difficult to identify anybody at this point.
It's quite a long list of names to look down.
Yes, it is somewhat. What about Side Heart Motorsport? Have you been through the pitting?
That's the 127. So they are just coming down pit lane at the moment, or pit lane.
They could gain a few here. And they do indeed gain a few. My tower reckons they've come up into second.
Yes, I've just seen that, but then I suppose they have just overtaken all the guys who are doing the swap. But
the Kamimazi car hasn't moved. That's still in the pits. That's now falling down the field.
yes, well, that can't be right. 127 seconds behind. But
No, that's agitated because it's in the pit now. But it's now just lost another spot. So that's been in quite a while. Maybe unless there was damage on the car. But then, well, that's shaking things up a bit because the top 5 I'm showing as having pitted at some point in the last 10 laps. So this is now our race order for the time being. There's SG Stern 1 in the number 9.
they're just on the move.
Car. Aha! So Cami Marzi then. So the only car that hasn't pitted in the top 10 that I can see is our current 6th place car, which is the VAC GA number 28.
Yep, so they're just coming through Tetra Rouge and seem to be about 12 seconds behind the car, Plebeian Racing 78 car ahead of them. I'm amazed actually that the 127 is still going because I've seen it crash so many times now. I'm amazed it hasn't got more damage, but it's currently going toe to toe with
Much simpler engineering back in the 60s.
yeah. Just cast it out of solid steel, it'll be fine. Well, actually, I suppose back in this time, weight saving was a little bit more like, make it the car as thin as physically possible and hope it doesn't break.
Just put a bigger engine in it. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
That was the modus operandi, wasn't it?
Oh, a little bit of contact between Syndicate Bottling on the braking zone down to Mulsanne Corner with overdrive, it looks it, but managed to get through without too much of a clunk.
So that is Syndicate then. From what I can see, on pace, up into 3rd.
Yes. Although Kamimazzi, I'm sure, will be gunning for them now, but Kamimazzi's down in P8 at the moment with that SimRacing team, about a second behind them. But that straight line speed of that Maserati is just absolutely obscene.
Well, will the next driver handle the Maserati missile as well as Flashaw has managed to? So who has taken over the 727? Let me have a quick look at that. Kamimazzi now in... Oh, wait, it's still... there it is. It's Happy Kojot now has the car from nationality unknown. I must look up what flag that is because that's going to bug me.
While you're looking that up, Forrest McCormack saying that he doesn't know about the other cars, but with the Lola, the headlight spread is so narrow that it's exceptionally difficult to pick out the apexes at Anage and Indianapolis and so on.
Well, I could believe.
Looks like Syndicate Bottling and Overdrive Racing are still in close proximity here. They're just coming up on the number 10 Lola by the looks of it. But looks like Syndicate Bottling are starting to open a little bit more of a gap there.
I've identified the flag, I believe. Happy Kojot is Monegasque. He is from Monaco. I wonder if he's driving from a boat out in the harbour.
Yeah, very, very fancy, wouldn't it?
There's 2 world flags that are basically that same white and red. No, that's not Monegasque. That's the wrong one. Poland. See, one is white and red, the other is red and white. No, he's Polish. I beg your pardon. He could still be racing from a boat, I suppose, but there's a few less ports in Poland.
So just on board now with the P4 Overdrive Racing as they try and go wheel to wheel with the other Maserati, but they seem to have a straight line advantage over that number 10 car, and I don't know if that's because of a different setup or if it's just that the Maserati is stretching its legs. Oh, it's still there, it's side by side as these guys are working their way down the straight here. That's number 10, isn't it? So let's just go and grab them. Yeah, here we go. So we can see a little bit more now because the number 10 is lit up from behind by the P4 team, Overdrive Racing. Definitely a slight difference in performance characteristics between this number 10 Maserati and the 727 that we've seen absolutely blasting down the straights. Still quicker, but doesn't seem to be as quick.
Cars, we still haven't seen the return of car 6 or car 31, which is the Treble I car, the 31, and the Intercontinental Racing number 6. Unfortunately, 299 was seen a long pit warning, so that usually means they're on the way out of the pits, one of our P2 cars.
Yep.
299 being the Fake Martini Racing Porsche.
Overdrive Racing having another stab at getting past the number 10 Maserati, but seems to be making it about a car's width in front, but we'll see if that holds true into Indianapolis. Bit of traffic now, actually. Syndicate Bottling is a little bit further ahead than Overdrive Racing, but they are still fighting through the field and trying to work their way up to the podium again. Has Syndicate Bottling switched over already?
As what?
Has Syndicate Bottling, have they done their pit stop driver swap yet?
Yes, they have. They did it a lap or two ago.
Yeah, okay, so they're still holding on to the podium right now. Red has just finished his first stint, so maybe Red would like to come up to the interview box and have a little chat. And also the earphone guy says that there's also Indonesia, which I assume is a reference to white and red flags.
The white and red flag, yeah. I believe that is the Polish flag that is sported for Peugeot at the moment, but someone I'm sure can confirm that, unless of course he is Indonesia. I think Indonesia is also the other way around to the Polish flag. I don't pretend to be an expert. I'm looking them up I'm trying to make it up as I go along, which is the commentator's way.
So that SimRacing team in P10 have got MS Development 34 now bearing down on them as they come through what looks like it was just a nage. What's happening down in the P2000 class though? We're spending a lot of time looking at P7000, but they all seem to be quite disparate down there, which is
a little bit
not much in the way of close wheel-to-wheel action, whereas the P7000s are delivering a little bit more of closer racing.
Well, the P2s are still being led by Northeast Endurance in the 24th overall. They lead by about 7.5 seconds over the Thundering Trio. It's the same three that we had before. So the CAF 944 team, following that stop-go penalty, are actually back up into third in class. I'm seeing a car descend. Why am I seeing the Logos car descending? That's because it's coming out of the pit lane. So the Logos number 10, that's the second Maserati, isn't it? Is coming back out onto circuit once more. So yeah, it's the same three that we've had most of the race long in the P2 class. It's a Revival Series cyclist number 41. He's about 13.5 seconds behind the CAF squad. Then it's the Hi team. We haven't mentioned them so far. The number 39 car, 28th overall. They have got Riley Gallardo currently at the wheel. Who had that previously? Have a look. And it was, according to the driver tracker, it's Riley Gallardo from the start. That's really not been to the pit. Oh yeah, there are actually a couple of cars that have yet to see the pit lane. But apparently the Hi is not one of them. Unless he's been in but didn't change driver.
Could have been a splash dash. They're currently running in P5 for their class by the looks of it.
Which would indicate they haven't had a driver change yet, because the driver change, as we know, is a minimum of 3 minutes. So that would back that up. The number 23 car is just coming back out onto circuit. I've just spotted.
FMG just DM'd on Discord to say that Happy Kojot is Polish, but living in France, just to confuse things.
Fair enough. We did get the national right, actually. The number 8 just lost a position to the Curie Blue Arrow. With I didn't really find that one too hard. That only a corner ago, that move was made already a second between the 40 and number 8 cars for 12th. That would indicate that the Jaguar may not have had any real claim to defend that one in the first place.
Oh, I think we're about to get an interview.
Oh. Who is waiting in the wings then?
Mr. Red, welcome,
It's Red.
welcome.
Oh, hello.
How's it going? How's the race so far for you?
It's been a difficult first stint, not going to lie. It was definitely not a contact-free start. We've been sandwiched between several cars and the walls. So I think I carried a bit of damage, but it was like sufficient. It wasn't that big to really need to pit, but the pace wasn't really where it should have been. And then we've been hit by our own teammates.
I did spot the notification for that. What happened?
I have no clue. I actually went to ask them about that, and it was answered, but it was a lag moment.
Forrest McCormack mentioned in chat earlier on that it was potentially due to lag, but didn't result in any significant damage or issue.
Yeah, I had damage for that. Like the rear suspension was kinda damaged from that. So the first few laps after that contact, I had the car really boggling in a first right corner, so turn 1 mostly. So it was really hard to drive. But with the fuel being burned down, it was getting back to how it should be.
Oh, sorry, Red. I'm gonna have to cut you off. The number 34's just hit the pit wall. Trying to come into the pits very slowly, and they just literally bounced off of something.
At least they haven't found their way to the nether realm like the previous team did.
Also true. Sorry, Red. Carry on.
And yeah, no worries. Yeah, it really hasn't been an easy stint like I expected it to be, but we are doing quite well, I think. I don't really know which position we are in the class, but
currently I'm gonna have to count this. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You are 10th in class.
Yeah. We're doing for the lowest pit stops possible, so maybe you can get some positions on the pits as well.
Is there a particular target in mind, or just to get to the end?
No, get to the end is definitely the first goal. If we can keep it in the first half of the class, it's another one. And of course, the higher the results, the best it is. But yeah, we know we don't necessarily have the pace nor the setup to fight for the win, but we try to do the best.
Setup wise, how much kind of work went into getting the car configured, or is it pretty much a few tweaks here and there before the race?
Yeah, it's just a few tweaks during the last week during the qualifying week. We did just a few tweaks for mainly the gearing, because it's like the most important thing here. And then, yeah, just trying to tweak just a tiny bit the suspension to make it stable enough to make it easy to drive and still turn. Like at the start of the stint with the full tank, it's really understeery, so it's much slower. But it really gets alive halfway into the stint.
So yesterday in the load testing race, I think you won your... sorry, just to cut you off there. The Overdrive Racing in P4, which was hunting down P3 for the podium, has just taken out a fence at Maison Blanche, so I think they might be coming into the pits for a little bit of repair, and looks like they are making their way into the pit lane just now, so I don't know if you have any more information on that, Kodiak.
No, I watched it live, same as you did, and they just got as we've seen time and again, the entry wrong, and no time to correct it through the middle of the actual chicane. So bounced off it, they did.
That's probably a good talking point, actually. I mean, I know that modern cars which are reliant on aero will obviously be quite impacted by the wash of the car in front. I take it that's less of a factor for this era of racing, Red.
Oh, definitely. The main point is that you can't see anything behind another car, so going into that corner blind, it's hard enough when you have a full visibility, so going blind, it's really hard.
Yeah, and in terms of your car choice, are you pleased with the one that you've picked?
Oh, definitely, it's such a great car. Like it looks awesome, it sounds awesome, and it drives pretty good. So really happy with that.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much, Red. We've just heard in chat that we're on the team. I think the number 95, French Roulettes, is unable to continue, sadly. So I think they'll be dropping out.
We need more Rillettes in a race. Definitely, the Le Mans Rillettes are pretty famous, so it suits pretty well. Okay, yeah, have fun, and good luck for the rest of the commentary, guys.
Thank you, Red. I'll let you go back and keep Akshik or David Moore company, so he doesn't get too alone down there. But yeah, good luck, guys, and best of luck for the rest of the race. No pressure, the other syndicate team's on the podium, but you know.
Thank you, Parrot.
Alright, Red, catch you later. Thank you.
The 43 car looks like it's coming back out, which is the SG Stern 3 squad.
Which position are they down into now?
That is a good question. I've just seen the pit warning come out for that one. One car, I wonder if have we lost? No, the CAF 944 car. That's just turned its lights back on again, so it looks like that's coming back out for another go. The overdrive number 59 is actually showing as disconnected at the moment, but whether they choose to return or whether they're combining a long pit stop with driver change, considering the very dramatic moment we've just seen from them.
Yeah. Just for the benefit of those in chat, guys, I'm going to use a little bit more of the onboard cameras at night time here, because as you've just pointed out, the lighting is a little bit challenging to see what's going on for those watching on the stream. So I'm just going to leave it inside the cockpits a little bit more and see if that helps with things. So here we go. Here's a little bit of action which we can look at. It's Hi Racing going toe to toe with the Ramada Vintage Nissan as they rocket down towards Indianapolis, which in the dark is quite a daunting prospect.
That's for 7th in class, I believe.
Yes, the battle for 7th, I think, is underway. Moonlight poking through the clouds there.
Still plenty of slidey ways going on from the Hi car, and the 944 is returning to track. That's now registering back up into 3rd in class, so glad to see that they haven't retired. Yeah, sometimes the disconnection tracker is well, every time the disconnection part on the time tracker is conned by the fact that there is a driver change going on. You just have to kind of judge how long they remain disconnected for. But yeah, that's the closest battle we've got on track at the moment for 27th overall, or P5. Yeah, for battle for P5 in class between Ramada Vintage and Hi Racing. Hi, what are they in? They are in the Porsche 906, and they are up against a Nissan 380.
So that P6, sorry.
P6 in class, so that's the 27th, 28th battle we were looking at earlier.
Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm still with Hi Racing at the moment in their rather fetching livery as they come up through Dunlop.
What we can see of it.
Yeah, so let's go back to the onboard as they come through. I mean, you would have thought they'd put a few more lights in. I know it's there are some, but it's very dark. The S's are quite foreboding in this dark.
That must be absolutely terrifying, banzaiing into a very narrow part of the track.
Yeah.
With barely more than candles on the front of the car, and they're going through it at pretty at full chat as well. They're not shy about it.
There is no mucking about here, is there?
No.
I like in the rearview mirror though, you can see the P7000 class car coming up behind Hi Racing at the moment.
That it is.
Barreling past, that's the number 16 car, I think it was.
16?
Might be 16.
Well, that would make it... Well, if it was the 16 car, that would make it the SimRacing number 1 Lola. Which is... It wasn't it, well spotted. That's the 6th place car that's come past them.
Get in there. I know at the start of the show I had no idea who was driving what, but now I am just, that's the 16, it's pitch black and I can spot it from a mile away now.
Well done. But yes, there's another reason why the slower cars need to be predictable. Because when you've got the closing speed that these cars have, which, okay, in modern day cars is actually even greater than that, but even still, when you've got cars, these cars cannot change their trajectory very quickly.
No, the steering at those speeds is more of a suggestion, isn't it, than an input?
Yeah. And if you did steer at 300 kilometers an hour, the front tires would just look at you like you're having a laugh, sir. And you'd end up just spinning anyway. So, it further exemplifies why the slower cars have got to be predictable. They have to be well behaved for the faster cars closing in on them that fast.
Yeah, I think it's certainly an issue that we've had in racing previously, even if it's just in the same class racing, that when you get into the blue flags position, it's a really difficult thing to articulate exactly what you're supposed to do, because it's a very situational thing, but basically being predictable, taking the first opportunity to get clear is generally the advice given, but very much dependent on the combinations of personalities, let's say, between the drivers involved in those situations as to how that plays out.
Very, very true. And one other listener that I've just been informed has tuned in is my mother. So I'm going to do the traditional thing. Hi, Mum.
Hello, Kodiak's mother. We were informed that your son's birthday was today, but that was all a lie.
No, that was indeed a lie. My birthday's not till April.
Although someone in chat did recommend that, like our late Queen, you could have decided just have 2 birthdays. You have such stature in the sim racing community that it would be allowed, I think. Well, there's the sim racing, the Syndicate Eclair car just behind Pittman's car.
I fear you oversell me somewhat, sir.
I'm just repeating what I've been told in chat.
Oh, the Walmart Penske car, number 29, has had an incident, apparently. Well, it's in the pits anyway, so if it had an incident, it's either returned itself to the pits in a hurry, or it was on the way to the pit lane, so didn't see what happened there. Yeah, unfortunately, by the time I get to identify where the car is that has had an incident and find them on track, often another car that's had a problem is a 313 car that has just teleported itself back to the pit lane. That's the FHSR-ACT. There's no quick way of saying that.
I know, it doesn't roll off the tongue quite, does it?
No.
We have a member in the audience in the stage channel. I don't know if they're here for an interview or not, but if they are, please feel free to put your hand up, and we will invite you in. If you're just here to chill and listen, then have fun.
Yes, absolutely so. Ina Babas. Yes, that is one of our Egyptian drivers.
Yes, hands up. I'm just going to invite them in for the commentary box now. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Welcome along. Thank you for taking the time to come and have a chat to us.
Yep, my pleasure. Thank you.
How's the race going for you? You're just to make sure I got this right. You're driving the World Sim Races number 25 Porsche, are you not?
Yes, correct. The 25, and this is the 906E, the Porsche. Yes, correct.
Excellent stuff. So, how's the race going for you guys so far?
First of all, I want to thank you guys for your lovely commentary. We actually love it so much, and I want to thank also THR for this great organization. Unfortunately, what happened today, I think it's out of their hands, but we were willing to wait even longer to participate in the race, even if they decided to postpone it or whatever. We were going for it, no problem. This is our first time actually to have like this kind of endurance with vintage cars, if may I name it, and we love it. For me, I'm 51 years old, first time to drive just an H pattern shifter and the sim racing. Usually I drive, so usually I drive the GT3s, ACC. I didn't drive for AC for long, for over like 2 years, but I got back after the LFM decided to have AC in their platform. So, and then I was taking a look at the THR, and I thought, oh wow, I forgot about these guys. I was racing here for like 4 years ago. I did like 1 or 2 races, that's it only. So I decided to upgrade my sim equipment, I bought a round wheel, and I started to use my shifter, which I bought from SHH like 3 years ago. Never used it. So
Okay.
yeah.
Was
So I
that
prepared myself. Yeah.
a
Go
collection of
ahead.
firsts for you today here?
The connection?
We lost you slightly there, PLB. What was that?
I said it's a
Oh, yeah,
collection
yeah.
of first times for you then. So first time here
Yeah.
with the H pattern and so on.
Yes, with a long race like this, 6 hours, and with such more professional drivers, and we were aiming to just finish the race. I have had a problem with the beginning of the race, as we decided to switch who gonna start the race, me or Haytham. Haytham should have been started, but I started because I had some emergency work issues that caused me to leave early. But anyway, I dealt with it, so I started the race. But unfortunately, I forgot to activate my shifter. So when at the beginning of the race, the shifter didn't work, so I just hopped out of the server, activated through the content manager, and joined the server back again, and it started to work. So we almost started the race like 2 minutes late, or maybe more, than all other cars. I see that right now we are, I think, in 15th place in the P2 class, I think.
I'd have to count the B. It is in that region, yes.
Yeah. Haytham, I drove like 45 minutes. Haytham just took the car after that. He's doing fantastic job until now. No crashes, no wall kissing, nothing at all. He had a little bit of complaint about people sometimes at the area that you take it flat out at the end before the straight, the last corner, I think.
Blanche, yeah.
Yeah, people with the P7 trying to overtaking in this point, which is, it makes it hard for us to keep the car stable at that point. I'm not sure. I think I heard in the Discord channel that they have to give the priority to drivers ahead of them as P2 drivers to take this, and then they can pass. Am I right or wrong?
I think I've seen something along those lines of not overtaking at that particular point for that very reason.
Yeah, correct. Anyway, so this is a little information about our team. Haytham is 37 years old, and he's driving from Dubai. I'm driving from Washington, D.C., but we are both Egyptians, and we decided to having this team in like SimRacing world, as we'd like to have some people joining the team after this race also.
Very nice. Well, thank you for all the extra information, and glad to see you guys are here having a great time, connecting from such different areas of the world. But that's part of the joy of the world of sim racing. It's people from all over the world coming together to do what they enjoy, and relive some exciting racing here at Le Mans, for example.
Definitely. Thank you very much for your time, and continue to do what you're doing. I'm so happy listening to you guys.
Thank you very much for the feedback.
All right. Okay, bye-bye.
Good luck for the rest of the race.
Have a good race.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Wow. Both of them from Egyptian and connected from Dubai and Washington. That must make, such distinct time zones must make coordination very, very tricky indeed.
Oh yes, indeed. But it's lovely to see people going through such great lengths to make these things happen. I know that back in Syndicate we've run some leagues where we have a regular joiner from Australia, which, considering we're a EU-based time zone, it must be a very early start for them, or extremely late night. But yeah, very, very dedicated and better attendance than some of our more local drivers.
Oh, the Syndicate P2 car, position 30, has just lost that spot to the SG Stern 242 car. So David Moll in a bit of an argument there for what would be 7th, I think.
Yep, they're SG Stern 42, and they're right behind them as they get onto the straight here. The slipstream just starting to kick in a little bit here. Is it David Moll driving? Yes, it is, because you just wait to red. So David just starting to ease up on the rear end of SG Stern. Actually coming off the throttle a little bit there, actually, rather than going for the overtake just yet. I think he's waiting for the move towards the end of the straight rather than giving it now.
strategic thinking there. So he's not wanting to just open himself up into immediate counterattack. He's thinking about the big picture there. So nicely done. I'd have just absolutely barreled through for the move. But then probably by this point, I would probably be over the wall, let alone in it.
Indeed. Cracking shot down the main straight here with all the headlights lighting up as they approach, but it's probably a little bit hard to see on the stream. But SG Stern is now in the second spot, looking to make the overtake in retaliation.
So yeah, they were backing off the throttle as well. They were thinking about, again, not wanting to open themselves up to counter-attack. So
David late on the brakes there.
They're both Chevron cars as well.
Yeah, so should be pretty similar performance there, but David comes out on top.
But he does. Is he going to be able to break away? We know from our experiences with Akashik just how quick he can be. I have lost many battles in a virtual sense with Akashik. Have you driven endurance racing before, Pirate?
Yes, I did the aforementioned Bathurst race in Group A with Degrini when Rosamund was the one who did the 4-hour solo in the Skyline R32, if I remember correctly.
Ouch. That is incredible. Bathurst is it's a monster. There's no other word for it.
Oh, it's exhausting at the best of times.
Battle for 14th. Curie Orange and Cursim Vector.
Oh yes, so Cursim Vector making hopefully their comeback after.
Well, yeah, we saw them over the barrier, didn't we?
We did, and they're still going, which is impressive.
Oh, that's close.
But they've taken the inside line there now, alongside the 17 Jag. Straight line speed of that forward is pretty impressive, but.
Well, that's been gaffer taped back together quite well, hasn't it?
Quite literally. And the Jag is starting to come up though. Let's just try and get an external camera here, just so we can see a little bit more of what's going on. The Jag is coming back though. It's getting the slipstream, and I think it has the straight line speed anyway. And here it comes, cruising past now.
Wow, that's a huge closing speed difference.
Oh yes, and shout out to Hi Racing from Shelpan.
Where are they?
P27 right now. They're 4th in class. Oh, 5th in class, because Thundering Trio is somehow up in P19. How's that happened?
They're in the pits.
Okay.
They may. Have they had trouble then? Because if you recover back to the reason why, for those that may not be aware, the reason why a car that's been recovered back to the pits suddenly appears ahead of where it should is because Assetto Corsa catapults them forward to the pit stop. So the game suddenly thinks, oh, they've travelled like 1 billion kilometers an hour up to the pits, out to the pit straight. But by the time everyone has gone past them, that's why you would then see that aforementioned car plummet down through the order. Battle for 29th still going on. Syndicate Eclair.
Yeah, just
trying to size up SG Stern again.
Tracking these two currently as they're literally wheel to wheel in exactly the same car.
Lovely growl they make as they come past. Although all the cars make a really quite lovely noise.
As it's coming through the kink now, side by side, it's going to be a braking game back into Mulsanne Corner at the end of the straight. Go back on board with Stern, who is... they've got headlights behind them actually, so I think these guys have got someone right up behind them, and it's a different class. And neither one's yielding.
No,
a little bit of a knock there, but it's a Lola coming up from behind. They're going to have to let those guys get past. There's World Sim Racing that we just heard from.
It was the Gwendow car, the 7th place 26 car.
Ah, okay, right. So So Kami Mazzi in the Maserati is still running in P6. I would have thought they'd be closing in much more quickly by now, but they haven't managed to close the gap just yet.
No, indeed. More pit stops going on. Various different pit stop strategies going on, as we know. Of course, those that have had issues will have their pit stop strategies pretty much binned at this point. Kami Mazzi, I was just watching them. They've lagged. So, whoa, they had a bit of a moment coming through the first turn there.
Yeah, Syndicate Eclair and Hi Racing having a little bit of or SG Stern having a bit of a touch in Anage. Sorry, Kodiak.
Yes. No, that's exactly what I was going to point out.
Okay, right. Yeah, they got a little bit too close for comfort.
That's the thing. Even though it's not a major impact, it still reports on my timing screen as a crash. So it's like, oh no, is this Syndicate car in trouble? But no, it's not. The pit stop for the 27 car, the Lake House Motorsport 27 entry. See, they've appeared in the pits, the yellow and blue Nissan.
I'm going to stay with Syndicate Eclair here, not because of any other reason other than they are the only two cars within a second of each other on the track right now, so providing the entertainment. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, we've got an interviewee in the channel.
Aha!
Hello!
What have we got?
Nuno Rocha from the SimRacing team.
Hello there.
Just trying to give a quick update on my first stint, how it went, how it didn't went.
So I didn't quite catch the team that you're from there.
That SimRacing team, sorry.
That SimRacing team. Right, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Had a great start in the first lap from P20 to like P11 if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, a couple laps later, I had a major skill issue going into a tree after THR. But
at least you're honest. I mean, you could have solved that as anything. But yeah, fair play to you for that.
Yeah. I had to go to pits for repairs, but it's going pretty good, I'd say, for now. We got a really fast driver on our car, so I'm sure he'll make up some places.
So who's in there at the moment?
That's a good question. I don't remember his name. I only know the Discord name.
Tell us a little bit about your choice of car then. We've heard anecdotally that the Lola is probably the fastest out of the P7000s, but it may be a little bit thirsty. So do you have a 4-pit strategy in action at the moment?
Yeah, after I pitted for my crash for repairs, I had to really go into fuel saving mode. It drinks about like 560 liters per lap. I don't say it's the most like effective on fuel, but we do have a strategy planned out for that, and I'm sure we'll find a way to battle that issue.
It's Drew Dender, I believe, in your car at the moment.
Yep, exactly. Apologies to Drew, I forgot your name, bro.
As great teammates do. So how was the start of the race? We've heard it's a little bit feisty at certain points. Did you guys get off to a good start?
I managed decently, I'd say. I got pushed into a wall, into the left wall at the start, but apart from that, it was solid, I'd say. I made up like 6 places or so. So for me, at least, it was good. It was a good start. Had a bit of a battle with some Portuguese guys.
Are you driving from Portugal? You're Portuguese, are you not?
Yeah, I'm Portuguese
so
as well.
Are you in Portugal at the moment?
Exactly.
So, and your teammates are American, so that's going to make coordinating practices and what have you a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, that's why I started the race. It was way too early for them, so
fair
I took
play.
the bullet on that one.
Yeah, don't blame me for that.
Anyways, that's all. I just wanted to give a quick update on our situation at TSRT.
Well, thank you for popping in.
Yes, we very
Thank
much
you,
appreciate
guys.
it.
Thank you for the commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with the rest of the race.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Well, it's nice to see people dropping in, and I'm trying to keep an eye on the waiting room so I can pick people up more quickly. But at the moment, just unfolding on track, we've got the Kami Mazzi Maserati in P5. Earlier I was just mentioning that I'm surprised that they hadn't been gaining ground more quickly, but they are about to make their first move, streaming past the number 78 Plebeian Racing Lola. And they are now set to continue their upward trajectory as the next target in line is the Syndicate Bottling team in P3.
Wow, they had 30 more kilometers at the point they passed in the Kamimazzi squad than the plebeian number 78.
Yeah, it's absolutely flying, isn't it?
I've just been asked a question here, again from my mum. Hi, mum. But it's quite a valid question. And this is something we touched on towards the beginning of the broadcast, is how on earth do we see anything in the dark? Well, the honest answer is we rely very much on telemetry. We rely very much on the overlay telling us who we're looking at, and the tower on your right-hand side on who we are going to look to next. But I can say I have commentated a 24-hour event. I have commentated in the dark, and at least when I did it, I could see lit areas. It is a real challenge, though, to identify the cars in the dark. Although when I did it, it was for a club I was familiar with cars I was familiar with. In this instance, this is the first time me and Pirate have seen these cars, so we rely completely on the information that we are given from the game as opposed to what we can see. Although we get little glimpses of liveries, so we can hopefully identify things from that. That's the long answer to that.
Yeah, I think things get a little bit easier as you get towards the more modern end of racing. Although, of course, that's not something that THR would be doing, because they're very much with the vintage variety. But you have like lit numbers on the side of the cars and so on, and that makes things easier to see who you're actually looking at. But yes, here it's a little bit more challenging, and at the moment I'm just going to try and lean towards using the internal cameras more than anything else, just so to see a bit more about what's going on. We do have someone in the waiting room. If you put your hand up, I'll let you in for the interview. If you are just here for listening, then keep your hand down, and you may remain seated, as it were.
enjoy the audience room. You're more than welcome to. But like Pirate says, if you wish to come and have a chat to us, just join the Discord, join the Interviews English channel, raise your hand. We will then gladly have you with us. Entirely your choice.
Jag just overtaking the number 10 position, the Sweaty Lobster.
Oh, trouble for the Fake Martini 299 layaways in the circuit.
That is not where you want to be stopped.
No, indeed. Well, the only reason I knew that one is it's the Martini livery. So I knew that one in the dark. But yeah, and he kind of came to rest before the apex. That was a very strange place to kind of come to a stop sideways.
Yeah, not exactly where you want to be at all. So I think the person who's waiting in the waiting room hasn't put their hand up yet, so I'm just assuming they're there to listen. But I should let them chill there for a little bit longer. So it's 1 in the morning in game time, so we have a few more hours of darkness to go.
2 hours or 2 hours real time have been completed. So we have 3 3/4 to go, as the number 8 Jaguar is still chasing the Sweaty Lobster. It has some time to close in before getting there. Number 41 car has just completed another stop. All of the Fake Martini car has had trouble again. I think it hit the wall. So whatever had caused it to be sideways in the circuit is left some damage with the 299 car.
We might have another attendee for an interview. Yes, we got another interviewee. Let's bring them in.
Excellent.
I'm going to go ahead and just park the camera here just for a moment on Maison Blanche.
We have Megasaurus has put their hand up to come and have a chat to us.
Yeah, I thought I clicked invite to speak, but it didn't seem to bring them in immediately. Megasaurus.
There he is. Megasaurus, are you with us?
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can.
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, very
Just
well.
finished
Thank
my
you.
stint in the number 66 Assetto Corsa Friends.
That is a brilliant livery on that car. I love
Yeah,
that.
that was our man Jorg that did that. It's really good, isn't it?
That is a fantastic livery. Do I detect a wee hint of Scottish in your voice there, sir?
How you doing? Just finished my stint in the number 66 Assetto Corsa.
I think we get some
Someone's listening
feedback
to
from the stream.
That's
So we just got the camera focused on the number 66 car. Tell us how the stint went and how's the car performing so far? Any drama that you've experienced?
Really, really pleased with it, to be honest. Couple of small minor incidents, but for the most part, a 2-hour stint in pretty good, clean pace, no crashing. So yeah, really pleased with it.
excellent stuff. Is there a target finishing position in mind, or just to finish?
Just to finish. That is the goal. Just to get to the flag.
Awesome stuff. And what was the decision behind choosing that particular car, going for the Nissan rather than the other P2000 cars?
Sorry, Megasaurus, I think you're breaking up a little bit there.
We lost you for a moment there.
Sorry, guys. Can you hear me? It's just a great car to drive. It drives like a dream.
That's as good a reason as any to go for it. So, who has got the car at the moment?
Jorg is now... Armin Sunoiler is now in the car doing his 2-hour stint. And Jorg is going to bring it home for the flag.
Great stuff. So, so far so good. So when we get to enjoy the livery again, when we get the daylight hours, we will most certainly be giving the number 66 car a look.
And tell me, what's your
thanks,
pit
guys.
strategy if it's not secret?
From what I've seen in our community over at Assetto Corsa Friends, they are loving the stream. You guys are doing a great job. So
thank you very much for the feedback.
Very kind.
We had a little bit of a wobble with the internet earlier on, but it seems to have settled in now for the evening, which is good. But yeah, glad you're enjoying it, and glad you're enjoying the racing, and very much looking forward to the remainder of the race and seeing how everyone finishes.
Yeah, me too. So I'm going to go and enjoy now. You guys have a great one.
You too. Thank you for popping in.
No.
I'm assuming that was going to be no problem, but I just got no.
yeah, that as well. But yeah, I think we can safely make that assumption. That was Megasaurus then from the Assetto Corsa Friends number 66 Nissan that currently finds itself where are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe, in the P2 class. Unfortunately, my overlay doesn't give me an easy way of finding position in class, so I have to count the P2s. But still running quite nicely.
Yeah, very good, very good. I'm just going to plant the camera on free cam just on the pit wall for a moment, because it's getting quite tricky to track the cars in the darkness. I don't know if I can do anything to lighten up a little bit, but I fear I don't understand the AC lighting mechanism well enough to attempt that live.
Oh, if you're the other alternative, have a look at P2. It's less than 2 seconds behind our race leaders.
Ooh, wow, yes, and that's the 127. How is the 127 still driving? We've seen it basically just plough through multiple barriers and ingratiate itself with a tree possibly once. And yet here it is.
Well, they did
P2.
on the opening lap, didn't they? They fell over the wall in Indianapolis. But yeah, it's had some interesting excursions and is now just 2 seconds off the race lead. So the PT Stern 1 car, the number 92, currently leads the way in the hands of Meister Jaeger. Currently has the number 92 car, and currently piloting the Side Motorsports 127 is Adam. I think it's Celeriac, I won't say, but that's not right.
No, I thought you were attempting to say that, and I thought, I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the name.
No, or Celerac, perhaps. I believe he's from the Czech Republic. So,
who was the which car was it who was driving it solo? Was that the number 77 Northeast Endurance?
Yes, P2000 leader Adam Keefe.
So they're
77.
sorry, let's just rephrase that. They are driving the race solo, and they are currently leader of their class. They've got the hazard lights on, but I'm
by
sure
over a minute.
Yes,
they're leader. They're by 80 seconds currently.
I see Costo in the audience in the stage channel. If you want an interview, there you go. Hands just gone up. Let's bring them in.
Yeah, why does our P2000 leader have their hazard lights on? Oh no, he's turned them off again.
I don't know. Hey Costo, how's it going?
Hello, good, very good.
Please remind us, who are you driving for? Which team? Which number?
Yeah, number 20 car, Kulich and Costo from VAC, from Vintage Appreciation Community.
Ah, okay. So yes.
Oh, that's a gorgeous looking, the black Nissan.
Yes.
Not that we can see it in the
And-
dark, of course, with the blue accenting.
Yeah, and that's Kulich's work. He's one of our master skin makers in our community.
Very nice. Very nice. How's the race going for you so far then?
Good. We avoided all the major crashes so far. Now I jinxed it, of course. And we're doing. We've got about a minute in front, minute back. Gaps are stable, so we're just trying to stay in a quiet zone here and avoid all the P7s passing us into the S's, sort of thing.
Tell us, how's it feel? I've just seen the Maserati just fly past your car right now. How is it with just the headlights? How much warning do you get before you know a car's coming up? Are you having to keep one eye on the map at all times, or?
No, well, we've got. You can look at real time, but we also have our channel, a VAC channel, on which we're doing engineer. So right now I'm Kulich's engineer, and vice versa when I'm in the car, and we all do that with our teammates. So we keep each other up to date on gaps and strategy also. And in fact, I don't know which one I prefer. I don't know if I prefer being the race engineer or the driver. They're both so much fun.
Before you carry on with that, PLB, I've got some bad news.
Oh, what's that?
The Syndicate Eclair 188's just come into the pits on fire.
On fire?
Yes, wheels akimbo. There was indications of flame coming out of the back of the 188. Herr Moll has not been kind to the car.
David, I'm very disappointed.
But because he's just come into the pit, I bet you he's had the same trouble that we've seen time and again. I bet you he's gone wrong in the chicane and detonated the car.
Yes, okay.
He's still trying to move the car on my screen with the wheels akimbo.
Yes, he is. What is he doing? Okay. Meanwhile, I'm just going to cut to commercial there because let's just get. Okay. But
all right. I'll get back to my engineer role.
Sorry,
Costa.
We lost you there. But sorry, we didn't give you a full chance
amazing
for a
event.
There. But
that's okay.
Any other questions?
Amazing event. No, amazing event. I just want to congratulate THR and everything they're doing on behalf of VAC, and I'll get back to the pit wall.
Thank you, Costa, for popping in, and feel free to come back at any time, hopefully without an explosion in the middle of the interview. But yes, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Problem. All right, thanks.
Thank you. So drama unfolding at the front as Sideheart's Motors now closing in to less than a second from the race leader, which is the number 92 SG Stern 1.
Which is the car directly ahead of them, by the way.
Exactly, and Sideheart Motors is now starting to close this gap in. Going to go on board with 127 just so we can see it a little bit more. There's some interesting lighting effects happening in the sky right now.
No, okay. Amazingly, the aforementioned burning Syndicate 188 car is back on track with its wheels pointing the right way.
Fantastic. Well done, David.
But on my screen, his headlights aren't on. I don't know if you can confirm that, but on my screen, David does not have his headlights on.
I'm just watching the 127 navigate through one of the P2000s as they come through up to Arnage. It's number 3 that he's just got past, but trying to stay in contention with 92 car ahead, but he's just lost at the rear end in Arnage, which is easily done, actually.
Yeah, it is very easily done. Yeah, I just saw that. Just cut to that overtake as it happened. That's actually the Belga racing car that I believe they were close to retiring in the early part of the race. Now find themselves still towards the back end of the P2 class, but still going, which is in itself a victory.
Yeah, it just goes to show actually that just perseverance can pay dividends in a race this long. Number 34 car just coming through Tête Rouge there, just very almost losing the car, but managing to catch it. But they are 0.6 of a second behind Virtual Asphalt in the number 22. And I think straight line speed is going in the favour of the 34. Although it's holding steady at half a second gap right now.
I'm keeping an eye on our former P2 class leader. Finds himself about a minute and a half behind Hi. Ramada Vintage Racing currently has the P2 category lead, but pit stops are going to be very difficult to track now because pretty much no one's on a set pit stop strategy. The pits are almost constantly in use by somebody.
Yeah, this is the difficulty for us at this stage of the race is tracking what's going on. But Virtual Asphalt and the number 34 car are basically toe-to-toe in the Mulsanne kink, but they almost went off into the gravel there. That would have been a little bit of a...
There's the straight line, man. Look at the straight line speed of the 322 kilometers an hour at the point that he passed.
I know, and then you have to spot a small sign somewhere that tells you it's time to slam on the anchors before you fly off the end of the straight.
And you just hope that the bin lid brakes just do as they're told.
Yeah.
Oh, but ninth.
Right, I'm just going to very quickly go and grab some food because I'm absolutely ravenous.
Yes, I was about to suggest actually that you take your break first. Thank you very much, PLB, for doing the camera work. So you go sort food out. I will need you back to point cameras in the right direction, but I will do the shouty bit whilst you...
Would you like me to leave the camera on a particular car, or shall I leave it on free cam at the pit lane where we can see the cars coming in and out of the pits?
Have a look at... Actually, keep it on our
what's
lead
happened
battle.
to number 22? They've just had engine failure, by the looks of it, in Indianapolis.
Oh dear. 22, where are they?
Yeah, they just returned to pits.
Oh dear. Yeah, the Walmart Penske team. So, yeah, they've been kind of in and out of the server a few times. So, yeah, it could be that they've had enough. I was going to say, point the camera to our lead battle, our top two at the moment.
Yeah.
I will talk through the rest of the times. The other alternative would be this 17th, 18th battle, which is Virtual Asphalt and Logos 10. I would pick one. But if you go sort some food out for yourself... for the time being.
Right, we've just got an interviewee actually just jumped in, so let's quickly say hello to them.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Greetings.
Hello. Which car are you sporting, sir?
I was the driver who was just in the 29 Walmart Penske.
Oh no, what happened?
A multitude of things. So originally we had a plan to, go for 3 stops in total, everyone being a driver swap, so we can just empty a full fuel tank every time.
Mm-hmm.
And then when my teammate was doing the opening stint, he got steering damage from a extremely minor tap on the wall, so unlucky, I guess. And then he couldn't repair in the pits. So we had to long stop for that because the repair function for some reason wouldn't.
No.
And then I was driving my stint. I incurred a little bit of a skill issue after Indianapolis, spun, and as I wanted to get back going, I had an issue that the Sweaty Lobster team had yesterday in the practice race, which is that they just got a server disconnect. So I couldn't see any of the other cars. And only known way for me to fix that is to, you guessed it, reconnect. So that's the second long stop right there. And to top it all off, this last time I pulled into the pits, I had a faster P7000 car approaching from behind in front of Maison Blanc, and they seemed like they were going to force the overtake. So I was about to pull left a little bit to let him through. And then I got steering damage on the straight without them touching me.
It's been a bit of a mixed night.
Yeah,
it's been a bit of a rough night, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it hasn't been the best. Yeah, so we've made the decision to just kind of call it right there because as fun as the event is, and as fun as the preparation stage has been, it just really doesn't want us to do anything right now. It's almost comical.
That is such a shame, as a greater, because again, that was a good-looking car. That lovely blue livery with that sort of green, the sort of line tracing through the livery. That was a gorgeous-looking Nissan.
Well, thank you. I'm the one who made it. It was actually my
good.
first foray into making a skin at all.
But what Penske I can understand, but Walmart, you might have to explain that one.
Okay, so the idea behind the name originally, when we were trying to find names, we were trying to think of something mildly entertaining. We weren't trying to take it too seriously.
Quite right,
and
yeah.
then we I think I was the one who came up with Walmart Penske. I might have been me, might have been my teammate. But the idea was essentially that, you know, we're not as serious of a racing team. We don't take ourselves too seriously, so we're Penske but ordered from Walmart. So
Gotcha.
the cheap knockoff version, and my teammate said, all right, we'll do that, but only if you make a livery that looks like it's drawn in paint. So that was our on the test servers, we did a interim livery that straight up looked like they made it in paint. And then eventually we decided, all right, you know what, this does kind of look a little bit too bad for official broadcast. Other teams have actually really nice liveries. Let's at least try with the livery. And yeah, that's where we got the number 6 Penske homage livery from.
Now I get Walmart Penske. Now I understand that. Now I get it.
If you want a nerdy fun fact for the broadcast, the original livery has the like actual engine block layout at the back with the rings. We did the same thing for the engine that we have, and we tried to get it accurate to the actual piston size, which just ended up fitting quite nicely.
Brilliant. That is attention to detail. Love it. Well, it's a shame you've had to retire the car, but I mean, yeah, there comes a point where you can only fight the machinery so long.
It's to put it in somewhat direct words, shit happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes things just do not want to go your way. But yes.
A great shame. But hey, well, thank you very much for coming and have a chat with us. It is appreciated. Nonetheless, we hope you enjoy the stream for the remaining 3.5 hours.
Oh, the stream's been amazing. You guys absolutely killed it on the 1.5 hour waiting time. Job.
That was interesting, but no, thank you for that. It's much appreciated.
All right, have a good night.
Likewise. Thank you very much, Avon Yeager from the Walmart Penske number 29 squad. PLB, are you still there, or have you disappeared to get some food? He has gone. Yes. Okay. I thought he might at that particular point. So I will take the reins for now, whilst PirateLaserBeam, our cameraman, has hopefully left the cameras where I told him to, which was on the lead battle, which is still very close actually between the SG Stern number 1 car, the number 92, and the Sideheart Motors, which has had, for those that haven't seen the first half of the race, we are nearly halfway through this race, has had some very interesting excursions. We actually saw it over the wall at Indianapolis on the opening lap. So it's amazing progress for that particular team, and they are still in close contention for the race lead. So in summary then, 3.5 hours to go, 2.5 hours down. SG Stern 92, as mentioned, is leading the way in the P2 class, and that is being chased, as we mentioned, by the Sideheart Motors number 127. In third is the Syndicate's bottling number 496 car, a little bit further back, 36.2 seconds, which in endurance terms is not necessarily huge. But they, and again, another new fastest lap of the race, are just spotted 3 minutes 24.7 by our former race leaders Kamimazi. So they are shifting. But they do still find themselves over 52 seconds now behind the Syndicate car that has the last of the podium spots. I should really run through who is in which car as well, just a complete picture. So the SG Stern 1 number 92 car is being piloted by Meister Jaeger. The Sideheart Motorsports number 127 car is still Adam, again, not entirely sure how his surname is pronounced, but I'll go with Chelarak, or Kalarak perhaps, is still in command of the 127 car. He's had that since the race start. I don't see a driver change for that car. Actually, the same for the SG Stern car. They have not changed driver. They pitted several times, obviously, but it is up to the teams on who gets what amount of time in the car. We've got such an international driver lineup here that time zones and schedules no doubt forcing the hand of who drives and when. And in the syndicate car, in the 496, that is still, so our top 3 cars have not had a driver change. It's still David Naksadi that is in command of the 3rd place P7 car. Absolutely storming job. They've lasted so long in their respective cars. So less than a second separate our top 2. Fantastic stuff there. Leading the way in the P2 class is still the Soul Driven 77, which is the Northeast Endurance car. Now, I say Soul Driven, now, as I've just mentioned, our top 3 have not changed drivers, so they are technically Soul Driven, but they are Soul Driven up until their driver change. They will have a driver change at some point. The number 77 only has 1 driver registered, which is Adam Keefe from America. So he set himself up for the whole run. Let's start with, have we had trouble with our top 2? No, they hit something. I just suddenly sad, crash with car number 127. I think they hit the number 50 car, or came into contact with. So that's all that was. That's the downside of that notification for me, is it can exaggerate an impact. So yes, as mentioned, leading the P2 class is car number 77, as he has been all race long. Adam Keefe leading the way in the slower class, so it's very disingenuous to say that, in the P2 class for Northeastern Racing. Second is the Thundering Trio, number 97, which has, I suspect that has Pitman in it at the moment. Let me double
Hello,
check.
Kodiak. I've returned with curry, so I am going to be able
to
desperately jump on and up. I'm just watching from the onboard here with P2. It's just about to make an overtake on the leader.
Yes.
And the contact you saw was just Tetra Rouge. I think they had a little bit of a difficulty getting around one of the P2000s. But they are just braking into Mulsanne corner, and the 127 has just taken the race lead, followed by Adam, who looks to be
under full lockup as well.
Yes.
It's the amount of smoke off the back of the car.
Yes, quite a race going on between these two. I'm just going to go back to the onboard camera with Ashley Stern. How long do you think we've got? It's 2:30 a.m. How long do you think it's going to be morning?
We have... how long until the daylight?
Yeah, is it, what time of year is this? Is this summer?
Well, if it is, we'll be seeing daylight just as the checkered flag falls.
Yes. Okay.
One thing I didn't make a note of is because I haven't got on my overlay what time of day it is. But I don't know what time of day we started it. I know we have 3.5 hours to go, but I don't know what the time progression is, whether it's 1-to-1. If so, we're not going to be seeing daylight hours again.
No, it's progressing much more quickly. It's gone to 2:35 just, and I think it's
must
be on times 12 progression or something like that, because it was 7 p.m. in-game time earlier on as the sun was coming down. It's now 2:30. So I think we might have morning.
Well, so it's probably going 4 times faster then, because we'd be doing for a 4-hour race it was, or however many times in. Yeah, it's a 6-hour race, so 4 times that
times 4. Yeah.
4. So 4 times progression. We're doing a 24-hour stint, just condensed into 6 hours. Oh, blimey, that looked close for the 27 car or 127 car. Now, whether they are always that close, I don't know, because I haven't been watching them through that section all race long. But crikey, that looked close.
Indeed, yeah, indeed. There's quite a lot of close action now. We've got the SG Stern 2 team just run past the Revival Series, and the number 8 Jag is. I can get a camera here, but it's quite dark for these guys. They've got no headlights at all by the looks of it, but they are just 0.9 of a second behind their main competition.
Very, very true indeed. I'm going to have to... You mentioning curries made me very hungry now, but all good, all good.
If you want to grab your food now, I can cover in between bites.
No. You have your food first. I will sort myself out post your curry devouring. Well, speaking of the number 8 Silk Cut Jaguar, that has just come into the pits. So another stop then for the Fileri Stars Purple Jaguar. And checking in with our leaders, SG Stern doing their best to hang on to the back of the Side Motors car. Now that's interesting. Now, a couple of laps ago, the Kamimazzi car set the fastest lap of the race, and at the very next lap, they've lost something like 8 seconds on the Syndicate car. So they've had a bit of difficulty in the lap after their fastest. More driver stops going on for the look of it.
Checking for damage. They still have a pretty pristine looking livery here, so as they're coming down this pit straight, there's no obvious signs of collisions.
Probably just got caught out behind a back marker at the wrong time as they're catching up with the fake Martini 299 and just dance around it without too much trouble. Who else can we check in with? Oh yes, I was talking about the leaders of the P2 class. So the we know the leader of the Northeastern car. It is the only driver for that. Oh, they got onto a bit of the grass there as the Akiri Orange Jaguar just comes past them. Then it's the Thundering Trio, as mentioned, the number 97 car. Who's got that? That is in the hands of... That is it. As we thought it would be, it is in the hands of Pittman, the big white chief in these parts. And it is the Ramada Vintage Racing Squad that have the 3rd place position in the P2 class. And that is in the hands of Pedro Ramada. They're fairly spread out as they have been, again, all race long. What's happened to number 7? Oh, he's in the pits. That's what's happened to him, so... Yeah, the closest battle happens to be our lead one. Does the SG Stern car have the pace to try and close back in on the Side Motors 127? That is our question. And as we said, neither of those two cars have changed driver yet. God, they don't have to get close to those walls, which is exactly why we've seen issues happen there. That's the normal line. That is that is always the quickest way through a chicane, is to straight line it as much as you can. But of course, they're flirting with the walls, which are very unforgiving.
And we've seen a couple of drivers get that slightly wrong, which has resulted in a little bit of, let's say, redecorating of someone's house or fence as they come screaming through. I'm still absolutely gobsmacked to see the 127 leading the race at this stage, considering the issues we've seen before from this team. But it just must go to show that they have a very quick set of drivers on hand to pilot this car. And it's amazing that the damage hasn't really... I mean, I know AC doesn't have the best damage model, but still, you would have thought they would have picked up a bit more in the way of damage than they apparently have.
An amazing collection, amazing supply of gaffer tape then. There's kept the Ford. That's a Ford GT X1 that leads the way from the Lola. Former race-leading Maserati is in 4th at the moment. Getting back up to pace. 3:25 for them last time around, so which was the fastest of the top 5. I haven't mentioned the Akiri Blue Arrows for a while. They were front runners early on. They find themselves in 5th position, around about 50 seconds behind the Kamimazzi car. Again, looking at them, you just cannot see a thing. Oh, have we got a side-by-side for the lead? Yes, we do. SG Stern returning the favour to the Side Heart Motors 127. And the number 92 resumes the lead. And the Ford's having none of that. Immediately back on the counter-attack. Comes the 127 car, retaking the lead. But now it's going to be a game of chicken on the brakes. Oh, again, a bit of a lock-up there for the Ford. Just as they're catching on to the back of the 66 car.
Yeah, that's our friends from Egypt, if I remember correctly, isn't it?
No, that's the team to whom we've just spoken.
Yeah, sorry,
we've not spoke to them. Yeah, that was Megasaurus' squad.
That's the one. Yeah, sorry, got my names mixed up there.
There are many, so you can be forgiven. So yes, that was the Assetto Corsa Friends number 66 that we've just gone past. Sun Oiler is in command of that one from Germany. As again, our lead 2 just coming through Indianapolis. What's proven to be one of the most difficult braking zones for these cars. I just mentioned Ramada Vintage. Actually, they've just come into the pit lane for another driver stop.
I think trying to turn and brake at the same time is quite a tall order for these tyres, isn't it?
Yes.
Might be why Indianapolis is proving so tricky.
Yeah, race cars don't like that at the best of times because they don't have any kind of aerodynamics to slow them down. Or to help them turn, I should say. They again come through very, very challenging. Actually, riding on board with him doesn't quite look as scary.
Which one? The 127?
Yeah, well, I ride on board with a 92, but of course they're in the same part of the track. Yeah, but riding on board with him doesn't look as terrifying as from the off-board shot.
You say that, but the 127 just came through, and it was basically got through the first part of the chicane and was just sliding off towards the wall. I was watching the steering inputs, and it wasn't like panic. It was just like a little gentle nudge here, a little gentle nudge there, and it was like, if you timed it any later at all, it would have been straight into that wall. But it's so calm under the pressure, it seems. And sliding it through the S's as well.
Which was the optimal way of driving these cars. Not that the tyre manufacturer would have agreed with that. So in the course of our race, we started with... how many did we start with? 50, or 47 cars, I think we started with. We have lost... Well, we have 41 cars still rotating. And we're 7 retirements, so we started with 48 cars in all. We lost at the beginning the SG Stern 4, number 91. Our first P2 retirement. The Subcontinental Racing 11 unfortunately had to be disqualified for lag reasons.
I just watched the 127 overtake on the gravel down the straight. Overtaking 2 P2000s, I think.
That's determination. Well, I certainly committed. Well, by that point, you are committed to your line. So it is, hit and hope as far as getting through is concerned. We lost the French Roulettes number 95. We saw them with very wonky wheels earlier on. And then the Treble I Racing number 31. We lost them after 20 laps, along with the Intercontinental Racing number 6. One of the few Ferraris in the field. And the FHSRAC RT car, the 313 Lola, we lost after 28 laps. And as we heard earlier on, the Walmart Penske number 29 decided to call it a day after various technical issues befell them. Everybody else still rotating around this very iconic and still very testing circuit. So the SG Stern car and side motors, they've worked their way past the number 10. That's the other Maserati, of which there are 2. Oh, wow, the number 10 kind of hit the brakes on the way into Indianapolis there. I mean, the SG Stern car was positioned in a place to get past it without too much interference, but the way he brakes caught me out. So no harm, no foul there. Gary Orange has just taken a drive-through penalty. Quite sure what the penalty was for. By the way, that has been served. There's not too much distance between P18 and 19 at the moment, which is the Aggressive Snails, number 12. So I think that's the first time we've mentioned them since we did our livery display at the beginning of the show. Yeah, that's one of the 4 GT40s.
I apologise, Kodak, if you just heard me eat my entire curry, because I had the my mic muted to the stream, but I realised you did not. So
I didn't actually hear anything. So
thank God for that. Nothing I hate more than hearing people eat, so I hate putting other people through it as well. But good news! The sun is coming up. It's not quite there yet, but I'm seeing a little bit more brightness in the sky, especially as you come over Dunlop, and it won't be too much longer, I think, till the sun is upon us.
Excellent.
I think a 4 AM in-game time, which is 45 minutes from now, which is less than 15 minutes, 10 minutes or so for us.
Very much puts them in the summertime then.
Yes, yes.
127 is in. Sideheart Motorsport is in. So one of our lead cars
just noticed that gap there. So yes, SG Stern is now out and clear by a good margin.
They are for now, so this will be a driver change. The splash and dash stops happen within about 10 seconds or so. If it's a driver change, it's we believe it's a mandatory 3-minute pit stop.
Yeah, SG Stern is now still very much in the lead. Syndicate Bottling takes the P2 spot in the P7000 class, and they are 46 seconds behind the race leader right now.
I just had a message saying...
Sorry, go ahead.
I just had a message come up saying SG Stern 42 disconnected. They very clearly aren't. They are very clearly still there. So the 127 car, who is that being handed over to? Well, that hasn't been handed over to anybody yet. It is still Adam, I'm assuming that's THRacing, who is the only one I've seen actually in that car all night. We've seen him in practice, in qualifying, and still in it.
I know, it's amazing, really. Cammy Mousey's just taken third place, having overtaken Sideheart Motors in the pit lane.
Oh no! Trouble, sorry, PirateLaserBeam. Syndicate Motorsport 188, position 34, facing the wrong way.
Oh no, it's right on top of the... oh, it's going into the ground.
Yes,
that's a rather awkward spot.
Yes, David Moll was trying to get the thing to spin, but the rear tyres just would not accelerate quick enough.
He's got to get
facing the wrong way.
Yeah, he's getting underway though. But yes, okay. Well, that's a bit of a setback. As the number 16 Lola comes up behind.
It's been a pretty rough night for David Moll.
It has. It has. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to handing back over to Red at this point.
Adam THRacing is finally out of the car. Ruben Saunders now has hold of it. It would be great if we could have a chat with Adam, get his feelings on how one of the race leading cars has felt to him. It's looked like he's had a lot of fun with it, but again, flirting with the barriers at a certain point.
Yep,
has been quite interesting. Never mind. I thought we had a battle looming for 5th, but no, just both cars in the pit lane is all.
Yeah, I thought the same. I was just looking at Sideheart Motors and the Curie Blue Arrows, 1.2 seconds apart. But 127's just gone back out, having been repaired, by the looks of it. Thank you.
Ruben Saunders has taken over the car, so they had a driver change as well. Car number 8 for Filieri Stars, that's the Silk Cut Jaguar. Was getting close to the Kyosim Vector 36 for 16th position, but that now is starting to ebb away again from the Jaguar. But then we know the Jaguar is a monster in a straight line, whereas the number 36 car, I think it's one of our Lolas, a bit more competent in the turns.
I'm just amazed by the way that the rear end of the cars steps out every time they're getting onto the straights, but they still manage to just keep it going in the right direction.
And it's flat,
yes,
isn't it?
Demonstrating great car control there.
Certainly bigger than the testicular fortitude than me. I wouldn't be able to do it. It's absolutely unreal.
It looks like One Up Racing down in P19 in the number 4 car is starting to make some ground on Aggressive Snails in P18.
What a great name. Personal best from the Sweaty Lobster.
Oh, yes.
6th position. Although, sadly, for them, still slower than the car they're chasing. That must be really demoralising. You've just set your personal best time.
Adam Ike, I've just seen you in YouTube chat there. Please feel free to come and say hello in the interview box if you would like. We're very keen to talk to you, see how things are going.
Yes, very much so.
So the Ford Mark 1 driven by Aggressive Snails, which sounds a brilliant sentence, I didn't think I was saying this morning, is just coming up through Dunlop and be working its way through the S's next, followed closely by, I think, a fellow Ford in the number 4 One Up SimRacing.
I think we might have a P2 battle for 4th? No, 3rd. So with pit stops going on, Hi and Revival are very close together for 25th overall.
Hi Racing's in YouTube chat, so hello.
And hello to you. Hi having a go. Oh no, Revival have just gotten past Hi for third in class. I think that's strategy and pit stop difference potentially between those two.
So some personal best times coming in from some of the teams now. So I think the fresh driver swaps are helping to rejuvenate the racing. But look at this, One Up SimRacing and Aggressive Snails are 0.1 of a second apart down the Mulsanne straight right now.
Is one up going to have a go at the snail? Yep, there they go.
Have a go at the snail. Let's hope he's not aggressive.
Well, the number 4 has gotten past.
Yeah, nicely done.
Nicely done indeed. The One Up SimRacing, that car handing over to George Lanphier from Richard Suckling.
Starting to see a little bit more redness in the sky as the morning starts to break here at Le Mans.
Mark Johnson in command of the Aggressive Snail number 12 from Max Solmer.
What a fantastic team name, I love that.
Aggressive Snails, yeah.
Yeah, let's hope they don't lose their shell, otherwise they'll be homeless.
Don't start that again. Oh,
they might feel a bit sluggish then.
Oh, very good. Very good.
I shall stop now.
I don't believe you. Belga is in trouble. 36, just rejoining the second there. I think they've just been involved in an incident of some description. They've just lost a spot to JVM Racing number 63.
Yep.
I don't think we've actually mentioned all race long. I think it's 63. I think that's our all Spanish squad. It is. That's the plain grey coloured Porsche 904. It's just gotten past the Belga number 60. Belga number 3.
Bit of a battle unfolding here between THRacing number 39 in P25 and Revival Series. And P26 they're now side by side by the looks of it. Well, they were, but the straight line speed of that Revival Series is clearly coming into play now as the THRacing team tucks into the slipstream, but I don't think they're going to be catching up particularly quickly. There is a slight advancement occurring, but it isn't massive. Oh, we've got someone in the interview box. Let's bring them in.
Oh, lovely.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hey, who are you racing with? Which team?
Oh, so I'm Narwhal. I couldn't unfortunately make the race today, but I've been doing engineering support and emotional support for Vintage AC.
Ah, okay, very important, the latter of those two.
Very important, yes.
Which car number was this?
This is CAF Racing Northeast and VAC. There's another VAC named team in there. Kulik and Costo as well. Yep, CAF car mainly.
Yeah,
so
the 944.
Yeah.
I love that livery. I mean, I know that sounds like a broken record because several people we've spoken to tonight have said the same thing. But that very John Player special influence livery on the Porsche looks superb.
Oh yeah, it looks beautiful. But I gotta tell you something. They say all communities are created equal, but you look at Vintage AC and you look at everybody else and you see that statement is not true. See, normally if you were to go one-on-one in a race with another community, you got yourself a 50% chance of winning. But we're genetic freaks, and we're not normal. So you got a 25% chance at best at beating us. Then you add THR to the mix, your chances of winning drastically go down. See, the 6 hours at Le Mans, you got yourself a 33 and a third chance of winning. But us, we got a 66 and two-thirds chance of winning. Because ASRL knows they can't beat us, so they didn't even show up to this event. So everybody else, you take your 33 and a third percent chance minus my 25% chance, and you got an 8 and a third chance of winning at Le Mans. But then you take our 75% chance winning if we was to go one-on-one, you add your 66 and two-thirds percent. We got 141 and two-thirds chance of winning any class at Le Mans. So you see, folks, the numbers don't lie, and they spell disaster for you at Le Mans.
I hope you guys in chat will keep paying attention. There will be a quiz at the end. If you didn't come with a notepad and calculator prepared, you have failed already.
I love it. Absolutely love it.
Very
Wow.
nice.
All right, well, I must continue my emotional support duties here. I'll be going.
You carry on.
Thank you for sharing some of your emotional support
Thank you,
duties with us.
Pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. I think we've got a next interviewee lined up as well.
We do. Raise your hand, Pixel, if you wish to come and join us. There he goes.
Yes, yes.
Pixel, are you with us?
Yes, I am indeed.
How the
Which
devil
car?
are you?
Which car? And which car are you supporting?
Well, I'm yet to drive. I will be driving the Syndicate X Bottling Motorsport car.
Aha.
Yeah.
So who's just popped in the car? That's your other driver who I don't know.
Yeah, so that's Shane, the other Irish boy. Yeah, we're doing pretty well so far. David had a mega stint, so fair play to him. 3 hours.
Yeah, you're right up into third for a period of time. Superb effort.
How's the
Yeah, very
strategy
happy
going?
with
Are you on plan at the moment?
Yeah, we're pretty happy with how it's going, fuel mileage and everything. Shane has good pace as well, so we don't want to push too hard, just trying to kind of consolidate where we are and see how it goes. But we've kept it pretty clean overall, not too many issues or mistakes or anything, so running pretty well.
Very nice. And I understand you didn't take part in the load testing that happened earlier this weekend, but you were involved in the previous load test a while ago.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, so all seemed fine. We've tested all our pit stops, everything. So we're quite happy with what we're doing. Obviously, it was a bit unfortunate what happened earlier with the server issues, but like I've said, anytime you do an endurance race, whether it's the admin side, the server side, driver side, there will always be at least one moment for everyone of, well, that never happened in practice. It's just the nature of the beast that something completely random and unexpected will save itself for race day.
So very true.
Yeah, and just while we're mentioning it, fair play to the mods. They've done a great job of handling it and communicating it to everyone. So fair play, done a really good job.
So how are you feeling about your turn in the car then? Are you you're ready to go or feeling a little bit daunted?
I'm pretty happy. I'm not setting too much expectation for myself in terms of pace or anything. It's more just being consistent, keeping it out of the walls, keeping it out of the pits. I mean, that's really the key with endurance racing, particularly with older cars that are a little bit more tricky and unforgiving. It's just the less time you spend on not moving, the better. Not like that's how you get results. And I mean, I know it sounds silly, but that is the formula for success. Be moving for as long as possible.
Yeah. That makes sense.
And tell us about your choice of car. What went into that decision? And just got your fellow teammate David Nixardi here as well, so I'm going to bring him as well. How much preparation did you put into selecting the car?
Sorry to interrupt. Pixel, can you please drive instead of Shane? He has no input.
Oh no.
Oh, duty calls.
Duty calls, yes.
Yeah, you'd best head off, Pixel. Totally understand that.
Yep.
But, thank you for taking the time to come chat to us. David, have you got time to stay with us for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Great stint in the car to start with. Certainly looked it from our side. Were you planning on being inside the top 3 by the end of the stint?
I was actually hoping for P5, top 5, something like that, but getting P3 is kind of unexpected, but seems like all the time that I put in just has gone to waste, unfortunately.
Oh no, so there's definite trouble with the car then? Or with the
No, not the car, it's my teammate doesn't have input. He's moving the wheel, but nothing happens.
Oh no. Hopefully Pixel will be able to jump in at short notice. There's probably more nighttime driving than he would have liked.
Yeah, but I mean, it's already getting light. The sun is coming up, so...
True.
Yeah, we're quite glad about that here because we haven't been able to see a great deal at night time, but it's certainly brightening up a bit, which is better for everyone, I think.
It wasn't that bad the night time. I was expecting to have less vision. it was fine.
Have you been seeing? I mean, from our perspective, sorry, the some of the cars' headlights seem to be working fine. Things like the Jags, XJ13s, they don't have any headlights at all. By the looks of it, are you seeing that from your perspective, or is it consistent across everyone?
I think everyone was fine. Everyone had headlights and was clearly visible.
Okay, yeah, maybe a client-side issue then. But yeah, great.
Yeah,
well,
probably.
Congratulations on the strong first stint. It's nice to see you guys doing so well. You're currently down in P18, but hopefully you can be clawed back with pit stops.
Yeah, I was trying, but it seems like it's not meant to be.
Well, there's still another 2 hours, 56 minutes to go, and a lot could happen in that time, so best of luck with the remaining stints to come. Are you going to be getting back in the car then, if we're having a man down, as it were?
I'm hoping not, because I'm quite tired, so... But I mean, if it's necessary to last, then yeah, I can.
Well, we'll hopefully get the... hopefully we'll see the car back underway with at least one of you behind the wheel. But great effort nonetheless, leading up to this point. Thank you very much, David Nascati.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I mean, that would be a shame if it ended up... it is moving. I see movement from the 496. Who is behind the wheel?
496. That is bottling, isn't it? So where have they gone?
It is Shane. Shane.
Yes.
So he has had to leave the car and get back into it again. So it's actually showing us 2 driver changes. According to that, he's so the driver change lineup. I can see for that one is David Naxadi, as we knew.
Yep.
And then it's Shane Power.
Oh, so he's rejoined the session a few times. His pixel showed up now on that list.
No, it is still Shane Power showing actually in the car.
Then you got the car working then.
And they're not the only one to kind of retake the same car. Narinder for the FHSR AC team before that car retired. Oh no, that car's back on track again. That one was showing as a retirement. It is actually back out there. So Narinder's actually on his 3rd stint in the car, and also for the A-Stars number 8 Jaguar. That's still in the hands of Roman Pichon. So he's left the car and gone back into it as well. So they're not the only team out there to have had some difficulties.
Well, that's part of the course with a race of this nature. You need to settle in for every eventuality, as it were. Battle at P15 and 16 though, still going strong. Aggressive Snails are still less than a second behind One Up SimRacing. These guys have been at it now for quite a few laps as well.
Yeah, that they have.
It's amazing actually, like the P7000 class seems to be so much more consistent in how close the gaps are, but the P2000s is so far apart. There's hardly any battles to be had down there.
Oh, look at the Syndicate car. Has just got a punch in the face from the Ikari Orange Jaguar. So a bit of misunderstanding going on there. It's the Ikari Orange car. Well, actually, that was for position. So maybe the Ikari Orange thought, I need to let you go. Oh, well, no, hang on a minute. I need to defend it. But then defended it too late. But either way, there was impact between the two. With now Shane properly getting the horses deployed. So they have lost quite a bit of time, but they'll have lost a full lap, essentially, to the Kamikaze car. And now the 727 Maserati missile is back in the lead.
Yes, I know. I've seen it creeping back up there. Adrian in chat was just asking whether there was going to be another pit stop for that Kamikaze team. There's the 188 Eclair. So both Syndicate teams are now in close proximity. Let's hope they can keep themselves to themselves. Let's go on board with Shane here as he takes the inside line past the other Syndicate Eclair car.
Yeah, I rode on board with David and the 188 guy. The speed difference is just insane.
Yeah. Tomato Soup I see in the audience in the waiting room here with a picture of a cat, which is a combination I didn't expect to see this morning. Put your hand up if you want to come in for an interview, otherwise feel free to chill out and listen.
No movement there.
Ooh, there's a big crash in Maison Blanche. That's a 16, isn't it?
Is it the 16? Good question.
Can't see them on the list here. Where have they gone?
Oh, massive. incident there.
Do you know who that was?
Also, no, not as yet. I will endeavour to find out who it is. That's not the 313. The number 17, the Akiri Orange car, has actually come into the pit, so they've had a bit of an excursion.
Yep.
I don't know who the manically flipping car was.
Oh, they're in the pits.
It automatically retired itself to the pits, but I don't see a disconnection. So unfortunately, I'm not entirely certain who that was that had that huge crash.
No, I can't quite see them, and I'll be a bit too late now. The number 10 just coming into the pits as well. Curse Vector, though, is starting to close in. Well, so Virtual Asphalt was starting to close in, but I think that's another pit stop issue with the timing board. Does look like SG Stern might have a little bit of a thrust from Sideheart Motors in a few laps' time. They're about 3.8 seconds behind, and that may result in a bit of more battling between these two. They've had a fair amount of battling throughout the race duration so far.
And 2.5 seconds to the good for Sideheart Motorsport. They were that much quicker than SG Stern last time around.
Yep.
3 different marks in the top of the middle. Maserati lead, the Lola lead Ford. And our race leader is in. So that answers the question of whether the Kamikaze car was coming in again.
Yep, so Kamikaze just pitted. Now they have to see whether the SG Stern car, which is just coming through up to Indianapolis, whether they can get past them by a good margin before they come out of the pit lane.
Well, if it's a 180-second pit stop, they were only 108 seconds ahead, so
yeah.
That most certainly will cost them the lead again. It's going to be very kind of forwards and backwards. Again, the lap times from the Kamikaze team have still been very, very impressive.
Indeed, although we have a bit of action down in P14 with Plebeian Racing in the 78 Lola coming up behind the Virtual Asphalt 23 car.
Ruben Saunders in that 127 Sideheart Motorsports Ford is absolutely honing it. He's sideways all over the place. Controlled, I will add. But yeah, he's absolutely flying.
Well, Adam in chat in YouTube is just saying that the 127 car is now driven by the slower of the teammates. So the big question is how much we lose, but so far, not much is the answer. Yeah, Virtual Asphalt side by side with Plebeian Racing, drag racing down the straight right now in Lolas.
We can see liveries again!
Yay!
Yeah. So the 23 car and the 78 arguing for 14th position overall, the 2 Lolas. Still, neither one of them, blink and you'll miss it. Oh, this Virtual Asphalt is run out of Virtual Asphalt there. Onto the dust, but keeping the foot royally in it. And do they win out? Just about. They have wrestled. And then clunk into the wall on the exit and lose all that momentum.
Yeah. Still side by side though.
Oh, I thought I had a bug on my timing screen there, but then I realised the Virtual Asphalt cars are 14th and 16th. They were showing as on my screen. They actually showed the same position twice. So no, the Virtual, although they're a minute apart, they are close together in position. But now the number 23 car has once again gotten that 14th position away from the Plebeian Racing 78.
Yeah, so back with the number 92 SG Stern 1 car now, which is our current race leader. Their main competition though is Sideheart Motors, but they are full 4.6 seconds behind at this stage, so not much in the way of wheel-to-wheel happening right now.
Now we may well as we now enter the second half of the race, a lot of pit stops have happened. It's almost going to be a bit of a guessing game here as to how the strategies are going to be playing out.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, a little bit of a overcorrection there by Silent Motors. We've just seen Syndicate going through, and there's the 127 from Sideheart Motors. They are starting to close now from the back of that little mistake.
See if they're able to capitalize on it. About 3.7 seconds now separates first and second cars. Lola from the Ford.
A little bit of traffic up ahead for SG Stern now in the form of the number 27 car. Bottling Motorsport, or Syndicate Bottling, just behind the race leader at the moment. So there's the 127 in the background. This time deciding not to fly over the sandbank and stay on the road.
That was Adam's St. Party piece, it would seem.
Well, fair dues that they've managed to recover so well from those incidents. It's very nice to see them still coming so close to winning this race already. It's half an hour, well, half of the race to go still, but still they're putting in a valiant effort here.
Oh, there's a bit of a collection forming for 13th place. Aggressive Snails, Virtua Asphalt, and the Plebeian 78. So we've seen the Virtua Asphalt 23 battling with the 78, but they're gaining on the number 12. So we may have a three-way fight for 13th forming here.
Yeah, getting pretty packed there. Looks like Virtual Asphalt's coming just past one of the Fake Martini Racing team. But I'm going to go back to our race leader now, who is just coming down pit straight up towards Dunlop. They have got a slight issue in the form of the 127 closing in now. That was a 4.6 second gap previously. It's now 3.6 seconds. That's good improvement there. Coming up to the S's now, and thank God it's daylight because we actually see what's going on now.
Yeah, I mean, there was only 0.3 of a second difference between the lap times of our lead two cars in Sideheart Motorsport's favour.
Yeah. So they do have the potential, although that gap's opening now. So what's happened to them? They've had a slight bit of trouble, maybe a bit of traffic through the S's in the form of the 27, and now they've got onto the straight. Back in that original 4.6 second delta to the number 92.
I think Sideheart was just a bit slower through that. I was watching the 127 car. Didn't seem like it made any or too many incidents there.
So how many pit stops are left for the lead two teams, the 92 and the 127?
Well, it depends on what the strategy is leading forwards. If we go by a kind of 23 lap average, where are we? We're at lap 55 now, or 56 now. So we'll say, say 53 laps for half the race, give or take. Or make the numbers easy. Make it 50 laps for half the race. So they pitted 5 laps ago. Our race leaders did. So they got at least another 2 until the checkered flag falls. But that again assumes they don't have any major incidents. So, say 3 pit stops probably for safety. And there's still only, 4 seconds between our top 2. That could well come down to the wire. In saying that, though, the Kamimazi squad are on a really kind of very alternate strategy because their pit stops are very out sync with our top 2. So, it could just come down to either someone miscalculating the numbers and having to do a splash and dash, or just kind of trickling over the line with very little in the tank. So I'm not sure the amount of pit stops left is going to particularly matter with how far apart the pit stops are. Also, battle for third forming, Guangdao and MS Development. MS Development much quicker. Whoa, someone's flown off the road right behind them. I can't tell who it was that flew off the road.
But behind P3 and 4.
Yes. That's the 188 car has gone off the road. Who was that? 188. Oh, it's the Syndicate car. David Moll again having trouble.
Oh no. Bad news for Syndicate Eclair. Adam in chat says, sadly for us, because we had a crash, we will have to pit near the end as well as the Lolos. So yeah, that might give a little bit of a revealing clue as to how the race might end for the battle for P1. Ooh, the 34 just getting very slidey through the corner there. Granage.
In their pursuit, certainly pursuit of the podium. What I'm seeing, impact for the 127. Oh, I bet it's had an argument with the wall coming through that last chicane, but it's still going. It's lost 2.4 seconds over SG Stern in that last lap, so it wasn't a good lap for who's in that one.
This is my favourite time of the race, is when the sun's just coming up over Dunlop, and we get to watch the. Gonna go stay on board with the 34 here for a moment. We just come over the Dunlop hill. You will see the sun under the archway, hopefully.
Probably a bit too cloudy for that, but we'll see. I'll join you with that one. Light lift coming through turn 1.
Yeah, there it is. The sun just under the arch. Low in the sky.
There we go.
As we head down to the S's. Beautiful. Oh, back.
So I've just cut to an onboard from the 34 car. I've just caught a part of its livery that says any car remaining in one piece for more than one race is too heavy.
Where does it say that?
It says it on the engine cover, behind the or just underneath the STP logo.
Oh yes, yes.
Well, there you go.
Very good.
Yeah,
okay, so SG Stern in the number 92 is our race leader currently. 3:27.504 last lap, which is significantly faster than the number 2 spot occupied by the Sideheart Motors 127 car with a 3:29.910. But the main action seems to be happening around P3 and 4, as you mentioned, Kodiak, as the 34 is hunting down Wendu Rising Star.
I was keeping an eye on the number 23 car, was lagging a little bit. But seems to kind of have itself under control. For now, at least. So we have seen lag cause the disqualification of another couple. Wow. SG Stern has built that gap up to 7 seconds now over the 127. Have they got damage to the Sideheart Motorsport car? Because they suddenly lost quite a considerable chunk of pace compared to where they were. It's kind of 4 seconds off their best.
Yeah. Looks like the 34 is just closed into striking distance on the number 26 car. Will be in full slipstream by this point on the run down towards Indianapolis. Will they have the pace to convert this into an overtake, and will they have the balls to do that just before Indianapolis? Looks like they're still 0.3 of a second behind though, so that's going to be a little bit of a tall order, I would have thought.
No, yeah, I wondered if he was going to size up for mistake with the 26. That's going to put the 34 into a position where he can try and challenge. Goes to the outside line in Indianapolis, now down to Arnage. Can the MS Development car get later on the brakes? Not by enough. Just has the door closed in his face.
Oh no! Mistake from the 26 car at the wrong moment there. That's going to make it very easy for the 34 to just sneak on past there.
Yeah, the Gwendow car dropped it just there. That is Gwen that is in command of that one. Luxor was the one that had it to start with, and there's too much, cracked a little bit under the pressure, too much right foot trying to get out of the very, very slow Arnage, and that has handed the podium spot to the French-driven number 34.
Indeed. Now,
who flirts with the grass on the way into that deadly chicane at the end of the lap.
Exactly. So an 8-second gap now for 92, driven by SG Stern. We've got the SG Stern team. Sorry, Sideheart Motors is now dropping further back, and that might be a problem considering they will have a late stage pit stop due to the earlier crashes that Adam was mentioning in YouTube chat just then. But anything can happen. There's still 2.5 hours of race time remaining, and it may present plenty of an opportunity for other cars to take themselves out of the race. Let's go and take a quick look at the number 13 battle, or P13 battle, where we've got Virtual Asphalt and Aggressive Snails. Sorry, that's SimRacing team Going toe to toe here.
Yeah, the 23 car is lagging quite a lot, so
Yes.
that's making that challenge quite difficult. Well, actually, yeah, sorry, the 23 car is
Yes,
lagging.
that is lagging quite significantly.
Really quite horrendously.
Ah, so this is the number 16 car, so that's why I couldn't see it. It's got a white and blue livery, but the actual logo in the tower is peachy, so that's why I couldn't spot it, and it's very hard to see the 16 there. Oh, the 23 just glitched through the wall and seems to be back on its feet again. So next up for Gwendu Rising Star, they've lost that a little bit to the number 34 car there, but they've now got some impending pressure from the number 40 Akiri Blue Arrow team. Ah, yes, a request to look at P2 class. Is there anything happening down there battle-wise which we can take a quick look at? And Kodak, just conscious, do you want to grab your food? I'm taking the silence as that he's already gone for food, so it's just me in the cockpit now. Let's take a quick look at the Northeast Endurance team. So this is, I believe, the solo driver Adam, who is currently winning the P2 class, despite having done all of the 3.5 hours of driving that they've done so far entirely on their own back, and putting in a 3:43.675 on the last lap, which is actually, by the looks of it, the fastest lap of the class. Which is
It's hard enough to drive that. It's hard enough to drive that long in a road car, let alone in racing conditions.
Yes, I assume. Did you just grab yourself some food, Kodak? I was going to say, I'm just conscious you haven't had anything.
No, sorry,
yet.
my phone went off. Sorry, I had to answer a phone call.
Do you want to go and grab something to eat? Or are you okay?
En route. So yeah, I've broken the diet on this occasion.
No problem at all. So yeah, P2000 class is a bit disparate at the moment. There's no particular wheel-to-wheel action to be had anywhere, although interestingly there is the Assetto Corsa Friends car is in P27, but is there a P... Yes, so there's a P7000 down here driven by the one-up SimRacing team in the number 4, which seems to be down here with them, so I don't know if they've just got themselves a little bit into a pickle earlier on in the race and are now battling along in this area of the grid, but apart from
Good
that...
well have done. I mean, they pitted a couple of laps ago, so did the one-up SimRacing number 4. So yeah, I suspect they've encountered some difficult times. They're just lining up a move on the Corsa Friends car.
So apparently the number 23 car that we were seeing with the issues with the lag, they are drive swapping.
Yeah, I suspect they would be probably forced into that particular position, because that was really quite something. .34 car's done well to build up a gap to the Gwendal squad. The number 40 car, which is the Akiri Blue Arrow, is closing in on the Gwendal Rising Stars number 26. Oh, as again, big snap of oversteer is going to drop the Gwendal car again. As a bit of overexuberance on the right foot has cost them another position.
Yeah, it could be a sign of a bit of driver fatigue setting in, or just nerves under the pressure. I've certainly been in that position a few times myself, as you get a bit flustered, as it were. Very
true. Very, very true. Especially if you've, been, like you say, you combine fatigue with, how to handle pressure. The two combined can generate some uncomfortable results.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to be the one that's lasted lapped more than anything else. So, I don't sim race so much these days. I tend to. It's safer for all concerned if I stick to the commentary box. And if P-Cars 2 was my was kind of my heyday, if, so to speak. I kind of haven't readjusted to other sims, so yeah, I'll stick to the commentary box.
I've spent a bit too much time in the commentary box by the looks of it, because I think for the last year or so I've been mostly behind the scenes or in the commentary box, and having tried to get myself back onto the track, it's certainly a reawakening or a realisation that I am no longer as quick as I wish to be. So yes, I need to get some more time behind the wheel myself. So here we are with the number 66 Assetto Corsa friends. THRacing in chat there is, or JU-Racing in chat there is just wanting to have a look at their team's car on the stream. So here we are. I think we had a nice little interview with one of your teammates earlier on.
Yeah, it was Megasaurus that came to join us earlier. Yep, certainly did. So have they changed hands? It was Sun Oiler that was in the car before. Is it still he in car now? Yes, Sun Oiler still in command of the Nissan. One of the again, we talked a lot about the liveries, but they are a lot of effort's gone into quite a few of these, and they really do look magnificent.
They do, and it's really nice to see everyone putting in so much effort with the liveries and an event like this. It certainly pays dividends when it gives us something nice to look at and helps us to identify who's who.
Very true indeed.
It's still Sun Oiler driving, yes, so apparently to JU-Racing in chat there.
Yes, it is.
So these
trouble for our second place car! They've had an incident coming up through the early corners up to Assetto Rouge. They were stationary and facing the wrong way.
Oh no, so they've put themselves back to 20 seconds behind SG Stern now.
Well, I do wonder whether they've had damage that's caused that loss of pace, and has that bitten them? Because they did a 3:28.3 last lap, but they were kind of getting to the 3:26, 3:25s earlier, and sadly, an incident has caused them to face the wrong way. Sorry, Pirate, carry on.
It's okay. I have no idea what I was talking about before you said that. I think it was yes, Assetto Corsa friends and Megasaurus.
Oh yes, yeah. So the Sun Oiler is now the one behind the wheel.
10 seconds lost, yeah, so big setback for number 2, or P2. There's also the World Sim Racers, which are our friends from Egypt and Dubai, who were with us in the commentary box earlier on.
Yes, indeed, the 25 car. We spoke to, it was Ehab we spoke to earlier on.
It was, yes.
Who should be in the car now. Double check that. To World Sim. Oh, Ehab was in the car. It's back to Haytham again. So that's been. So there's been some connection issues gone on there, because they've had. So Haytham apparently was in the car twice before Ehab, who's been in the car twice, and is back to Haytham again. So
I've got a car coming into the pits just now. Looks like the number 16. Actually, no, they're just indicating to overtake, I think.
That is the 76 that you spotted. That was 78, beg your pardon. That's the plebeian car. Ida Van Beek and Daniel Taberner.
Okay, sorry, my mistake. No, sorry, it's the 16 just overtook the World Sim Racers.
I beg your pardon. I was talking about the one going in the pits.
Okay, yes, no, yes, I was.
Quick stop for the 78 car. No, I beg your pardon. Where are the World Sim? Yeah, they are 25th, and they are a car right behind them is 43. The one that went past them is indeed the 16. Yes, my apologies. You are absolutely right, sir.
So our friends over at Moisty Sim Racing in the number 54 are currently running in P10 at the moment, behind the number 8 Jag. Seemingly in pretty good condition at the moment. They're 14 seconds behind their next closest competitor. Syndicate Bottling has found itself down in P16. Looks like they are overtaking the Martini team as the 127 car in the background starts to come up. And Syndicate Claire is in P30 right now, so they are midway up the pack with the P2000 class.
The Syndicate Bottling team had a 3:27 last lap, but the one before that was a 3:43. So
okay.
Definite trouble has befallen them, but we knew that there was difficulty going on for the Syndicate car. Shane Power struggling to get any kind of input with the car, so hopefully his issues haven't continued. But either way, back up to pace. He now finds himself about 30 seconds behind 15th, the virtual asphalt number 22 car.
Just driving, or just keeping an eye on P34, the number 20 car driven by Kulich and Costo, who was in the interview box earlier on. In their very snazzy chrome livery.
Number 8 Jaguar has hit something apparently. Oh, wow, it's hit the number 10 Maserati. Huge, huge. And the 10 car has buried itself in the ground.
Oh, and the number 8's back to the pit box.
Yes, but the number 10 was literally stuck in the ground, and that has recovered itself back to the pits as well. The lap art, oh, that's a shame. They've just done the team best of the 3:27.3. Oh, what a great shame for them.
Might be pushing a little bit too hard, potentially, then.
A huge shame for them. The Silk Cut Jaguar back into the pits. Who had that one? That's the Valeri Stars. That's Romain Pichon, who's been in the car pretty much all night. So it could be tiredness maybe taking its toll on the number 8 car, the Logos number 10.
Oh, 127 just making a slight mistake at the end of the main straight as well. Misjudged the braking point and almost went into the sand barrier, but just collected it at the last minute.
Pushing a bit hard, perhaps, because there's quite a few mistakes we've seen at this stage of the race for that 127 car.
Well, I suppose it also depends on where these drivers are in the world. You know, if you're driving somewhere a little bit further on in the clock, in Europe it's 9:15 right now. So if you're any further east, you're going to be very much burning the midnight oil soon enough.
Yes, true enough.
Oh, Dubai. Oh, another issue for the 127. They are certainly struggling. I don't know if that's damage or just fatigue setting in at this point, but certainly losing time now. 25 seconds almost behind the race leader.
Well, that should be Robin Saunders, who is flies the American flag, so it would be afternoon time over there. But that's assuming, of course, he's driving from his nation's sake, because I mean, we've our Egyptian drivers, one's from Dubai and one's in America, as was highlighted earlier. So yeah, like you say, it could just be getting on a bit, because we were an hour and a half delayed in the start of the race. We should be in the final hour of the race by now, but sadly technical trouble with through determination was overcome by our admins. Oh, that 127 car I thought was going to smash the ball again.
Yeah, hazard warning lights are on though. I wonder if they're coming to the pits.
It's coming in.
Yes, they are.
Is that a driver change, or is that car simply too damaged to carry on as it is?
Unclear at this stage. There's the 34 coming up now, which is going to take the position.
Yeah, it's just gotten past the Acura Orange Jaguar.
Yep, and that's the P34 up to car 34 up to P2.
37 seconds at the moment behind the SG Stern number 1 car. Itself just caught a little bit of the scenery, but continuing along its merry way nonetheless.
Let's go and say hello to some of the P2000 cars which we haven't spent much time looking at. So THRacing in the 39 car are now much more visible in the daylight, so we can see a little bit more of that lovely livery that they've got on their car. They are on track here for a potential podium if they can wangle their way up just one more position. Currently running in P4 for their class.
Love that segue there. Say hello to THRacing. Nicely done.
Heidi hi campers.
Showing your age there now.
Well, I grew up in the era of UK TV Gold, which was basically the best of the best of the rest. You know what I mean? Or the last of the best. Best of the last, whichever way around that is.
No argument there. I was a child of the 80s as well.
A wee nipper. Bit of a battle actually here between P2 SimRacing, sorry, that SimRacing team and the CAF 944 car, which the CAF, I said that. I just wondered why I couldn't see the 944, and it's because it had actually driven into a car park at the side of the straight. It's just leaving a warehouse. Maybe just popped in to get some supplies.
Have a look at 5th and 6th. Sideheart is being closed in on at a rapid rate of knots by the former race leading 77 car. And another bad lap for Sideheart Motors, a 341. Considering they should be in the 26 or 25s. Well, speaking of 325, team best by the, was it Sweaty Lobster?
Sweaty Lobster, yeah.
325, 704 for our 4th place car. 8 seconds behind the Akiri Blue Arrow. So they gained about 9/10 of a second over the number 40 car last time around. That record still belongs to the 77 car with that 324 707, but I think by their own admission, it's not their optimum driver that's in there at the moment. Yeah, no disrespect meant, because there's no way I could keep up with any of these lap times.
Yeah.
Not even vaguely close.
I know, being the slowest of your team members here is a bit like being, just the best anyway.
Yeah.
There is very little in it, I think, and compared to most, it's a astounding achievement just to keep the car going this quickly for this long. So, hat comes off to everyone. Oh, in the background there, almost losing a little bit of one of the P2000 cars. That Cami Mazzi Maserati, though, is absolute weapon on the straight and narrow. It's so quick. But obviously loses a lot in the corners.
Yeah, just no one's told Cami Mazzi that. That thing's absolutely flying. Yes. And it is closing in quick on the side motors 127.
It does seem to take a while to get up to that speed, but they've geared it potentially just so far that it's just taking advantage of the straights. But definitely has a harder time of it in the corners here, which is where the 127 is starting to open the gap a little bit more. Well, I say that, it's still closing.
Yeah, I was riding on board with the Cami Mazzi car, and it turned in really early to the left-hander of that chicane. I thought it had done it too early. Nope, just glided its way through, seemingly effortlessly.
Let's see how the S's go.
4-minute lap there from the Sideheart Motorsport. It is going from bad to worse to disastrous for them.
Yeah, and they have that pit stop to come, which I think will seal their fates potentially, unfortunately. But let's not cast judgment just yet.
SG Stern's just come out of the pits right behind them, actually. So the lead hands back over to the number 34 car. It's been a while since the French squad were in the lead, but the MS Development number 34 Lola returns to the top spot with about 11.5 seconds over the Akiri Blue Arrow number 40.
So Cami Mazzi now gets the easy pass. Go on board with them just to see them make this overtake. I think it's going to be pretty straightforward.
The development, the MS Development car is actually not too far behind your favourite livery of the night.
There's the overtake. Oh, is it indeed? Let's go and have a quick look at that then. Oh yes, there it is. So MS Development takes the lead. 2 hours and 18 minutes of race time remaining.
We're still seeing some, like you say, fresh drivers or fresh driver changes. We're still seeing some team best lap times coming on. The number 10 car that kind of ended up burrowing its head into the ground following a massive crash with the number 8 Jaguar. That's also back on track, by the way. The Logos 10 squad in 22nd overall set their own best of 3:27.1. But finds itself quite some considerable distance behind the rest of the P7 squad. Our only other Maserati in the field. So the race hasn't gone well for them, I think it's fair to say. The SG Stern 3 number 43 car set their best with 3:46.5 last time around. They're just about to complete another lap. They're down in 40th. Still hanging on in there.
Oh, my internet's taking a bit of a dive.
Uh-oh.
See if it recovers.
Not now. Well, you're sounding fine to me. You're lagging a little bit in session here.
I'm just looking at dropped frames in OBS. It's just seemingly struggling with the internet speed for some reason. I don't know why. It's been stable for hours.
Trouble indeed. Well, I can My OBS is ready to kick in if needed. The SG Stern 1 car is gaining on the side car that has lost that position to the Kamimazi car. That's 4th place now to the 727. I doubt that the somewhat wounded Sideheart Motorsport car was able to put up too much of a defense. It's still going, well, looks pretty quickly, but unfortunately, the damage is really taking its toll now, which is somewhat of a shame. Yeah, I can see the stream is stuttering a little bit, Mr. Pirate. So your internet may well be starting to cry out. Do you want me to take over, sir?
Yeah. So you all set up and ready to go?
Yep.
Okay, give it a shot then, and we can switch over. Do you have the sound set up so we'll be able to independently control my volume to the car volume?
No, but we'll have to run with it.
Okay, right, well, yeah, I'll stop and you start.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, now. I'm just going to keep an eye on the stream and make sure that transition works. Of course, the stream is somewhat behind the point that we've just made that transition.
There it goes.
So it should.
Yes, your colours are... Let me tell you the correct colours for those, because otherwise Pitman will wonder what's going on.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's just changed. Although my bitrate is way lower than I'd like. I'm not best pleased about. It seems to be stable on stream though, so I may not want to change it too much.
1 second, let me just send you the
Which colours are we looking at?
So on the mini map, Pitman was very specific around what the colours should be. There you go. So I can talk you through how to change that on the map if you need. Bionic Romance, see you in the waiting room there. Just give us a few moments and we'll be ready to interview you if that's what you're here for.
Where am I looking?
So hover your mouse over the mini map at the bottom left.
Yeah.
And go to settings, and then to the classes menu.
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. One. The other one. I'll be with you shortly. E7B9.
You should be able to copy and paste it in.
No, I've typed it in now. There we go.
Okay, yeah. Is that the right one? That's the. I think you just replaced the yellow colour with the green colour.
Have I done the wrong way around? Oh.
Yes.
Oh, hold on then. Hold on then, caller. No, I've done it again. Yeah. P2000 is the yellow one, isn't it?
Yes. No, P2000 is green and the other one is yellow. So
oh, I have got it.
You're okay. Yes, you're fine.
Right, there we go. Apologies there, ladies and gentlemen. I know that wasn't a very exciting thing to look at with various number of colours going on there, but details matter. We should now...
You've just been watching Reacher, haven't you? I've heard that phrase way too many times in the last week or so.
Details matter. There we go. So if you keep an eye on the stream, then...
yeah, looking good this side.
Oh, I thought we had a close battle there, but no, we got caught out by the Revival Series Sagless car being in the pits. Oh, take over for a moment. My phone's going off again.
Okay, no problem at all. Could you just change the camera at all if you can still hear? Merci beaucoup. Right, so it seems like SG Stern in P5 is about 1.6 seconds off of the 127 driven by Sideheart Motors. 2 hours, 11 minutes of race time remaining, and still plenty of opportunity for the leaderboard to change up a little bit here. A little bit more action happening down in the P2000 class, as we've got a few cars starting to get a little bit more close proximity, so we may see some racing here. Wheel to wheel of that nature coming up. At the moment, it looks like Northeast Endurance are very close behind the P10, or so P21 Logos 10 car on the main straight at the moment. And of course, the Northeast Endurance team in the 77, the yellow car on your screens right now, have been driven solo by one driver for the entirety of the race so far, and they've got 4 hours under their belts, still putting out lap times which are faster than anyone else in the class, which is impressive all the same.
I just realised my music was still playing there, whilst hopefully I haven't just caused various copyright strikes for the channel. Apologies if that was the case.
I just unmuted the stream quickly to have a listen to voice audio levels. It seems okay, but I didn't hear any music, so maybe you cut it off just in time.
Yeah, perhaps. Oh,
but just commenting that Adam in the number 77 is still going strong at the head of the pack for the 2000s.
Yes, amazing. He's been in there all night long.
Yeah,
he's less than 10 well, it's about 10 seconds off the back of the number 10 Logos car for 21st. But that's some dedication. There's a long time to be in the car. It's not just the race as well, bear in mind. It's the qualifying and the practice session that happened. Well, the qualifying actually happened during the end of the week, but it's the practice sessions as well. And without him being in America, that would have started quite early in the morning.
Indeed. Oh, 127 just had trouble coming through Mason Blanche. Managed to keep it going, but did hit the wall. That means it's going to be even easier for the 92 SG Stern 1 team to catch up with these guys.
I am going to choose this moment to have some food, but I've still got my headphones on, so if you talk, I'll point the cameras.
Okay, yep, sounds good. If you could just leave it with 127, we'll see how this goes while SG Stern approaches. So SG Stern here looking to try and move back up towards the P4 position. Their job being made a little bit easier by the fact that there are some inconsistencies from the 127 up ahead. I don't know if that's just kind of late stage race fatigue setting in, or just nerves, or whatever it is, but 127 doing a fantastic job so far of keeping to the top end of the pack here, despite a few trips off the track into the woods on occasion at the earlier start of the race, and I think they still have a pit stop in their back pocket to do, which unfortunately will come at a later stage in the race, which may result in a few issues. But sorry, Bionic Bromance, I see you waiting in the audience there. Did you want to put your hand up for an interview? Yes, thank you. There we go. Bionic, sorry, apologies for that. We just had a few technical issues to sort out there.
No, that's all good. I mean, you guys are doing a great job with all these issues that have cropped up today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, no, we're just switching between streams here because my internet took a little bit of a dive there. But how are things with you? Which team are you driving for?
Good. I've been racing with CAF 944.
Yes, okay.
My stint, so now we got our last guy in there.
Fantastic.
The Belarusian Crow.
Very nice. Well, you've been receiving a fair amount of compliments for your car's livery, so congratulations on not having one of the nicest cars on the grid. How's the driving been going so far?
Oh, it was pretty good. You know, not too much wheel-to-wheel action with the P2 guys. I guess they're, we're all pretty spread out there, but just a lot of driving around the P7s, trying to figure out where they can pass us and just stay alive, basically.
Yeah. So what's your plan? Are you just trying to finish this race in one piece, or are you got a particular plan? You're not too far off the podium for the class.
Yeah, no, I think we're doing pretty good. Crow had an issue with VR, and I think he lost a couple positions because his vision froze or something. But we were running up in 5th for a while. I don't know. We're gonna see how well we can do.
Very nice, very nice. I know it's amazing how an event of this nature seems to bring out the worst of the technology glitches all at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think everyone's doing a great job of persevering.
Yeah, we love endurance racing over at VAC. I think it's we did what 6 or 8 months, one race a month, 2-3 hours, something like that. So we got a lot of practice last year, and yeah, it's a great style of racing because it really feels like it rewards different kinds of talents than just a sprint race or something.
Well, I know it's certainly a completely different dynamic, isn't it? And it's more of a marathon than a sprint, as you say. So it's the complexity comes in from our point of view as commentators. It's trying to keep on top of who's where in terms of all the pit stops which have got to come and so on.
I'm sure that's very complicated.
Oh yes, but equally, when you're in the car as well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to see who you actually are competing against because you might be separated by 30 seconds, but you've got to maintain that gap for hours. So it's certainly a very, very different style of racing, but a very enjoyable one, as you say, if not a bit taxing on the drivers. Are you a part of a 3-man team or 2?
Yeah, 3-man team. Felix had the first stint, and I drove throughout the night. And now, we got Crow to finish it off here. He's gonna have to drive a little bit longer than either of us. He's got just the realities of the fuel consumption on these cars, but I figured it's fastest this way.
Yeah, we've heard a bit about the varying fuel consumption and also the fuel tank size, leading to almost an enforced four-pit strategy. That adds another layer of complexity and dynamic kind of nature to the racing here. So interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's you really don't know how it's going to shake out until it's over. There's still another 2 hours.
Exactly. I know it's amazing to think of the whole third of the race to come. But yes, I'm glad that we're through the nighttime now, because particularly from a streaming point of view, it's a little bit harder to see what's going on at nighttime.
Sure.
But now that the morning is broken and we can see everything and all the lovely liveries going on again, it's great to see everyone in full swing. Looks like the Sideheart Motors team are starting to come back, fighting against the SG Stern team again. They've been going at it pretty hard for the whole race. Who's been your main competition for the race so far?
I think it's the Assetto friends. I don't have all the Assetto Corsa friends. I think we're trying to keep them behind us as long as we can. I think now we've kind of cleared them, so we're good to go. But yeah.
Yeah, you got a pretty sizable gap there. But we heard from those guys earlier on. They popped in to say hello, which is nice.
Assetto Corsa friends are actually facing it the wrong way.
Oh, are they doing that right now?
Yes, they actually had a major accident on that death chicane that we've been talking about.
Well, they're back in the pits by Onyx, so you might be safe.
Wow. I guess we can relax. Yeah, that chicane's pretty rough. Luckily, the Porsche is really well tempered, and you can just kind of go flat out there.
It looks scary from an off-board perspective, but how close is it really to the wall?
Well, there was one corner where I got a wheel on the grass, and probably a couple inches away from the wall. So pretty close, but maybe on a good line, maybe more like a couple feet.
And over 150 miles an hour.
That's vintage racing for you. That's the beauty of it.
True enough.
Yeah.
True enough.
If you're not sliding at 150 within inches of a brick wall, are you really racing properly?
That's right.
There we go. There we go.
Well, thanks for having me, guys, and thanks for holding it down when that first hour and a half when things weren't working out and keeping everyone entertained. So
no problem at all. Our pleasure.
Yeah.
And sorry for keeping you waiting so long in the waiting room. It's just a bad time on our parts, but
all good.
Yeah, well, come say hello again towards the end of the race if you're not going to get back in the car, and we'd love to hear from you again.
That's great. Thanks so much, guys. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So, new fastest lap of the race, once again by the 727 car, now up into third place at 3:24.379. They set last time around. SG Stern have gotten ahead of the 127 car that's in trouble again by the look of it. There's a lot going wrong with that 127 Ford. Oh, it just does not look stable, whether accelerating or braking. Looks like it wants to kill the driver at every given opportunity.
No, that's the miracle, I think, is that
Yeah.
the cars are so difficult to drive quickly, and yet they are doing this consistently for hours on end. It's amazing. Oh, the 127 just, again, stepping out on the way to the straight that I just saw in your stream.
Yeah, it was probably a handful when it isn't damaged, and we're fairly sure that car has had a considerable amount of reshaping going on, as it's currently in the slipstream of the number 3 car that indicates it's indicating to the left. That's probably indicating to the driver, that's the direction I'm going in, please pass to my right, which is exactly what they did. That's the Belger car, a Belgian-German combination Nissan. It has allowed the side hard motorsport car to get through, continue along its merry way behind the now number 43, which is the SG Stern 3 P2 car. Jumps to the inside line. Does he commit to it? Oh, it was uncomfortable to slow down at the best of times. Just how long these cars are on the brakes for. Is it any wonder that, if they try and push it? Oh no, he's hit the 43 and sent them into the wall. Oh dear. That's a bit of a misjudgment there. Well, it looked like there was impact between the two. Obviously, that camera was quite some distance away, but that won't be well received, I dare say.
Oh yes, I've just seen that pop up on the stream as well. That's suddenly a little bit of a punt. It could be a lag-induced punt, but a punt all the same.
Could well be. Just looking in the driver's chat as well. As obviously there's talk about the 127 car, and it's tangling with the number 50, the golf-coloured P2 car. There's definite difficulties going on with the side-hard motorsport car. Bearing in mind that car's been in the lead earlier on in the race, amazingly. It has had its moments, but unfortunately this phase of the race proving somewhat difficult. Oh, as the Syndicate car hits something. It hit a bit of scenery as it's catching back up to one of the GT40s.
The Syndicate Eclair or the bottling?
The bottling car's just taken 12th, actually, 11th, sorry, from the from the VAC GA28 car. So that was for position, although again the number 28 didn't really offer any opposition to that. So they've gotten back up as well as they can, but like I said, they did lose over a lap to the difficulties that Shane Power was having.
Loco Pixo in YouTube chat says that the P2 battle is going strong with strategies.
Ah, okay. You're welcome to come and have a chat to us if you so choose to. Or you may remain where you are. Oh, I found your favourite livery of the night, Mr. PirateLaserBeam, the Revival Series Saglass 41. 4 seconds behind. It's 4 seconds behind a P7 car, so never mind. I thought he was about to engage in a battle, but sadly not. Now, has the 77 pitted recently? Because it's now finds itself third in class. I'm guessing that the Northeastern Endurance car has pitted fairly recently. 24. 2 laps ago, yes. So the high car must be due in soon. They're coming in this time? No, they're in the slipstream of the number 3 car. Is that? No, it's number 1. So that is the Belger car. It's actually a lap down from the high car. Now the high squad last came in 24 laps ago. So you would think that they would be due in pretty soon. The next challenge coming in right behind them is the Northeast Endurance Number 77, Adam Keefe, still doing a grand job keeping that car on the straight and narrow. Another fantastic livery that kind of reminds me of Art Attack a little bit. For those that remember the British children's art inspired TV show.
Yeah. Which car's Lafrege driving or Lafrege? Number 50.
Is it number 50? It is not. The 50 is the Assetto Corsa car. That's the Golf livery. Yes. That's the Golf S livery car. That's the Italian squad, Luigi Bingo and Vittorio Rubino. The Frege is in the 41. That is your favourite liveried car.
Ah, perfect. Well, yes, there we go. So, Loco Pixo saying Viva la Frege in the Saglis.
Viva la Frege, indeed.
We've also got Techno Monkey, who says, I hope the VAC Lobster is the winner by tomorrow when I wake up.
VAC Lobster.
Yeah, I assume that's Sweaty Lobster.
I think you may be a bit disappointed by that, but...
Can but hope.
Can but hope, yeah. Hope's always a good thing. The 108 car finds itself in 13th place. Who's that being piloted by? That is Ben Nash that has that one. The Merlin started. Sheena then took over. Ben Nash, this is his second stint apparently, so they've had connection issues that has probably dropped the 108 car, the Lola, down further than it ought to be. It's chasing the VAC GA28 for 12th place. We saw that 28 car earlier on, the Ford GT40.
Looks like Cami Mazzi's lining up to take a chunk out of the lap time from the P2 team, the Curie Blue Arrows. New best lap time from the 77 as well, I think. Let's see what this 10-second gap reduces down to.
Well, there's some way from the start-finish line, so we won't know for a while. Let's have a look. Yeah, the Cami Mazzi guy is up on its already impressive previous best. Not by much, only about a quarter of a second at the last check. The Blue Arrow squad are right on their fastest lap pace. There they are. Just coming up behind the aforementioned Sweaty Lobster. Why? Why? I mean, admittedly, it's taken like over 4 hours to ask that question, but why?
If you don't have to ask it immediately, then don't ask at all.
Well, I guess not.
Yeah, some unique names.
Somewhat, but they have been very entertaining.
Very much so. Looks like Hi Racing is now hot on the heels of our P2000 Adam in the 77.
Well, they've just lost that spot. The 77's been closing them down since Adam's last pit stop, but the 39 got a really good run out of that first turn. And he's challenging for the spot, despite the fact that he can't be far from a pit stop. As I was saying earlier, he pitted some, what must now be 24 laps ago. I mean, that is for position. Pit stop strategy or not, you are allowed to challenge for that position. But unfortunately, the high car just caught the scenery there, and that killed all the momentum that he was trying to build.
Oh, yes, a little bit of a kick there. Thundering Trio is in the pit stop at the moment. Looks like they are currently leading the P2000s, but whether they will still be there by the time Adam comes round, I'm not sure.
Well, according to my screen, there's 300 seconds between them. 180 up, they've disappeared. That's a driver change going on. So there might be. It's 180 minimum, bear in mind. That's only for the driver change, so not taking any kind of damage repair into consideration. We will keep an eye on that to see if they retain the P2 lead. Who else can we have a look at? Well, Sweaty Lobster. Oh, new fastest lap of the race. Well, it's done it again. 3:24.
Yeah, Cami Mazzi really opening the taps now.
3:24,
And,
0:22. 3.5 seconds quicker than the Kiri Blue Arrow. Wow.
Well, they were 10 or so seconds behind at the last lap, and I think they are now within 6.5. They'll gain about 1.5 of those seconds on the straight alone, if not more.
That's outstanding. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, they are really flying.
What about our P2 gap? Have they moved yet? Well, they haven't. Thundering Trio number 97 now in the hands, or back in the hands of Duderai, or Duderai, however it's pronounced. Where is... Oh, that's still quite some distance for Adam to cover, because he's down at Indianapolis. And the Thundering Trio car's now on the move. Well, that's changed rather rapidly, because considering that Adam Keefe had the lead of the class by quite some... it was about a minute he had the lead by. And suddenly, he's a minute and a half behind the now new class leader of the Thundering Trios. That's endurance racing, though. Things can change over the course of several hours. And that car has changed hands. Well, it's gone through its 3-driver lineup. So Marga started. Pittman was second in the car through the nights, or through the dark hours. Oh, that's trouble for someone. Who is that that's come to grief? Massive, massive trouble there for one of the blue Fords. Was that the 54 car? I couldn't find the 54 car. There it is. Yeah, I believe it was. I think it was the Moisty Sim Racing over 54. It's had a massive, massive incident we just saw at the back of the shot.
Oh yeah, back in the pits.
And they are back in the pit lane. Yes, it was them. Oh dear, oh dear. Big disappointment for them. Well inside
number
the top
22
10.
just coming past.
Yep, there they are. Virtuola, Asphalt.
Oh, they're back on the move.
They are. Although it looked like they were trying to brake again. Won't be a driver change. That will just be a the fastest suspension and steering rack change you've ever seen.
Yeah, they now have a little bit of pressure potentially coming from Syndicate Bottling, which is the next car behind them. But there's a 12-second gap there still, so we'll see if that can be closed at all.
Indeed.
But Cami Mazzi is now making a triple overtake on the run down the pit straight.
That they are, and making it seem very, very straightforward.
Oh, look how sideways it is through the first corner, my god.
It's terrifying, isn't it?
I know, it just looks like as if it's just totally normal.
They said the fastest third sector of the race that time around, and they were only 400ths off the previous lap they did. So again, they're not only blisteringly quick, they are consistent.
Yeah, that's the most amazing thing about it. 4.9 seconds. They are slowly chipping away at P2, and P1 is only 15 seconds ahead of the car in front of that. So with an hour and 48 left on the clock, I can easily see Cami Mazzi being able to close some of this gap.
But it's going to come down to pit stops, though. If their pit strategy, and we've seen it any endurance fan has seen it, where the pit strategy just, for whatever reason, doesn't work out the way that you've crunched the numbers. I've seen people pitting on the last lap for fuel and things like that, and that gap's already under 4 seconds.
3.5, 3.4. It's on the straight. Look at it. It's just absolutely barreling along. Overtakes the Martini team. No problem at all. We'll even got a bit of toe off that as well, which makes it even more fast.
I love the fact that little right-hand kink they've just gone through. The map is the border of that particular corner is highlighted by lollipops. not half bad on the brakes, that thing. It is just scary how fast that the Kamikaze car is.
Gap's now less than 2 seconds. I think by the next time round, the Mulsanne Straight, they're going to be overtaking. All going well. There's my favourite livery.
It is indeed. And, well, I mean, it's in a different class. Of course, it wasn't going to offer any difficulty to the 727, sorry. It's FMG, their third driver, that is in command of it now. The British driver, they've gone from the German to the Pole to the Brit. And I cannot see what competition the Hikari Blue Arrow, as good as they've been all race long, I can't see what on earth they can do against this incredible onslaught that is now coming towards them.
Purely a matter of time now, isn't it?
Florian Massa in command of the car, the French driver.
Can we get an onboard from the Kamikaze's point of view coming through Maison Blanche?
Certainly can.
Because I think that was an exciting one.
Does he lift? Well, yeah, he does. But he turns into that
Slides.
left-hander.
Look at that slide.
It's how early he turns into that left segment that is, to me, terrifying. But it's just perfectly normal. Oh, the number 40 car's coming into the pits anyway. So it wasn't able to offer any kind of challenge. What was the lap time last time around? 3:24.138. There was traffic involved in that lap as well. But no one is anywhere near that kind of pace. It is absolutely blistering. Looks like no, we don't have a battle forming for 13th because again, that's someone in the pits. What about 15th? No, that's someone else. The aggressive snails coming into the pits. Again, there's not many opportunities to say that in correct context. Look slightly further down the field, the Ramada Vintage squad got their team fastest lap last time around with 3:41.952. Who has command of that? It is in the hands of Carlos Basto. So their starting driver back in command. Portuguese driver. Where are they in class? They are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Behind the Syndicate car, you'll be glad to know, Mr. Pirate.
Yeah. Glad to see the Syndicate are clear. Despite issues, it's still in with a chance here of a top 5 finish for P2000s.
Is Mr. Akachi going to hand that car back over to Thierry Red, do we wonder?
I think that probably would be on the cards, but we'll have to wait and see.
It's not been the easiest run for the German driver.
I'm just glad his internet's been holding out. He's been having all kinds of issues with his internet just cutting out mid-races and costing him all kinds of elo points in our races. He's certainly not holding back in the corners though. Just watching him go through Maison Blanche. Got to say actually the Jags here I think are taking the top sounding car award for me.
Okay.
I don't know what your preference is.
Well, what's just made me giggle is I'm just riding on board with the number 8 Jaguar, and there's no steering wheel there.
Oh, really?
He's driving by the Force.
Oh.
I'm sure if I switch to a different onboard view, no, the steering wheel refuses to appear for me. That's the one that says beer at the end, bro, which had the steering wheel on when I first saw that notice. So I'm not quite sure why there's no steering wheel there. Oh, the Virtuella Asphalt number 1 car, the 22, has just got a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh no, that's not good news for them, especially they're in their current P9 position.
And the
that's going to, yeah.
That's going to cost them.
High Racing just made up a position there, I think, because of a pit stop.
No, they'd have lost a position because the High are in the pits.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just seeing the wrong car flip past. It's been a long day.
It has. It has. We still have another hour and 3/4 to go. Team best by Plebeian, 3:26.680 last time around. couple of minutes, 2.5 minutes behind Grendel. Only 5.4, 5 and a bit behind the Blue Arrow car. So the 26 car may be able to mount a challenge for a spot inside the top 5. Carrying on that kind of pace. Another person, team best there for that SimRacing 2, which is the number 32 car.
Let's keep an eye on the number 188 car and grab the driver once they finish their stint.
188. Who are they? They are
certain chocolatey treat. Oh, looks like the number 8 Jag just overcooked the end of the. Oh yes, big damage for the number 8 Jag.
Oh yeah, we're just actually catching the back of it on board with Mol. That's just smoke.
Yeah.
That number 8 must still be. He's still caning it.
247 kilometers an hour with a completely collapsed front suspension and no wheel. Well, it has the wheel, but it's not working well.
Well, you can't say that that's a spectator glitch. He knows full well that car is not behaving itself. He's determined to. Well, he's got half a lap to do, which is a long way here in Le Mans.
Oh yes, it's a very. Oh, he's going off the track though. He might be
admitting defeat, perhaps.
Yeah, I think he is.
You wouldn't really blame them. That car must be horrendous to try and turn right. Although he kind of bowed out on a left-hander, which wouldn't have been pushing on that dead suspension. He's still not made up his mind on what he's doing. He's just staring at the...
is that being driven by No Pitch by any chance?
How is that? That is Fileri Stars. Fileri Stars. Now they have recovered it back to the pits, and that is still Romain Pichon, who's been in the car all night.
Okay, so in chat here, it's the Loco Pixel saying No Pitch will have to abandon.
Oh dear.
He was doing the 6-hour solo.
Oh! Trouble there for the number 7. Oh, that's actually several cars several cars having some moments there. It wasn't number 7. It was one of the P7 cars, number 4, excuse me, that was having difficulty. But every time I changed camera, I found another car that was in trouble. So, oh goodness me. So yeah, I think this is probably kind of fatigue that is really kicking in now.
Yeah, looks like Cami Mazzi is 16 seconds behind our race leader now, which is MS Development 34, but will be on the attack, I'm sure. 3:25.578 to a 3:26.207 on the last lap, so definitely closing in there. Pittman's just joining us in the interview box. Let's bring him
lovely.
in.
Lovely.
Pittman.
Hey guys, my stint is over.
Hey, how did it go?
It went very well. I'm very satisfied with what I did on track, especially when I consider what happened before the race, and so it was very good.
Very good.
Lap
very
times
good.
were good. Just one small hit in the wall, but it didn't do anything. Two critical situations. One when two cars in front of me collided, and one of the cars jumped over me when I passed it. So that was scary, and I was a little bit lucky there. I could have done nothing in that situation. And the second one was what was it? One car torpedoed into me at the end of a long straight to my right door. But I was lucky, so no big damage there. Was lucky. It was a P1, P7 car, faster car. I think he missed his braking point and then speared into me. But nevertheless, it was good. So I don't know if you have recognized it. We should be on P2 currently, not because the other teams still have to do their long stops. Yeah, but now we hope that do the ride drives it to the end, and that we can come out with P2 from this race. That would be pretty cool.
Very good. Well, yeah, it looks like you're currently in P3, but if the pit stops are yet to come, then that will put you in a very strong position for the next stage. Is that all falling into plan, or is the plan all falling into place, sorry, with the strategy that you had?
Yeah, works out. So we need one splash and dash, so put 30 liters in after 90 minutes of driving, and that will bring us to the end, and yeah, we will lose some time there. That is the strategic disadvantage I talked earlier, because we decided to have 2 hours per racer. That meant that we have to do one more stop as when we had choose the other strategy.
Good to know. Sorry, Kodiak, just a bit of action on P5, P6 at the moment. Grando Racing, SARS, and Curie Racer, Blue Arrows. So Pitman, what are you thinking in terms of the P7000 class? Who's looking on trajectory for a good finish here? Looks like Kami Mazzi's got a pretty strong team together for the Maserati. Be interested to see whether they can plant that on the top spot by the end of the race.
Yeah, I think so. They are pretty fast, both. If they do not do any silly things, they might win it. It's interesting how fast the P7000 cars are. Now during the night in my stint, it was pretty interesting when they came up on the long straight, how fast they are. The corner sections like Indianapolis or Maison Blanche, they are not faster than the P1000 cars, but on the long straights you always have to be you have to take care that you know who's around you, who's behind you, who is coming up, so that you stay on the side. They are really fast, and if you are not aware, you can cause crashes. They are pretty fast.
Yeah, definitely. We've been really surprised just at the speed at the Maserati from Kamimazzi, even against fellow P7000 class. It just walks down that straight, gapping everyone else. But it seems to have a little bit more trouble in the corners. But it's just amazing the speed difference that it has at its disposal. Certainly makes it interesting to watch the battles unfold, because you need to be at least 1.5 to 2 seconds clear of those guys at the beginning of the straight, otherwise they will be on you in no time at all.
Okay. Yeah, interesting.
But
yeah, I saw him passing several times because of my pit stop. I lost some time, then he was again around me and passed me again. Also Adam Mike, his car seems to be a little bit broken, so I guess he was inflicted in a crash in the beginning or something like that. So the painting is a little bit scratched.
There are very few cars that aren't. there are few cars that haven't had an incident of some description.
Okay, what's your impression from the race, from the safety, from how clean they drive, from what you have?
By and large, the drivers have been very, very well behaved. There have been a few mistakes. There have been, of course, there always are. But from a driving standards perspective, vast majority of it has been very, very good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's my impression from track. I only had these 2 difficult situations over the 2 hours, so everything else looked clean.
It's been very impressive, actually, considering how you have to slide the cars through these corners at very high speeds. It's amazing how clean it's been.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And what about your voices? Still okay, or
still
hanging in there?
Hanging in there.
So far, we've both managed to cook, eat, get drinks.
Oh, cool.
Kodiak said hello to his mum. We switched our stream from mine to Kodiak's because the weather was causing all kinds of grief with mine.
Yeah, I saw that. I read that. Yes. Yeah.
But thankfully, it's been pretty good so far, which is great. And it's been fantastic watching the racing. A little bit difficult to see what's going on at the night time. I might need to look at my settings in AC to how we can better get a view of what's happening at night time here. But certainly really good to cover this so far.
Yeah, cool. Very good. Sounds very good. Yeah, I had no time to eat something. I have it now right in front of me, so I will start in a few minutes. And when I park my car and get out of it, I ran up to my kids, which I assumed sitting on the couch, but they are all already in bed. So they have to go to school tomorrow, and I just wanted to ask if they've seen how I drove. And during my stint, at some time I was the fastest car in P2. And I hope that they have seen it, but they are already in bed.
How old are your children?
They are twins. They are 11. They have to to go to school tomorrow.
Mine are 13 and 9, so a similar age.
Yeah, cool. But the time they were on the couch, they watched the stream, and they, I think they had a lot of joy. I will ask them tomorrow.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah. So you two did a really good job. I am looking forward to rewatch the stream tomorrow. And I will start it now to hear a little bit what you talk about.
Very good. Well, hopefully we do you proud.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And as I wrote you at the end of the race, we thought about meeting in the briefing stage to have some interviews, maybe with the winners or something like that. So if you join, it would be cool. I think that the German commentators will also join, and then we can, well, maybe a mixed language interviews, not that long. Yeah, and then we can end this here after this.
Okay,
yep,
well, we look forward to that.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Sounds
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pitman. Well, yeah, and congratulations on a good stint, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yep. All the best, and have fun for the next 1.5 hours or 2. How long is it? 1.5.
1.5. Yes, indeed. Well,
go, exactly 1.5.
Go and have a well-earned rest, and we will take it from here. So, Kami Mazzi back into the lead as the MS Development car has pitted. So, final stints then for a lot of these cars. If not
We've
all
got another interviewee ready to go, by the way, Kodiak.
Who have we got?
Florian. Hello, Florian.
Hello. I wanted to follow the lead of Pitman coming into the live stream.
Which car are you, Florian?
Yeah, I was in the Ecurie Blue 2RO.
Ah, the number 40.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, number 40. I just finished 3 hours stint. Right now.
Very nice.
And yeah. So just wanted to say a few words. I'm part of the THR Orga too.
Okay.
But I'm not the one putting into the mess. So I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of what the guy achieved. I don't know what has been said with by other people coming here these last 3 hours. So I just wanted to say that I'm really proud about what they did and how the race went. And just to say that we sometimes see all the events and things like this, but because these are the things that are coming up, if I can say. But mainly for 3 hours, it was a great race, and everyone was very safe and clean on track. And so, really congrats to everyone because I had a lot of fun for 3 hours.
Yeah, it has been is nothing but positive feedback from what we've seen up here in the commentary box from people we've spoken to, and yeah, even working through all the difficulties early on, it's been a very successful event from our perspective.
Yeah,
most certainly.
Yeah, and really thank you to all the drivers that stayed. Even if we had a bit of delay, and they are making an amazing race, I think.
Yeah, it's been.
Thank you for organising. It's been fantastic to be a part of this event, and we're glad to be able to dive in at the last minute here to help you guys out with the commentary. It's been an enjoyable experience for Kodiak and I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thank you so much. You saved us here.
No problem at all.
So where were you hoping to finish? Obviously, you're 5th at the moment. You're chasing down the Grandau car. Where are you hoping to just see the flag, or are you hoping to sort of push for a podium? Where do you think you'll finish?
Yeah, first see the flag, of course. Then I think we could manage to stay into this position. Top 5 would be great. We started in P7, and yeah, it's going great. As of now, we are not the fastest, but I think that we are 2 consistent drivers. So we managed to avoid massive crashes, and so we are here right now, even if some guys are a bit faster around us. So.
Ironically, you've got the race leader that's just come past you. It would be good. It would be great if you two were racing for that top spot. But yeah, I mean, a top 5 result on a field like this is still, after 4.5 hours, is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, we are not. We are not aiming for P1. I think when we are seeing the lap times they are able to achieve with this. I mean, the current P1, which is the Maserati. They are in another league. I mean, they are way faster. They managed a low 24 3 times in a row when I was driving earlier.
Well, there's only 4 cars out of 48 that are actually on the lead lap, so it's that tells you something as to how fast they've been.
Yeah, so being P5 is already a great achievement. I think we will be very happy to end this race without massive crashes or something like this.
Excellent stuff. Well,
so thank you guys for commentating here for 6 hours. It's a big thing.
Yeah, well, it will be by this point. Yeah, irony would be if we had started on time, we'd be finishing now. But technical problems happen to the best of them. We are still here and still pressing on. So, well, best of luck for the remaining hour and 25 minutes. You're currently 5th place, 8 seconds behind the Glendale car. We look forward to seeing the progress until the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Indeed. Well, once again, thank you. Well, no, he's gone.
That's trouble right in front. That's the race leader.
Oh, what's happened?
That's the race leader. Massive crash at the death chicane.
It finally went wrong.
It finally went wrong indeed. Oh my goodness.
Are they going into the pits? No, they're carrying on.
They're carrying on. They've just had a huge accident right in front of the Ikari Blue Arrow car. And they're carrying on.
So I missed it then. Was the 34... What's happened there? Did they pit or did As Kamimazzi ended up in front? I was missing that during the interview.
Well, it's just pit stop difference that
okay.
Kamimazzi in front. But as Florian was just signing off then, I just saw this huge spinning shape and then realised it was the race leader. Well, that could spice things up a bit.
Indeed. I wonder if they picked up any damage as part of that.
Well, considering how hard they hit the wall, I can't believe they didn't come straight into the pits. But like I said, the damage model isn't perfect. They may well have gotten away with more damage than they potentially should have. We'll know from the lap times that there's no wheels pointing the wrong way, and they're still, I'm sort of watching the speedo, still climbing to the 300 mark.
Yeah. It seems like the AC damage model goes from one extreme to the other. It's on the one hand you can hit a wall and it's like, oh, you've got severe damage to the auxiliary cup holder, and the other time it's your wheels have imploded. Congratulations. Yeah, they have no trouble at all. 310 kilometers an hour at the moment.
I mean, that was probably.
You said they were hitting about 320 before, though, didn't you? So maybe they are.
Maybe they've lost a little bit, and that was probably slipstream enabled by the Assetto Corsa Friends car they've just gone past, the 66. So yeah, they may have lost a little bit of top end, but considering how bad the impact was, they should have lost a hell of a lot more than that. And they're still 33 seconds ahead of the SG Stone 1 car. But again, with the pit stop strategy difference, that will play its part. There was 24 laps ago when that Maserati was last in the pits, so it's due in imminently for potentially its last pit stop, which may be a bit shorter because it'll be a shorter stint. Well, again, all ifs and buts and maybes. But if there's damage to fix, then, game on.
Yeah, certainly still going hell for leather in the Kamikaze. Or Kamikaze, sorry.
It's only Kamikaze that last chicane. Like it.
I just love the design of this Maserati. It's such a crazy looking car.
It's really sleek, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe
You're
they did
kinda like-
model. Maybe they did model it after a missile, because that has been the general, the general description of its pace. Also, I changed the bit rate of the stream, so if you keep an eye on that, make sure it's behaving itself. All looks fine from this side.
Yeah, seems good to me.
I've just noticed another thing that's wrong. Unfortunately, because I set this up in a hurry, the certain things are not quite right. So I'm just gonna. One thing I want to change. I'm just gonna stop the stream for a brief moment. Right, we should be. There we go. We should be back up and running. Now the lead car comes back in. That was good timing. I just realised for the time I was streaming at 30 FPS, which is not good considering how fast the action's been. So again, because I set that up in somewhat of a hurry, I didn't check over all the settings in time. So again, apologies for that. But we'll finish on a high. Although the Kamimazi car may well have different opinions on finishing on a high, as the race lead is going to come back over to the SG Stern 1 car. There it comes, the 92. Back up into the lead then, just coming past the 1-up SimRacing number 4 GT40. We will see how long that Kamimazi car remains in the pit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's in there for quite some time, but look at the number 34 that has not long pitted either. They only pitted 2 laps ago. So that's probably the last pit stop for the MS development car. That's still got some distance to close in. It's not 400 seconds. It's being like the tower does get a little bit confused when the cars are in the pit lane. Oh, apparently
bit of action on P12.
Oh, P12. We've got Virtual Asphalt's number 22 alongside the Syndicate bottle car. Has that been
like a slipstream overtake on the way?
Riding on board with the 13th place car, staying very much in the slipstream. Whoop, bit of lag causing a bit of confusion on exactly where the 22 car is. Through they go into 12th. Through goes the Syndicate car to 12th place. 2 Lolas arguing for that spot, although that's still side by side with right behind them. That's not for position. I think that is that the 36 car behind? It is the 36 car that's right behind them, on a lap ahead of them. Would you believe?
Ooh, the 22 just went way off at the kink.
Yeah, it did. Well, right on board with the QSIM Vector 36 car, acting as our camera car for the battle ahead. Now, I think the Syndicate car broke very slightly earlier. Still amazes me how long they're on the brakes for. I mentioned this before. It's just, and it's arms and elbows on the way out of the corner, because there's just way too much power for these little tyres to deal with. You can see actually in that front shot just how narrow the tyres are.
I know, it's amazing really. That's why they're kind of floating through the corners in a slide. But look at the little action we've got developing here. We've got the Curse and Vector car trying to get through, but it's technically the cars in front are on blue flags, I would have thought.
Well, strictly speaking, yes, because that is the same class. They're all P7 type cars. And
But they are... Ooh, 22 off again.
It's trying to get that move done with the Syndicate car. Just biding its time there, and just seeing how that manoeuvre plays out. Of course, flirting with the grass is never normally a recipe for success.
No, not in these cars, especially on the brakes. But it looks like Curzon Vector's going to be trying to find its way through the battle ahead, but at the moment... Ooh, okay, yeah.
Nearly hit the back of the Syndicate car there, and the road's not very wide. So
no, not at all. And they've got the most dangerous corner coming up at high speed, I think.
Yeah. Oh, the Syndicate car's flirting with the grass as well.
Oh, okay, yes, I'm very much needing to change trousers now.
Oh, that's bad for the Syndicate car. Yeah, the line coming in.
Shunt.
Oh, the line coming into that chicane
and the
was
92 is through as well.
Yeah, 92 has come through. Yeah, that very quickly developed for the Syndicate car.
Driving the Syndicate car right now. Let's have a look.
Have a look. Yes, Forrest McCormack is in the driver's seat for the 496.
Yes, yep.
Plebeian car's just come out of the pit lane and it's going to be borne down quite quickly by the 36 car. So there is a battle potentially forming there for 8th place. Is Kamimazzi back on the road? Amazingly, yes, they are. They are back on the road. Following that,
59 seconds behind the race leader. Ashley Stern seems to have got their strategy in order. They've got a minute's lead now.
The last racing lap by the Kamimazzi car was a 37.7. That's nearly 4 seconds slower than their best. So,
yeah.
Did they change driver again? Double check that, but I doubt it.
Or is that damage?
I suspect it's damage. No, they didn't change driver, so that is just damage that's causing that difference. Or traffic, perhaps, as we're now seeing the 36 car working its way past traffic.
92 is really chasing down that Cursing Vector 36 car, but they're racing for position, are they? No. Because 92 is the leader.
Oh yes, of course it is. So you can unlap yourself from a leading car if, as long as you don't impede the car you're unlapping yourself from. Is the general rule of thumb.
Yeah.
I mean, endurance racing, you're kind of helping each other by slipstream anyway. Here comes a 36 car getting past the 22. That's one of the virtual asphalt cars. That's the one that the Syndicate car was fighting. That's 12th place has just put a lap on. You see the difference here, that the amount of time the Syndicate car has now lost. 3 seconds. Oh,
Lola
dear.
on the sandbank there, and the Cursing Vector car getting a bit too much grass in the exit there.
That's the Plebeian car that went wide, along with...
background. Something just went off the end of the straight.
Oh, is that the fake Martini car? Oh, no, there's
number 6.
Several cars have gone off. So the number 6 is the Intercontinental. No, it can't be that. That car retired a long time ago. Number 6 retired ages ago. Oh, do you mean position 6?
Sorry, P6, yes. It might have been the... it's hard to tell, actually, but someone flew off the end of the straight there.
A couple of people definitely went off the road. I wonder, was it the World Sim Racers number 25, I wonder? I mean, they probably have recovered by now, so I'm unlikely to find them.
Nice little train of cars around the Cursing Vector 36. You've got a few Lolas and the Ford.
Indeed.
But then none of them are actually in contention apart from the Cursing Vector and the 78 from Plebeian Racing.
And they've got the 22 in the way, basically.
Yes, and the Lobster ahead of the Plebeian as well. It's 9 seconds ahead. But not directly in this little train, but in the general vicinity.
Syndicate car getting back up to speed. They lost a huge amount of time, about 13 seconds. Following that accident at this very point. Oh, that's another
big crash
accident!
in the 92. The race leader's just been taken out massively. Oh, that's going to be a big problem.
Oh, massive accident.
Plebeian's going into the pits, I think, maybe. No, they're not. They're just steering clear. But yeah, they're not. Oh, there's a big amount of smoke coming off one of the cars heading towards the pit lane.
That's the 98 car that is smoking quite heavily. That's the one that had the accident that caught the race leader in it. The race leader is in, but I think the race leader may have been... there was 18 laps ago when their last pit stop was. So no, I don't think that was by their strategy.
No, Kamimazzi is going to be gaining massively now as the number 92 car comes into the pit lane to deal with that incident. That's very unfortunate for 92. It's definitely going to throw a spanner in their works for the race strategy. Kamimazzi is 44 seconds behind and gaining very quickly. They're just coming through Maison Blanche right now, so they will be overtaking in mere moments now and taking the lead.
I'm still stunned that car didn't need to come in. The scale of the accident that the 727 car had a few laps ago was quite something. But you'll see it come through the camera shot. There it goes. So it takes over the lead then. As the 92 car remains stationary. In third place is all the way back in Indianapolis. But, I mean, even to be on the same racing lap after nearly 5 hours is in itself quite impressive. Yeah. Side half.
Who's driving the 188 car right now? Is Red back in the car? Is it still Akshik?
It's Red. Red's gotten back in the car.
Okay, let's get David Mole in here for an interview then.
Here is the Syndicate Claire car. There it is in 29th. Some distance to gain. There's a battle there between the CAF 944. We've spoken to, I think the only one we haven't spoken to is Felix from that squad. We've spoken to.
We've heard from everyone else.
Yeah. They are in a close battle with that SimRacing number 32. That is for 26th overall, which is 5th in class. Northeast Endurance back into the lead of the series of the class. Revival is basically back to the usual 3 that has been that way for most of the race. Other than what?
Sorry. Oh, on my screen, the number 10 Logos team just drove past, and it seemed that their offside door just opened for no apparent reason. But it's now closed. Oh, it's back open again. Yes. I don't know if you can see that on your stream.
No. Oh, there it is. Yes.
Yes, it's just wide open. How's that happened?
That's not how indicators work.
No. Imagine the arm strength you'd need to open a door at that speed.
At that speed?
Oh, it's back open again. Yes, there's definitely a little bit of shenanigans going on here with the number 10.
Yeah, that's not an aerodynamic aid, I dare say.
Open your door twice if you're okay.
Oh, side by side, that's the 944 with the that SimRacing number 32.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Virtual Asphalt and Syndicate Bottling battling through Montre Blanc at the moment with a 8/10 gap there now, but getting smaller.
Yeah, so that's following that massive crash that happened at that chicane last time around.
Yeah, certainly one of the most precarious moments or points in the track by the looks of it.
And that's put SG Stern 1 down into 5th place.
Yeah, I suppose the way that the drivers are approaching that corner, you're very much at the mercy of the of what you've committed to when you go into the corner. If you get your angle of attack slightly wrong, there's no backing out of it. You are basically just a passenger at that point.
Yeah, you're totally committed. These cars cannot react at all at that speed.
No. You've got to hope your slide is at the right angle, otherwise you're sliding into a wall.
Or you don't get caught up with someone else's incident, as our former race leader did.
Indeed.
Go on.
P12 has got a bit of close action from Virtual Asphalt behind now as they come onto the main straight. It's only a 0.3 gap, and that will Slipstream will be kicking in now, so I'm sure that'll be an overtake in a few moments. When they make the move, though, before or after the kink will be what we'll have to keep an eye on.
He's just loitering there. He's just bowing out of the throttle. Again, we saw this before, didn't we, where drivers just staying in the slipstream rather than committing to it. There he goes.
Yep.
Number 22, which is in the hands of who's got that? David Buszewski. German driver of the 3. There's the lollipops on the side of the track. Still side by side.
Safety lollipops.
Safety, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, right. Still side by side. Looks like the number 22 will get the drop on bottling, Syndicate Bottling in the braking zone, potentially.
Got the inside line.
Ooh, bit of a shunt there.
Tried to cut underneath, but it wasn't quite enough room to do it.
Wow.
Wow.
Bad news for number 22. Hopefully they can get back on the road.
This is where you hope the damage model has a day off.
Yes, very much so.
That was a little bit unfortunately. Just at the point of impact, we were riding on board with the Syndicate car as it was trying to cut back underneath number 22. Wasn't quite enough room, sadly. Small impact along with the lack of traction from those very skinny tyres caused a bit of mayhem for the Virtual Asphalt number 22 car. But they're going again. So the rest of our field still fairly spread out, although Overdrive Racing and Aggressive Snails are close together at the exact same bit of the track we've just left.
Aggressive Snails, that's probably getting my award for my favourite team name. Oh, the CAF 944 is half a second behind their closest competition, that SimRacing team.
Yeah.
In P26.
For 5th in class. Battle continuing. Oh, there's the 63. That's that plain grey car just coming past the 944. I don't think we've even mentioned that all night.
No, we haven't actually. We haven't seen a great deal of them in the shots that we've been looking at.
That's the JVM car. They're a lap down from the battle we're looking at the moment.
Yeah. And there's the number, was it 32, which I think we saw having the smoky re-entry to the pit lane earlier on.
The SimRacing P2000 entry. Yep. Who the 944 car is chasing as hard as they can.
Yep, making the move.
Still trying to make the move.
Yep, through the safety lollipops.
Slow you down by sucrose. Well, the 944 got the move done, but immediately on the counter-attack.
Yeah, it's a risky maneuver here. Actually, you can open yourself up for immediate... Ooh, 32 sliding in the braking zone.
This is where you're just hoping that the car will slow down. Oh, 944 didn't get a good line on the exit of the corner. But move done for the 32 nonetheless. With that slightly unhappy exit from that corner, the 944 lost out on the momentum there. He's already lost 1.2 seconds to the SimRacing team entry. Goes to show how these gaps can ebb and flow, change quite quickly. Come into Indianapolis once more. They're being closed in by 4 cars right behind them. I think that's the 51, the Ramada car. That's for position that's closing in on the behind. Here it is. That is indeed the Ramada Vintage Racing number 51.
I have approached Herr Moll for comment, but I've yet to hear a reply yet. He's also muted and deafened in the channel he's in, so I can't get hold of him right now.
Well, we will see what David Moll has to say as the 944. Getting a bit uncomfortable, getting a bit squiggly behind the number 32.
Yeah, there's a battle of the Porsches going on right now as they come to Maison Blanche. Let's see who cracks under the pressure. Bit of a lag spike there.
Well, that would have terrified the life out of me, but the Belarusian managed to navigate that very, very well.
Looks like we've got Ralph in audience. Oh, momentarily had Ralph in audience. No such interview coming.
Fair enough. Keeping an eye on the driver's chat as well. Some of it is said in German, so obviously can't understand what they are saying. Oh, just ahead of the 944 car, you can see his prey, the 32, getting a bit up close and personal with one of the
Moisty
Lolas.
SimRacing.
It is Moisty, yes, the 54 car.
Yeah, and here comes the Nissan.
Yeah, that's the Ramada vintage car.
So we've got a three-way going.
Look at that. That's 352 by both SimRacing and CF. A 343 by the Ramada car. Storming pace in this stage
fantastic.
already sizing up a move.
Yeah, early days, but I suppose they can slip into the slipstream of the 32 ahead and then defend the position.
Yeah, so that's 6th in class that the Ramada car has just taken. And there goes 5th. Absolutely nowhere near the brakes. They're not even a third of the way down, Hanadia, at the moment. As one
Are
of
they 3 wide?
They are, because that's one of the P7 cars has just gone past.
Yes.
And here comes the 944 car again. Ah, no, wrong one. That one.
Let's see who navigates the safety lollipops with the most speed, and then ends up at the end of the straight, ready to take the lead out of this trio here. It's nice to see a little three-way battle in the P2000s at this late stage of the race.
Absolutely so. Watching back from the 51 car, here comes the 94, wants that inside line. He's not letting up at all, forced to destroy some of the lollipops. Well, no, they're fairly sturdy. Who's going to be bravest on the brakes here?
Let's hope no one misjudges their brake points and takes all 3 of these guys out.
Absolutely so.
Descending into the Nissan has done very well out of this encounter.
for some reason, the 944 had its hazard lights on for a period of time. But they have survived that particular encounter. Nissan ahead of Porsche. Porsches, I should say.
Looks like Cami Mazzi's established quite a large gap now. 70 seconds between himself and themselves and P2.
Yeah, they may not quite have their ultimate pace, but they are still... They're just shy of 2 seconds away from their ultimate pace, which only puts them very slightly slower than everybody else. Yep. Such is the dominant force that has been that Cami Mazzi 727. Now, is that because the characteristics of the car suit Le Mans? It seems to be a deadly missile on the longer straights, but in twistier circumstances, would they lose out? More than likely.
Oh, 32 just overcooked it in Arnage. They've just lost a significant amount of time there in their little battle here, so the 944 is clear.
Oh, there goes another one of the cars coming through after the 32. Yeah, they've lost 3.5 seconds or more. Look at the gap that Nissan's built up for itself. The Ramada Vintage car, minute to close in on Hi, who are fourth in class.
Costo's back.
With an hour to go, it may maybe where they remain. Yeah, Costo, are you with us?
Yes, just done with my second stint.
So you're Lafredge.
Yeah, so I did the first and the second, and now Kulik did the second, and now he's finishing the race.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
So how did it go?
It went well. It's a second stint is a lot of fun because you're getting faster as the car gets lighter instead of getting slower as the sim gets darker in the first stint. So it's more encouraging.
Yeah, definitely. There's a definitely. How was the racing at night? Sorry, I'm just watching the action here and just getting a bit distracted. So the night stint that you were you driving the night stint for your team?
Yeah, I finished in the night in my first one, and I started sort of at dawn in my second one. But yeah, driving at night is pretty terrifying. There's no two ways about it.
I was watching from the onboard position with a lot of the drivers, and it seemed like depending on how you had your processing filters set up, that you may not even be able to read the brake markers, let alone see them. Yeah. So were you finding that as an issue for yourself?
Well, we worked on getting the right settings for the past couple of weeks, so we were able to get something good. But you can't see the apex on the inside of the corner, especially the tight corners, and so you're just guessing at where you're turning, basically, and that's the part that slows you down a lot.
Yeah, definitely. And who's your main competition been in the race so far?
So far we've that SimRacing team, the P2. We've been around them a lot. SG Stern. We've been around them. World Sim Racers. So it's been really interesting from a strategy perspective to see who gets in front of whom at the pit stops and try to maintain the gaps in between. It's been really interesting.
So is that your final stop of the night?
Yeah, we're hoping so.
Planned stop.
Yes, exactly. It's our final planned stop. Yes.
We heard from World Sim Racers earlier on, joining us from I think Washington DC and Dubai, even though they're both from Egypt originally. It's been amazing to meet so many people from so many different parts of the world, which is one of my favourite things about sim racing, bringing everyone together to enjoy a common activity.
Oh yeah, it's incredible. I mean, this was science fiction just a few years ago, so being able to do this on the weekend is just amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the breadth of the audience that we have, both in who's watching but also competing in this event, and shows what you can do when you collaborate effectively.
Yeah, and a lot of it is down to people in the community coming up with software solutions, apps, basically solving problems and doing amazing work.
Yes, definitely. I think that's one of my favorite things about AC as a platform is the adaptability of it to all the changes that have happened since it was released about 10 years ago. You see how amazing it is to see a game like this come this far. I think originally the developers said that you wouldn't be able to have weather or nighttime racing, and modders have taken up the challenge and delivered. And here we are delivering a 6-hour race with full nighttime transitions and so on. So quite incredible.
Yeah, full nighttime transitions, driver swaps, which we didn't even think about. I started in GPL way back in the day in like 2000s or something, and this is just amazing. I can't believe I'm doing this, but it's fun, and I'm glad I'm here.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. It's amazing actually. I know ACC has brought in driver swaps, but as a platform, you would think that more sim racing games would have included it. Back in Syndicate a few years ago, we were running Project Cars 2 as our primary sim. We've now switched over to AC, but I was very much missing the driver swap capability, despite the fact that they put all the weather and full 24-hour race capabilities in. So we ended up coding up our own driver swap solution for Project Cars 2, which ran in Excel in the first iteration, would you believe?
Beautiful.
I know, it used to send the updates to drivers via a Discord overlay, which they could have up in the game. But yeah, we found a way to make it work, and it was great running some endurance races in that platform. But it's so fantastic to come over to AC now and have, even though it's an external solution, one that's so well integrated into the game to make driver swaps work so well.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'll get back to the pit wall and help Kulik through the end of the race. But thanks very much and thank you also for doing this commentary. It's very much appreciated.
No problem at all. Well, thank you for giving us so much to talk about, and enjoy the rest of the race.
Thanks. See you later.
See you later. Right. Okay. I think we have 2 people waiting in the audience here. So Akshik's waiting, but I know that he wasn't here first. So put your hand up if you're ready to be interviewed, and I shall pick the first one to put the hand up.
Oh, Lafredge just.
Lafredge just by. There we go. Lafredge.
Hello there. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. Are we pronouncing your name correctly?
Absolutely. This is
Thank
Ken
God.
Lafredge. You can say it with the French accent. It works wonderfully.
Great stuff.
Wonderful. So how's your race been going so far for you and the team?
Well, I'm part of the Revival Series community, so we actually have fielded 5 teams for this event. And I'm riding in Revival Series Saglis, the number 41, with my comrade Loco Pizza. So I just ended my stint. How can I say that? It was pretty good. We had some problems firsthand. I had a PP filter, the post-processing filter. It was not working properly, so I couldn't see anything. It was just like my headlights would not work. So we tried and managed to fix that in the first few laps, and then it turned out just like popped a few LSD. So it was really fun, but I had a few nice colors. It was really great, but I had all the cars flashing my way, so it was kind of hard. But when the day came back, it was all fun and games. The car is running beautifully thanks to the setup our friends at MS Development brought us, and it's amazing.
Fantastic. And who's your main competition been in the event so far?
Yeah. Actually, we're really thrilled about how things are turning out. Even though we have 2 of our 5 teams that actually have resigned on mechanical failure. First was the French Riette, amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, they had some trouble in the first stage of the race, so they had to give up, unfortunately. And lastly, our boss, No Pitch, with the Filia Stars number 8, the Jag. Yeah, unfortunately, he was alone to drive. He had a co-driver first, but things turned out that he had to try it out, and he did his best, but it wasn't luck. He didn't have as much luck as he is skilled and talented. He's an amazing driver, but obviously things were going against him, and he had to withdraw as well. honestly, the car is really cool looking car.
Yeah, always a shame when teams have to withdraw, but I suppose it's one of the risks of a race this long. There's plenty of time for things to go wrong, and sometimes that leads to the unfortunate withdrawal of a team. But if I understand correctly, you've got 5 whole teams in the event, so you've covered your bases well.
Yeah. Well, we're a pretty small community, a French-based community, and it's kind of a luck that we will be able to field such an amount of teams. We're kind of happy. We're really happy that we still have 3 teams, and not only we have 3 teams, but 2 of them can actually snag a podium or maybe a victory. That's what we hope for.
Wonderful. Well, we'll be rooting for you guys all the way. It looks like you so the MS Development 34 car is one of your team, yeah?
Yeah.
So they're definitely in a strong position for a potential win, if not a podium.
Well, I guess we're going great, but there's still about an hour left, and we all know what endurance racing is. It's not over until it's over.
Exactly, not over until it's over. Well, best of luck to you guys for the remainder of the event, and thank you very much for taking some time out to come talk to us in the commentary box. Always welcome.
Thank you.
We shall see how things go.
Yeah, thank you to both of you to the amazing work you've been putting out tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night.
And one more to come and have a chat to us then. Mr. Akashik, put your hand up when you're ready. There he is.
I just couldn't wait. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Guten Abend,
Herr
Herr Morn.
well. Yeah, I was waiting for that. Oh, yeah, it's going pretty well. My race is done for the day, and so am I. Pizza is waiting for me, and I'm feeling pretty tired.
P25 around, by the way, Kodiak, in the end of the straight. But yes, no, sorry, actually, pizza is ready for you, so that's your reward after your stint. Talk us through the stint. What happened? What went well? What didn't go so well?
Basically everything. It was pretty mixed. I had a good start, but during the night I had a few incidents, and it also completely destroyed the car at the very last chicane before the finish line. And when I then came into repairs, it didn't repair the tires. They were still broken. And I made the mistake of quitting the game instead of just resetting back into the pits, which in turn counted as a long pit stop, which I didn't realize because I left the pits early. So I got a 71-second stop and go penalty. So that was fun. Besides that, pretty well.
Oh no! Sorry, just to chip in there. Position 35, Kodiak. The World Sim Racers just took a little dive over the sandbags there at the end of the straight. So yeah, actually, so not particularly a string of successes, let's say, but still great to see you put in such a hard effort and a good stint overall. You're still running pretty well in the class. There's a good amount of opportunity here, I think, to come out with this with a good result. I think where are we in terms of the overall P2 class? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place. Yeah, 8th place. Yes. So all things going well. That's a really good result considering the amount of time that's gone into the driving so far. How are you feeling about Red's last shots here, the last 48 minutes? Do you think he's going to be able to make up some positions?
He's doing pretty well, but sadly the guy in front of him is at the other side of the circuit, so he has to get some pretty good pace on, which he definitely has, but so does the other one, sadly. Don't know if there's any other pit stops to be made this late in the race. I highly doubt it, but it's an endurance race. Anything can happen. It's still 48 minutes to go. So yeah, I definitely have my hopes up, and I fully believe in my co-driver.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, let's see how Red does. We've got a quick question from YouTube chat. It's coming from Viles, age 3, from Kent. He asked, "What was going through your mind when you crashed in the chicane? Did box enter your mind?"
A lot of things went through my mind. Not many I can say here on the stream, I have to say. But yeah, I did. I saw the wall and I immediately thought that wall looked particular finish, so I had to put my mark on it. Sadly, it wasn't. So it turned out pretty badly for me. I regret my actions.
Very good. Well, we've been talking earlier on in the stream about people testing their fibre against the trees, and I think the trees win in most situations, as we have found that the walls and the sandbags and pretty much all the scenery wins whenever a car attempts to go toe-to-toe with it. But
yeah, I got
from what we've seen, getting the speed out of the car basically requires you to slide through the corners pretty much most of the time. Are you finding that particularly challenging to deliver lap after lap for such a long period of time?
It took me some time to get used to it, especially with a full tank of gas. I was more accustomed to the qualifying setup with like 3 laps of fuel instead of 96 liters, 94. So it definitely took me some time to get used to it, and I took a hit on me in the night because my pace just wasn't there and wasn't feeling very happy. But in my penultimate lap, I set my fastest lap, of course, 43.7, I believe, or 0.4, I don't know. So I got used to it for some time.
Very good. How much practice did you put in? I know you did the 2 races yesterday and the practice session yesterday. Was that enough to bring you up to speed, or is it been a learning experience today all the same?
I think with such events you can prepare as much as you want, and it's always a learning experience. I think I did around 600 kilometers in practice and qualifying, and now I'm sitting at over 1,600. If the car stats are to be believed. So I think you can do as much practice as you want, and Le Mans will always throw a curveball at you.
I think that's very, very true. Never a truer word said. It's certainly an event where you can start off with the best of intentions, with all the stats in your favour, and it will all go wrong anyway. So, so yes, it's a cruel mistress, Le Mans.
Yeah, step 1 is making a plan, and step 2 is throwing the plan out of the window.
Yeah,
exactly. Well, congratulations on the racing so far. Hopefully, a strong result from Red to carry the team forward to a good result at the end of the racing today. And enjoy your hard-earned pizza.
And
it's waiting for me.
One other thing before you go, Jawohl.
Oh, what's coming now?
It was 42.410.
Okay, now you have to do the 0 in German as well.
I can't remember what 0 is.
No.
It's null.
Null.
It's null.
Yeah. I was close.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I mean, it's pretty good job. Yeah.
Very good.
Good job.
Dankeschön, mein Freund.
That's always nice to hear. Okay, guys.
Good night.
Well, enjoy the pizza.
Night.
And we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, see you soon. Bye-bye.
It was Akashik from the 188 Syndicate Eclair, and we have another driver, Nismo. Raise your hand if you're ready to come and have a chat to us.
Yeah, there we go. Nismo from MSR. Mr. Nismo.
How's it going?
Yeah, fine, thanks. Just finished my stint about half an hour ago, so I'm taking that time to relax and process how long everyone's actually been driving for.
How's the teamwork been going? You got 3 drivers in your team, I believe. Xevious, yourself, and Ultimate Kaiser.
Yeah. I mean, as Akshik said earlier, we had a plan to begin with, and that very much became apparent that we'd have to adjust from mistakes or damage. So eventually, we've Kaiser at the start of our first stint ended up getting damage about, I think, an hour or so through his first stint. And now I had to swap in to get a driver swap because it allows you to essentially get a brand new car. Not realizing that I'd be driving for 3 hours. And, well, maybe not exactly 3, but around that amount of time. And being a controller player, my hands are now very much like fully just out of it. They're just like, I can't.
You've got claws basically for hands. Right?
Yeah.
You're gonna go to sleep tonight with your claw hands, and they'll still be there in the morning, just like pulling the trigger and adjusting the sticks.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, it kind of impressive to see a controller player in a team which is currently running P11. So it doesn't hold you back in the least.
Yeah. I mean, I was especially surprised when I was setting 126s and looking around, going, "That's what everyone else is setting." I'm within the pack essentially. I was really happy about that. And,
fantastic. How much preparation did you guys do as a team then for the event?
I mean, I think we had about a week to prepare, and I did about on and off, I think a good chunk, a good decent chunk. I don't think I touched. I do a lot of AMS2 racing.
Good man.
And I did not touch the game for that entire week, and that's my main simulator as well. So I did a lot, and honestly, from the racing today that I've seen, and just how many people have come to join such an amazing event, I'm so happy I did.
Yeah, fantastic. Great to have you guys here representing MSR for the event. Who's in the car right now?
I believe Xevious is in. Yeah, Xevious is in the car at the moment. So we're hoping that there won't be any more stops, and that should be our final driver going around, and hopefully he'll cross the line to finish it for us tonight.
Very good. Well, hopefully all things going well. No unexpected pit stops, and you'll be able to deliver on that hope. Well, yeah, glad you're enjoying it, Nismo. It's great to talk to you as well. Always a pleasure, and wishing you and the rest of the MSR team the best of luck for the rest of the race.
And also thank you for you guys for last minute deciding to commentate, because I've absolutely enjoyed watching it in the background as well when I've not been driving, and it's, you know, you guys are absolutely amazing. So thank you guys.
Thank you. Lots of compliments now. That's making me feel like it's all worthwhile. Well, no, always a pleasure, Nismo. Thank you for the kind words.
Have a good one, guys. Bye.
Cheers.
It is entirely your fault, you realise, PLB.
Pardon?
It is entirely your fault that us two are in this box.
Oh yes. I take full responsibility for that.
You can tell how upset I am by that particular venture. I fear we have lost the 496 car.
Yes, I saw they were, well, they've come into the pit box, but I don't know why.
But they've disconnected from the session.
Oh, I still see the car.
Oh, the car will remain there, along with our other retirees, but I can see that they are... When someone disconnects, their time becomes what's referred to on the timing street as stored.
Stored time,
so,
yeah.
And it's been there for longer than is normally expected for a driver change. So here, one of the syndicate pair has fallen. After 86 laps.
I know, it'd be a shame if that's the case. I'm going to go and have a quick chin wag with him and see what's going on.
What is PLB going full measurement? Get out there!
Just completely calm. I'm just going to step away and have a quick chat with the team, guys. All be right back. And then meanwhile, get the wheels moving.
What do you think you're doing?
This isn't how you win a race. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. So whilst PirateLaserBeam goes and gives his team motivational support, we are in the final 40 minutes of this race. No, it's only really taken to the last 20 or so for the field to spread out to a point where we don't have any kind of immediate positional battles. But we will run through who is where. Oh, just as I say that, huge incident behind. Who was that? I think that was the Hi Racing number 39. Yes, it was. It was from third in class. The Hi 39 car has had a huge incident. The Porsche now back into the pits. Well, that's given the revival car. We were talking to Ken the Fridge earlier. Oh, and that's trouble right behind them. This is, you know, as a GT40 going. No, I think that was a Lola actually going for a bit of an excursion.
Hello.
Well, since you've been away, two cars have been Did you leave? Yes, you did.
Oh, okay, right. I thought I saw myself in the channel still talking, and I was like, I'm in another channel. How am I still on the stage?
I saw that as well when I went to the driver briefing, but no, you did leave the stage. Two cars have had trouble, one of which was Hi from third in P2s.
Oh, no. Well, they're down to... they've dropped quite a few positions. What happened to them?
Death chicane once again.
Death chicane, not again. So that's the car, the number 39 car, yeah?
They're going again. Yes, the 39 car. They are going again, but they are down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9th, I think, in class. So, yeah, big incident for them. There was another car that had a big incident, but I couldn't quite identify who it was. It was one of the Golf-coloured cars. I think we have a couple of them. It wasn't the 50 car. I'm sure it was a GT40. There was Golf-ish colours. I don't think it was the Aggressive Snails number 12. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't beg your pardon, it wasn't a GT40. It was one of the Lolas, I believe.
Well, I just had a quick word with the Syndicate bottling team, and it turns out Forrest McCormack, who was behind the wheel at the time, suffered a internet outage due to the storm, I think, so it's causing a bit of grief for a few people.
It's windy as hell outside here, yeah.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty unpleasant outside of my home.
But the good news is that David Ixardi, I think, is jumping back into the seat, but they will be pretty much starting from the back for P7000.
They're still in the pit lane at the moment. I see that they are no longer disconnected from the session. So, they are getting back in the car, but yeah, they are right down in 20th now.
Yeah, not a great turn of events for Syndicate Bottling. They had a few issues beset them this evening, but that was probably one of the worst with the internet cutting out there.
Yeah, great shame. Overdrive, are they closing in? Yeah, I think Overdrive are closing in on VAC GA28 GT40.
Yeah.
May be a challenge for 13th position there. I was just saying when you left, it's taken this long really for us to get to a point where there's no two cars immediately close to one another.
Yeah, the closest at the moment that I'm seeing is the battle for P13. Ooh, the 39 just span in Indianapolis.
Oh dear, 39 being the Hi Racing again. They've just recovered from one incident and pushing too hard to try and, I mean, they're never going to make up all that lost ground, unfortunately, with 35 minutes on the clock still to go. So they've now got the JVM number 63 car closing in on them, following the mistakes that they've made. Yeah, the battle for 13th is the closest one, which is Overdrive against the VAC GA28. The closing speed of the Lola is quite... it's going to be quite difficult for the 28 GT40 to do anything about. Unless they come into the pits, however. Very late pit stop then for Overdrive. So a splash and dash going on here. Now, we've heard a few drivers say that they probably will have to do that.
Bit of action on P8.
Yeah, there's the Sweaty Lobster.
Yeah, closing in on the Curse Vector 36 car.
Beautiful growl that I've enjoyed. Well, we've all enjoyed all night.
Oh yes, and the hazard lights are on as well. It indicates the Sweaty Lobster is ready for feeding time.
So they are in 9th, closing in on the Curse Vector. They pitted only 7 laps ago, so they shouldn't need to pit again.
Looks like they're actually losing a bit of straight line speed here. They might get a little bit of a boost from the slipstream up ahead, but they started out at 0.9. It's now 1.2.
Well, I
so
think
that gap
that
is growing.
The Cursim Vector car had the slipstream off the back of the P2 leader, the northeast car, so that would have helped them maintain their relative position against the Lobster.
I wonder if that's just straight line speed advantage from the Ford overall. If the Lobster's got some kind of aero damage which is slowing them down, they definitely seem to be hemorrhaging a bit of time at the moment. 301 top speed for the Curzon Vector team, 299 for the Lobster. So it's only a small margin, but it's enough on a straight this long to make a difference.
And the Sweaty Lobster's not getting any slipstream off the back of the Cursim car.
Not anymore, no.
See how the rest of the lap transpires.
There's the number 77 car driven by Northeast Endurance, who are back on the top spot for the P2000s.
There indeed. By quite a long way. It's 3 minutes, something like that. They lead.
Yep.
So that's, almost an entire lap that they lead the P2 class by.
Bear in mind they've been driving solo for the entire event. That's a hell of a feat.
and practice. So they've been in that car a very long time. You want to talk about hands being the shape of claws? That's
talking about feet. I wonder how our Swiss friend in the basement with the freezing temperatures is doing.
I've forgotten who that was.
I know. I'm sure his feet are fused to the pedals by now. cold welded.
That's a lovely thought. We're still seeing team best times coming out, as we see here on the tower.
Yes,
Curie Orange, number 17.
Yep, as is the P47 and P48 with the Subcontinental Racing and Sternal. Actually, they're out of the race, aren't they?
Yeah, that's been green for. That's caught me out several times. That's been green.
Yes,
for
I keep
quite a while.
seeing it, and then it's not the case.
No.
Just enjoying the sound of this Jaguar again.
Riding on board with the Curie Orange driver, you can just see the wheel shaking itself to death.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's replicated in force feedback. I wouldn't want to find out, especially after hours and hours and hours and hours. The car behind is seemingly struggling to stay in a straight line, which wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. Certainly after this length of time.
Now we're getting the safety lollipops.
Yep. Now the car ahead of the Jaguar is not the car for position. That is the kind of British Racing Green Lola, I think that is. That'll be the SG Stern 1 car. Our former race leader now up into 4th place. Kick of the tail for good measure.
The Lobster is just back on the straight now, trying to keep up with the Kirsten back to 36, but it's 2.7 seconds behind this time, just overtaking Pittman's team at the moment.
Indeed.
And the fake Martini.
Fake Martini, indeed. Just on the drone camera behind. Well, no, 40 years before drones were invented. Wow. As I rotate the camera around the 108 car to watch the lap car, all you could hear was the scream of, I think that's the Chevron that makes that scream noise.
Oh yeah. If you hold right click, by the way, in F5 camera, it will do a slow rotation around the car.
Oh really?
But a very smooth, slow rotation.
Ah, okay. It would have actually been the wrong way. That goes clockwise. I was rotating anti-clockwise around the car, but that's good to know. Thank you for that.
I managed to get a few nice shots of overtakes on the Meltown Straight where just got the timing just right, so it would be panning across as the car was doing the overtake.
Nice. 63 is getting close to its prey, which is High Racing, who's had a very turbulent closing stage of the race. This was before, what did we say, 8th or 9th or something like that? 1, 2, 3.
So the Curie Blue Arrows in the pit lane at the moment. They are P4 currently, but that will change as the 127 comes past. Oh, but they are just on the way now, so they might be able to catch up again.
They'll be able to challenge as the ever defiant 127 cars tried numerous times to barrel itself off into oblivion, and somehow has kept going. Again, no disrespect meant, because the drivers done a fantastic job, but the amount of times we've seen that car in trouble, and still it finds itself inside the top 5. Oops. Commentator curse there, I'll take that one. And that's going to cost it valuable momentum along that back straight.
Pittman has just DM'd me saying, take a quick look at the number 10 car, its door's open, but we saw that earlier on.
We did.
Oh, but look at the number 10 actually, it's in a little group of 4 battling, which is quite nice to look at.
Albeit not for position, but not for on-track
no,
position,
but
it's still good to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to know what it is about the door thing.
It must be just a glitch of some sort. It's not doing it right now for me, but...
So that's the aggressive snails, the GT40 directly ahead of the number 10 car. They are in 14th. They're only 2 positions track-wise ahead of the Logos 10 car, but they're a full lap difference. Oh, as the Maserati got a bit uncomfortable coming out of Arnage.
Yeah, so P31 and P32, which are the number 39 High Racing, JVM Racing 63 cars, sorry, they are actually battling behind the number 10. They are the 2 cars behind, and they are racing for position right now. JVM is the 63 Porsche, which we saw, which was the very kind of like simple but very nice livery, and then the High Racing, of course, is the art car.
Oh, now
they're just coming up to Maison Blanche now.
That they are. Keep an eye on them.
Yeah.
Flirting with the barriers, as you have to do.
Flirting, but less flirting than the P7000s seem to do.
Yes, true enough.
They like to flash a little bit of skin.
Team best lap there from the number 36, the Kursim car.
Yeah, they're definitely on the push, aren't they?
Is to basically solidify 8th place unless they have a plan on gaining 35 seconds in 26 minutes over the plebeian car.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I know that the 127 car might have a pit stop to come, which they are currently running in P4, but I don't know whether they have done that already or if there's any more to come for any other teams. I know that the P5 Akiri Blue Arrow team have just done their pit stop, and they are now potentially in 5th place without a pit stop to go for the end of the race.
The 127 car currently in 4th, the Sideheart Motor Squad. They pitted 17 laps ago. So again, we're assuming a 23-lap stint. They
mentioned in chat though that they had an incident up front, which meant that they might have to have another lap, another pit stop at some point. But I'm not sure whether that's happened already. 63 car now on the attack again with High Racing. Slingshotting past on the straight.
Yeah, they did. Completed that just as we got to them. There's your favourite behind them.
Oh yes.
The Revival Series now in they're on podium in class, following High's descent actually from that spot. And that's how badly things went in the closing stages of the race for the High squad. We have to get all 3 of them in shot here. 63, there's 39, and there's 41. The distinct screams. Oh, that's somebody flirting behind them with the sound.
Yeah.
Ignoring the safety lollipops.
Just saw that Ferrari. The number 7, I believe it is.
It's the Debelos series Ferrari. Where are they? Oh, there they are. They're in 18th position. Don't think we've even mentioned... no, we haven't really mentioned this car all race long. Champinotto, I don't know how that's properly pronounced, and Pishu are the 2 drivers for this car. The sister Ferrari retired a long time ago, the Intercontinental Racing number 6. Again, only 2 Ferraris in the field. It was not a favoured car for this race.
No, we heard early on pre-race that the Ferrari suffers from small fuel tanks, high fuel consumption, and not particularly fast either. So a brave choice.
Or the others were taken.
Yes, well that's always true. Yeah.
Although I'm not sure what the balancing is there, because we do have the field. The P7000 class is mainly Lolas, with a sprinkling of Fords.
I suppose the other factor that which you haven't considered is the drivability, because I know personally I have picked cars which may not be the fastest on the grid or have the best stats, but if I can drive them more consistently for longer, then that's a better option for me to finish the race better.
Oh, big old lock up there for the 127, trying desperately not to slam into the back of the 38 car as they're coming through.
Oh, the 16 as well, having a few fishtails up ahead.
Yeah, again, just struggling to slow these cars down. Oh, yeah, and the 16 then still struggling to slow the car down. Coming through Arnage. Should be easy picking then.
So we've got a battle for P4 unfolding. The Akiri Blue Arrows are closing in quickly on the 127.
That they are. That's the,
And ooh, the 16's getting very, very slidey onto the grass here as they come up to what is one of the most dangerous corners on this track.
The That Sim. It's always a weird sentence. The That Sim Racing. I struggle with it all night. It is them. That is the 16 car. They have that spot inside the top 10. Still no sign of the pit lane or any of the cars we are immediately looking at. 8 cars in there. 2, 3,
Ooh,
4,
a slide out to the outside wall of the Dunlop curve for the 127 is heart in mouth moment.
All the cars we saw in the pit lane are retirees, I believe. I don't think anybody is listed as in the pits that is still racing. A potential for 18th there, or between the Davidos number 7 Ferrari and the Virtuella Asphalt 23 Lola. Still 5 seconds between them. 21 and a bit minutes to go. Divide that by 3. That's roughly how many laps are left.
Probably about 7, 6 or 7.
6 or 7, yeah. Just thinking. I was just trying to figure that out in my head. Math's not.
I'm still trying to recover from the math lesson we received earlier on.
Yeah, that was something quite phenomenal, wasn't it?
It was. It's amazing to think that after over 5.5 hours of racing, there are teams within seconds of each other.
Very true. Very, very true indeed. I think the Syndicate P2 car has just come up on. Oh, where are you? Just had you. Where are you? There you are.
P28.
I think it got a bit of a bump there from the 108.
They're in P7 right now, so they've gained a position. But there is quite a big gap, almost a minute between themselves and that SimRacing team ahead of them.
Yeah, still finishing inside the top 10 on a field that started with some of 17, 18 P2 cars. That is not bad at all.
No, not at all. And Red is now in the cockpit, and Red is our Syndicate Motorsports resident vintage expert. He organises all of our vintage events. And I'm beginning to think that he's done that entirely to favour himself when it comes to our ELO system, because every time I watch the Wednesday night vintage racing results come in, it's always Red in P1, and picking up all the juicy ELO points from everyone else.
But on the vintage event that I commentated for Syndicate, it was not Mr. Red that came away on top of that series.
No, well, I think that was the 1923 Grand Prix, wasn't it?
That'll be the one, yes.
Yeah, that is a mixed bag for some drivers.
It was somewhat of a unique experience. That is.
Well, we talk about thin tyres. They took the biscuits, I think. Bit
they
of
were-
action on P18 with the number 7 Ferrari.
Yeah, there were bicycle wheels on those cars.
They were, and they were very enthusiastic or optimistic about their engine to wheel ratios.
Yes.
So we put the 27-litre aero engine in the car. That'll be sufficient. Yes, Will. What have you used for tyres? Well, we had an old bike out the back. We've put the tyres from that on it. And brakes? Well, I had some cheese left over. We've put that on.
Yep.
I hope you like your camembert warm.
Well, we had the bikes were all already scavenged, so we had to use a horse cart. Looks like the Virtuella Asphalt car in 19th position, sizing up the move on the Ferrari.
There it goes.
Yep. Your traditional slipstream maneuver there. Eyes right on the Ferrari. Surprised, really, that the driver of the number 7 hasn't jumped into the slipstream.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe. I know why. He's now choosing this moment to counter-attack. Because he instantly gained about 10, 15 kilometers an hour then.
Yeah.
To
put the foot down.
And now hit the brakes. Oh, one of you's got that wrong. Oh, well, there's a car coming towards them.
Oh God! Yeah, the 25 World Sim Racers, our friends from Egypt.
Yes. When you see someone's headlights staring at you, you're generally in racing terms, you're in for a bad day.
Yes, very much so.
Well, where shall we look next? I was going to look at Hi-Hi, but they have been losing time against the JVM car. That gap now 9 seconds. The Belos, as we've been looking at, still within a second. The virtual asphalt car. They couldn't really overcome the difference, despite the fact that the virtual asphalt car actually bounced off of the banking wall. Ferrari driver couldn't do anything about it. Kiri Blue Arrow car still around 4 seconds behind the Sideheart Motorsports number 127. Oops, and there's the 944, the CAF car, having a bit of a moment on the grass, but keeping the car pointing the right direction at least. The Cambi Marzi car's back into the 324s.
Yeah, and opening a 105 gap now, which is just obscene at this stage. I think they are basically just going to settle in now and hope for an eventless race to the end of the checkered flag. They'll be in very good stead for a solid win here.
If they hadn't have had that crash, that probably meant they had to pit again. They would have lapped the whole field.
I know, it's incredible.
Without doubt, they would have lapped everybody.
Yes, yeah. I'm going to have a quick look at the live timing screen. Let's just... I'm curious what the top speed of the Maserati is relative to...
Good shout.
Relative to the other Maserati, although I can't see the top speed in the live timing screen anymore. Because it's not the only Maserati on the field, but it seems to be much faster by a country mile.
Certainly, it's only one of two Maseratis out there. We'd lost the other one some time ago.
I think the other one's the number 10 car.
Oh yes, it is. Beg your pardon. Yeah, the number 10.
Yeah, the logo's 10. The one, the funky door.
16th place.
Well, I'll just keep an eye on it, the number 10, and see what the top speed is.
Some team bets coming up. The Kiri Blue Arrow starting to pick up some pace again. They dance around the Team Hi-Hi car.
So Nuno Rocha says that the Maserati top speed is 322.
I have seen the Maseratis get into the 320s. That is certainly true.
And the number 10 has just taken a big crash into Indianapolis, but manages to continue. That's the AC damage model coming in clutch again.
With the P2 class leader right behind them.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to wait for the number 10 to get back to the straight, and we're going to see what their top speed is, because I hazard a guess that the race leader, Cambi Mazzi, has tuned their car for redonkulous top speed.
And were they just able to, motocross the thing through the corners? Or there's the 127 just getting past the fake Martini car. Red, white, and blue affair between those two cars. Blue Arrow car, number 40. Background of the shot there. Just getting past the Revival Series number 41. You ride on board, you'll see the difference for yourself. Just how quickly these P7 cars can get past the P2s. White car directly ahead. Whoa, that was a big lock up there. So there were, actually, it's the silver car that's directly ahead. It's the number 63. All arms and elbows going on for the English driver of the number 40 car. I say that it's all well controlled. It's not wildly panicking as I would be.
I know it's incredible to see the skill being deployed and the sliding of the cars being done so well, despite having been going for so long. Okay, so the number 10 is on the straight. I shall just give them a little looky-see and see what they're going to top out at.
Just hit 290. Have they got anyone ahead of them? No, they've got no one in immediate range.
Oh, it's 310, 312, 14. So they are going as quick as the other one, but it must be the corners that they're losing all the time in.
It could well be just consistency as well.
Yeah. But they are going along at 320, well, hitting 324 briefly there.
As the race is very much in its closing stages. Now everyone just entering just get it home mode.
Yeah.
There's our race leader, full slide. I'm gonna ride on board. I don't think I've ridden on board with the Kamikaze car all night long. Just to see how it's done. Oh, unfortunately, the aforementioned
number 16.
Is it the 16 car? Oh yeah, that sim number 16. Yeah, you're quite right. Just happened to disrupt the flow of the Kamikaze car there. We get onto that back straight once again. This is where the Maserati missile is at its finest.
The Maserati missile, I like that. But yeah, look at the control being deployed here just to slide it through the corners so quickly. It's incredible to watch.
There's the fake Martini 299 with Lotus and Elise at the wheel. Oh, well driven there. That could have gotten a little bit uncomfortable for Maserati driver. For the 16 car realised that the race leader was coming past and didn't jump into the way. Well, the kilometre-an-hour mark can't decide whether it's kind of 316 or so or 330. But either way, it's lots of numbers fast.
Being reliably informed in YouTube chat that the Maserati can get all the way up to 330 with appropriate amounts of slipstream.
I could believe. You just saw the Kamikaze car just lift off out the throttle from that right-hand kink as the 63 car got out of the way. Now spends a week on the brakes. Still needs a bit of left-hand turn to keep the car nice and steady. Closing in on another group of cars that will no doubt be dispatched fairly quickly.
So 9 minutes remaining, just another 3 or so laps to go. Oh, the number 16 just taking a little dive off into the grass behind the Maserati. And our friends from World SimRacing SimRacers is the car directly behind our race leader at the moment. There are our friends in the Nissan.
Oops, and they then hit the dirt bank themselves. As now closing in on which car that's closing in on actually.
Yeah, number 25 car World SimRacers having a little bit of a trouble now.
Oh dear.
Bit of a clip from the number 16 as well.
Yeah, that got slightly uncomfortable.
Yeah, as a Lola in the background, dodging and weaving to get through the pack.
I think that's the car I call the lemon and lime one, the plebeian car.
Yeah.
78. Yeah. A lap down from the Kiri Blue Arrow car, but chasing it nonetheless.
That slide through the Maison Blanche just never gets old.
No.
Just watch that for 6 hours and still be impressed by it.
It's no less terrifying either, from a spectator standpoint.
Best lap time coming in from the Syndicate bottling team in P20 currently. 325, 803. So despite late stage gains, they have a lot of work to do if they want to catch up with the number 7 Ferrari ahead of them. But they're 90 seconds behind. I think they were 150 previously, so there's a good bit of work that's gone in so far. But looks like a bit of action on P4. The 127 nose to tail with the Curie Blue Arrow team.
That they are. I think I saw an impact between the two SG Stern cars, the P7 and the P2 cars. So the Syndicate cars aren't the only one that seem to be magnetising towards each other. Yeah, the side hard motorsports car just gluing itself to the diffuser. Not the diffusers, certainly the tail end of the Curie Blue Arrow car.
Yeah, precarious place to be, I think. Lag spike would be disastrous at that point.
Wouldn't it just? But he's staying there because there was traffic nearby, as we've just seen them navigate. But also, again, he wants to make the slingshot towards the Mulsanne corner. The Curie Blue Arrow car staying to that inside line, forcing the outside manoeuvre for the 127 car.
Switching sides as they come down to Mulsanne. Ooh, the 127 squirrely under the brakes.
Getting the job done.
Closes. Ooh, the number 17 Jag just been taken out by the 43 car in the background.
Oh dear.
Got a little bit too feisty on the accelerator and cut in front of them.
God, the Blue Arrow car got such a great acceleration out of the previous, out of the Mulsanne corner. But then under the slipstream, the 127 then gets the momentum back again. Now who's got... Oh, that's a lot of left-hand turn for a right-hand bend.
Recovers well, though. And they both power slide through Indianapolis. Love that. Love that.
That's amazing. Oh! Fastest lap of the race by someone other than Cami Marzi.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, the number 34 car just took the best lap with the 3:23.892. Wait, hang on. How's that work? Because the... it's a 3:26. Okay, I was getting mistaken there.
The only car all night that's gotten sub 3:24. In race conditions, we should say.
Yeah, maybe the fuel's burning off now and they're getting a bit lighter and that's contributing to that ability. But it's impressive considering what we've seen from Cami Mazzi in the 727.
Yeah, absolutely so. Oh, yeah, I'm not surprised that these two had to stop arguing as they came through the death chicane, as it's been so nicknamed. But here comes Blue Arrows again, with traffic being involved. That's the...
going 3 wide.
That's the number 66. They're getting past the Assetto Corsa friend's car. Didn't want to be involved in this.
What a cracking way to finish this race. A 5-minute dash to the line with 2 cars going hammer and tong for P4.
P4. Yeah, it's maybe outside of the podium. That doesn't mean they're not going to fight for it.
Oh, it's a big slide from the 127, but still holds on.
Riding on board then with the number 40, the Curie Blue Arrow. Oh, the side hard motorsport's gone too deep, way too deep. And that's gonna be very costly. He's gotten into the slipstream as quick as he can. Try and mitigate the loss. And he's managed to stop the bleed. That could have easily given such a huge advantage to the Blue Arrow car. Well driven from the Side Hard Motorsport squad to get that car back into the slipstream.
Very kind of these two to deliver such an action-packed few laps at the closing stages of the race.
Amen to
rather
that.
Rather than it pittering out with disparate lap times coming in. But no, these guys are really going for it now. And I think we are well beyond the point where this last-minute pit stop for the 127 would have come in. So they're definitely fighting for this position now, and they're going to be taking that all the way to the checkered flag, I think.
Well, 127 Ford has gotten back ahead of the Lola, but he's done it before that right-hand king, which is where most people have made their attack.
And traffic.
Oh, there goes
Curie Blue.
Yeah,
127 keeps the door shut. Ooh, look at that. Under the brakes, locking up the wheels, and the 127's overcooked it, unfortunately.
Oh, that could be the end of the challenge.
Yes, well, they're still back into it, actually. That's not too big a gap. They might be able to recover a little bit of that time, but maybe not the entirety, with only 2 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, the race leader's not far behind them.
Oh, what about to lap them?
Yeah,
Yes.
That's quite scary.
Well, they're a whole 100 seconds ahead of P2, and then there's a whole bunch of extra change in there between Kamimazzi and where these guys are. I guess the pressure got to the 127 car, and they seem to be a little bit flustered now.
Yeah, which can happen. Yeah, when the red mist descends.
Oh yes, been a victim of that many times.
Yeah, likewise. You just push too hard, overdrive the car, and you just frustration adds to frustration, adds to frustration. Well, that could well have spelled the end. Or it does look like it has spelled the end of a potentially throttling battle, because there is what 3.2 seconds looks like between the Akiri Blue Arrow car, Side Hard Motorsport entry. There's your race leader. Coming through to begin the final lap. The 6 hours of Le Mans. These gorgeous classic GT machinery.
Absolutely phenomenal performance here from the 727 team, having established such a huge gap within the podium alone over the 6 hours. We've got someone waiting in the audience, but they've disappeared again.
Fair enough.
So WBM in YouTube chat says we were trying to slow down the 4th car so we could get lapped as we don't have fuel.
Oh. So they were trying to, trying to eke out one less lap. Don't think it's going to work for you. There's the grid
Yeah,
down.
so we might see a last-minute change of positions here if the fuel runs out.
Certainly possible.
Unfortunately, it's the one thing that we don't see in the information at our disposal is the fuel.
No, indeed.
I don't know if I can go on board and see what the fuel gauge is looking like. Ooh, well, that may be a static thing, but the fuel gauge for P4, the Akiri Blue Arrows, is looking a little bit low, but I wouldn't say it's dangerously low, given the time that we have remaining, which is nothing. So where's our race leader? Oh, just coming down the Mulsanne, so they will be back to the start-finish line in about a minute and a half, I would have thought.
There or thereabouts. You cannot say that hasn't been a race-winning performance from the 727 team.
Yeah, definitely. Got the strategy and the driving just perfect, and that car is set up like an absolute speed demon. So I believe at the end of the lap, we will be all convening in the briefing room for a quick round of post-round interviews with the race winners, which looks at this stage to be the 727, the 34, and the 92. Oh, 127 having a bit of a issue again.
Well, if he was trying to do one less lap, he's just re-overtaken the race leader. So that will backfire slightly if that was what their aim was. But
yes.
Here comes the 737 to retake that spot. So only the top 5 will be on the lead lap. And Gwendal could actually slow down enough to not need to do that final lap. Whoa, where are you going?
Oh no!
727.
Oh, that's way off. I think he's got plenty of time to recover, but oh god, has he damaged the car?
I mean, he would have to take a detachment of wheel. Doing the right thing, waiting for an available spot.
Yeah, it's still 99 seconds between them and P2, but my god, that was a heart-in-mouth moment at this stage in the race.
Well, if Sideheart are one lap short, they're going to have to stop on the line. Because they're now some distance down the road.
Yeah,
well,
that's...
where are they?
Well, I think it was Akiri Blue Arrow, wasn't it, which was trying to slow down, but maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's the 127.
Well, if it's Akiri Blue Arrow, they're just crossing the line to start their final lap. So they're going to have to crawl at that rate.
Well, 127 sounds like it's very much coasting along, so it probably is the 127 that I was Unless they have run out of fuel.
They've run out of fuel.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're
they
coasting.
Yeah. Well, they may get away with it because.
Yeah, but they need to get their.
Oh no!
the
No!
race
No! No!
leader.
No! Oh no! They've
no.
hit the grass. They've hit the grass.
No.
There goes the
No.
race leader. No, they were coasting to let the race leader through. So your winner here, the 6 Hours of Le Mans, is the 77. The Kamikaze car has taken the victory. Second, some distance behind, unless disaster befalls them, is going to be the number 34 MS Development car. But that's just coming into Indianapolis now.
Yeah, so plenty of time to stuff it into a wall yet. But if all going well, it will be the 34 car, which is good news for Livery.
Indeed. Well, the 127 car, having just slowed down to let the race leader through, so they didn't need to push the fuel tank any further. Now stopped. Honk to you too, whoever that was. Okay, so they look through the last few turns then. Comes the number 34, the French-driven MS Development car. Maserati will lead a pair of Lolas to the checkered flag.
Yeah, 34 has navigated the Maison Blanche corner without issue. 127's a wheel disconnected.
Well,
that would be,
well, that would be a problem. There it is.
There we go. So number 34 does take P2.
And the top three were almost equidistant apart because the Stern...
Wait, why does the service say that MS Development 34 just won the race? That surely isn't correct.
It doesn't on my screen.
Oh, it just popped up on mine, but okay, we'll go
right.
with yours. Stern 92, Stern 92.
It's just coming through Indianapolis, which is kind of where we picked
what
up.
We just said.
Yeah, it is somewhat. Then 14 seconds back is the Ikiri Blue Arrow car with a very locked up number 32 right ahead of them. I swear some people are still racing despite the fact that they've crossed the line. But either way,
yeah, looks like Syndicate Eclair might take P6 in the P2000s.
There they are.
Oh no, they might have just been. No, they are back in the pits. So wow, what a race!
Yeah, well, there is our P2 class winner, the Northeast Endurance car.
Yeah, what an effort from that team. That I say team. That
Solo driver.
Yes, incredible.
Superb stuff. Well, assuming that they may not have actually crossed the line yet because they're still going for it. So we'll see our P2 class leader come over the line.
They're a whole lap. Oh, there's a car cartwheeling after Maison Blanche.
Oh, I just saw that. Oh, there's a number 50 car parked on the side of the road. Yeah, I did see the gymnastics there, but it was too far away to see who it was. But there's your P2 class winner. Northeast Endurance number 77, Adam Keefe from the
what
US.
An incredible effort.
Absolutely superb stuff. Second, you won't believe where they are.
Oh, Indianapolis.
Is that? Yes, it is. That's the break-in zone for Indianapolis. But there's a whole lap in between them and their class winner. So the P2 class winner was an entire lap ahead of the rest of their field.
And it looks like Herr Pittman and his team are taking P2 for the P2000 class.
There they are.
In the 97.
97 car.
Oh, virtual asphalt cars in formation, please. P13.
Oh, that's a great shot. Look at that. With the 40 car along for the ride as well.
Well done, Mika and VAC. Great effort from your team.
As them flying past comes other people.
Yeah. Wow, what a hell of a race. And most impressively, our voices are still intact, Kodiak.
Just about, yeah. Well, certainly most people have finished the race now. There will be a few that have yet to do so. Oh, 34 cars now showing in 5th on my screen for some odd reason.
Yes, I know it's very odd. I don't know if the server knows what's going on.
No, I don't know either. But we definitely saw them come home in second place. Have our P2 cars come across the line? Yes, they have.
Right,
Well,
shall we reconvene in the briefing room?
So we'll see what awaits us next. As hopefully we'll have a chance to chat to our top three. This is likely to be a multilingual interview, as our German commentators will also join suit.
Over to
the
briefing room.
The holding music for the briefing room's hilarious, by the way. Right, let's go and take my spot, and we'll listen to that lovely lift holding music again.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Wouldn't happened.
Great hours.
I had to stop this the stream in the background. So the race is over.
Congratulations. We got there in the end, despite the technical issues.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting what happened there in the P7 class, P7000 class right before the Andor. So there was an overtake. I don't know if they ended up on the podium then or if it was short before, but was looked interesting. So it was Adam, Mike, and Ikuri Blueglow. I think that was the fight. What about your voices? Still good?
Still hanging on in there.
Yeah, just about. We'll find out in the morning, to be honest.
Yes. Very true.
But yeah, very, very happy to have been a part of this, Pitman. So thank you for organising the event, and I'm sure everyone will mirror that from the drivers and everyone else who's been involved. But I think Kodiak and I have had a very good time in the commentary box. So glad to have been a part of it.
No, Akashik, you can't speak. You've had your turn. Put your hand down. There we go.
Put it down straight away. Oh no, keep it down.
So Valentin is there, so let's put him up here. Valentin, hi.
Hey.
Race is over. We made it.
Sure is.
So with all the stress, be right before the race, all the drivers waited. Great. And what I see, it was a great race.
Definitely.
Thoroughly enjoyed it. Yes.
So I don't know if
I'm glad you all did. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. The winner is Fleshor, FMG, and Kamikaze, or
Happy Coyote.
Happy Coyote. Ah, yeah. Kamikaze was the team name. Yeah. So if you want, we can do a short interview. So raise your hand, winners of P7000 class.
Don't be shy.
No, two of them are there.
Hello.
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 Congratulations to you three.
Thank you.
How was the race from your point of view?
Exhausting.
Exhausting.
Yeah.
And scary.
Yeah. Yeah, the F105 is not an easy car to drive or fly.
Well, my hat comes off to you all for navigating those corners, but basically sideways with steering that looks more like a suggestion than a direct input. But for getting so much time out of that car, it's incredible for such a long period of time as well. So great teamwork, and looks like the strategy's paid off for you all.
The silence. Yes. Well. Yeah, I had to drift the car pretty much on every single turn. It doesn't turn otherwise; it just goes straight. I had to slide.
You guys had quite a major accident. I think in the final hour or hour and a half in that fight in that last chicane. And I thought, oh my goodness, that's blown the lead wide open. But you guys just seem to shrug it off and carry on.
We were very lucky because that was one lap before I needed to pit for our full fill. So I just had to limp round. I lost about 6 seconds, I think we worked out. We were just incredibly lucky. The one at the end was more embarrassing and took longer, probably.
Yeah, but you had the time to spare on both occasions, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, yeah.
So what was the decision behind choosing the Maserati? It was, you were one of two Maseratis in the field.
Right, so it was pretty funny. At first we went like, we are not driving the Maserati. Then Tim drove it, and he was like, yo, this car is kind of quick. And he made a setup for it, and he was like, yo, this car is like kind of drivable. And then we just chose it because it was funny.
I know, I was really surprised to see only 2 of them on the field, and then suddenly you were banging out lap times, and the weapon that car is on the straight line speed, it was just incredible.
It's almost like the Mark II. You just drive it hard on the straight and take it easy elsewhere. Because you can make time in the corners, but then it tries to kill you. So our qualifying pace would never have happened in the race.
Sorry, I'm just clarifying that's what we've seen you doing through the corners was taking it easy. That's incredible.
Well, yeah. I think our fastest lap was a 24 dead, and we could have gone down to at least a 22.7 in qualifying, and just didn't bother because no one seemed to catch it. And that's without draft, so we don't know what it could have done.
My God. So does that make it undrivable then, or comparatively undrivable in circuits with more corners in it?
I imagine it's terrible. I didn't try it.
It's
terrible.
Yeah.
That certainly worked in your favour here at Le Mans today.
That's for sure.
So would you be entering this car into a rallycross championship then?
Yes.
Didn't we?
Yeah, nice.
Maybe.
Okay, do we want to add P2, P3 also here?
It's your show. It's up to you. I wonder. My suggestion would have been the winner of both classes. So obviously we've just had the P7 winner, so we could have the P2 winner, which was Adam Keefe in the 77 car.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's here in chat. Here he is, Adam. Hey, Adam. Congratulations.
Thanks. That was crazy.
Crazy one-man show out there.
It was even more crazy. You did that on your own. That was What possessed you to do that entire stint on your own?
Well, I wasn't crazy enough to try it in a P700 or 7000 car. So I figured in this at least like I could snooze on the straight. Put my blinker on.
At which point in the race did you have to start flexing your hands on the straight to get some blood back into your fingers?
Oh, the entire time. The only thing I didn't have like a brick for the throttle. Just my right foot was getting tired.
Yeah, just jam.
I can imagine.
Jam it in place with a broom or something. Yeah, I could see that. But again, so what was the inspiration behind the choice of car?
I just love how it sounded in the inside. And it drives pretty nice too. It's one of the slower as far as top speed goes, but it worked out pretty good. I did make a couple mistakes, so I had to do an extra stop in there. It would have been a 3-stop, but I had to do 4.
And did you lap the entire P2 field?
I think so. I haven't looked at the final.
I think you have.
Yeah, I can second that as a P2 into P1000 class.
Good grief. And so you're not the quickest in a straight line, but no one seemed to tell you that from what we gather then.
Well, I stayed out of trouble for most of it. which I think was the main point. The only mistakes I really had were my own fault.
What did
I
you
certainly saw that your lap times were just so consistent, even through like hours 4, 5, and 6. I thought surely your pace would start to drop off, but I'm pretty sure your green light for personal best lap time started appearing even well into the race.
No, like lap 5 or hour 5 to 6. That was when the only time I didn't have body damage, so I was a lot quicker there.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
How big an impact was damage? We saw a few cars having
Um,
a few knocks and bumps here and there, but it was
Well-
difficult to tell how significant the damage was or what the
Full-
impact was.
Full fuel was about a second, a little over a second, and then damage on top of that, any body damage is about a second a lap.
Okay.
So, full fuel and a little bit of damage is down 2 seconds ish.
I suppose that's not a huge amount here a track this long, but yeah, no, still didn't seem to slow you down much at all.
Yeah, it was good. Again, I just stayed out of trouble for the most of it. I had a great team. Vac, the guy's kind of warning me of danger ahead.
Ah, so you had some kind of engineers in your ear through the
Yeah,
race.
yeah. I
Yeah,
had some engineers spread across the track let me know what was going on.
Okay, I wondered about that during the race, how you managed that.
Yeah.
I thought for a moment when you said you had a great team, you were just, politely complimenting yourself, but it sounds good that you had a whole team to support you through the race.
Yeah, it was great.
Did they have to keep making sure you hadn't fallen asleep?
No, I think I did okay with that. I mean, I was constantly busy trying to dodge the faster cars driving by me all the time.
Making coffee whilst you're going. Great stuff. Yeah, congratulations on the win. You really were a class of one today, Adam. Well done.
Thanks.
Yep, congratulations. Hopefully you still see something other than AC when you close your eyes tonight.
Yeah, I'm never driving this track again.
All right, Pitman, what's next?
Yeah, next would be I don't know if the other podium drivers are in here, but I want to send out congratulations to all who finished on the podium. That's an amazing ride you did there today, everyone. Everyone who finished, I saw only 7 cars did not finish the race. Is this correct?
I believe so, yes.
So great numbers out there. Valentin, you wanted to say something?
Awesome. I'm very much amazed that we had such a low rate of attrition in this race. Thank you all, and well done to everyone who made it through to the end of that race. If we, I think if we want to talk to the remaining podium positions, from what I can see, we have at least one driver from the second place car in the P7000 class in here. For P2 second place we do as well. Who was third in P2? Because I think if we have everyone together, we even could.
Well, the 41 car was third, but I mean, it does dawn on me that it's just gone 11 here in the UK, and there's a lot of people from a lot of places that may want to kind of call it a night.
Yeah. Yeah, understandable. That's fine.
Okay, so I would say we end this here now, and what we do now with the participants of the race, with the finishers, we want to raffle 2 prizes. So 1 prize for the one of the drivers from the P1000 class, and 1 for the drivers from the P2000 class. I can't share my screen in here, so I would suggest that we stop the stream now, and that we move to a channel I posted in the chat here on the right side, the Race A channel, so everyone can come into that. I share my screen, and then we have a look who might win the prize. So thanks again to the commentators. Great pleasure to have you. Also the German commentators, which aren't in here, but it was a pleasure to watch both streams during the race. And thanks to every participant. It was extremely great that you stayed so calm before the race when we had these problems, and that you all wanted to race, and that we managed to get it done. So thank you, everyone. Let's head over to race A. to the other voice chat. Some last words, King?
Yeah, that's over. That's it over.
Getting my buttons. Well, whilst the drivers going finish off their briefings, it leaves for me to just complete the stream here to echo what was said during the broadcast. Thank you very much to those that have been with us throughout the stream and those catching up post-event. A great pleasure to have you along for the ride. Until we meet next time, thank you very much and good